the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. All
right, it's 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We are off and running. Cam Solo, your intern, she's getting show prep ready to go. Alapuka will join her a little bit later on. Rick Bubba Adler join us in 1 hour from now. We're Gregless. He's on puppy patrol. We'll explain that, but let's bring in right now, over to my left, Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, boy?
What up, what up, what up?
How you doing?
I'm good. I got out of the shower this morning, and it hit at that moment. It hit me. Crap, Greg's out today, and you should have got up there a little earlier. But I actually looked at the clock. It wasn't near as bad as I thought it'd be.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll miss him today. But be good for me and you to hang out and not be made fun of.
Right.
So,
we can, I could have told you could award whatever you wanted.
I know.
And no one would have made fun of you. Yep. But yeah, no, he's on puppy patrol, and I want to tell you, or I should say puppy delivery, because he and Lisa, we're not going to talk too much about it and mojo the effort, but on schedule, they're about puppyless. Yeah. I mean, they're almost they're down to just a few, and they're on schedule. The reason why he's not here is because they're scheduled meeting times with, future owners of these little puppies.
I think he's down to as many dogs as we have teams in the College World Series.
Yes, that's right. They're down to 4. You're right. And I think 2 are going together this morning. A traveling nurse who is excited to have 2 of the puppies, and I think she gets off early hours, so he needed to do that. Then there's another one scheduled today, and so anyway, he's down to just a few, and so that's where Greg is today. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central as well. Helmsy talked about the College World Series, NCAA Men's Baseball World Series in Omaha. There was 2 games yesterday. The early one, TCU eliminated Oral Roberts, and then last night, LSU eliminated Tennessee, and so now there's 4. Today we've got early, both on ESPN, Florida and TCU, and then Wake Forest and LSU at dinner time on ESPN or the ESPN app with ESPN Plus. So we're down to 4 now, and now we're in the double elimination round with these 4, and so we'll see how it plays out.
Speaking of baseball, I feel like we owe the audience an apology about something we did yesterday.
Oh, yes, with the Braves?
And the reason I say that is because we should have known more about Charlie Culberson.
Yeah. The former JSU, his dad was a former JSU baseball player.
Not only that, but I love historical things like this. And one of our buddies who emails from time to time, Tim, sent an email, and he said, guys, I just want to bring this to your attention. And he talked about his dad being a former Gamecock back in the 80s. He actually played for Rudy Abbott, the exact same coach I played for. And then, of course, his son has had a great career. But the thing that stood out to me the most in this text, and yes, we should have known the fact that he was a Gamecock. His dad was. But Charlie himself, who got sent down, is actually the answer to a trivia question that many people ask these days, and it's about Vin Scully and him doing his last home game for the Dodgers. And it was a 10th inning walk-off home run that Charlie hit. Mm-hmm. That was Vin Scully's last call there as a Dodger.
Wow.
And so I watched the replay. The guy, Tim, included that video of him hitting the home run yesterday. Awesome. I watched it a few times, and I thought, okay, I know who this guy is now.
Yeah.
But interesting. So anyway, because I felt like we were all over the map, but I don't follow professional baseball like I should. Don't follow any baseball like I should, probably. But nonetheless, I just found all that intriguing, that the fact that he was a former Gamecock, and that the son who was sent down actually hit a home run in Vin Scully's last game as a Dodger.
Yeah, that is cool. And I appreciate him sending us that. Now, to our defense, and you just mentioned it, we were just bringing up the fact that it was Father's Day and first pitch, and then the player wasn't there, and the father, was anyway. That was really what we were talking about. We weren't breaking down families and players and the history and all that.
But I wouldn't have known any of that
good
anyway.
Stuff. That's good stuff.
I would not have known any of that if he wouldn't have texted. It wasn't that I knew that and was holding it back.
No,
I didn't know.
Nobody.
And I may have even run into the dad before at Jacksonville State and didn't know it.
Yeah. That is kind of neat, the tie-in that we have as well as the history, and we appreciate him sending that because that was a bizarre story. That was a Father's Day.
It was a Father's Day fail.
It was.
To say the least.
It was for the Braves for sure.
And look, I don't know my Braves. Okay, listen, when I said that Michael Harris, I think his name's Michael Harris, was. I acted as if they grabbed some random guy. Hey, we'll just grab. Well, Michael Harris is a starting outfielder, and so, but I didn't know that because I don't follow them that much. Ever since y'all made me throw the hoodie away after winning y'all the World Series with it, I just decided.
Again, we were bringing it up for the Father's Day fail. That was it. We weren't breaking down Braves and the history, which I mean we could, but it was more on that. But I do appreciate all the emails about some of the facts that we're following this story because they are very interesting.
And back to the College World Series, I will admit, I feel like I give up on college baseball games quicker than I should. Like, for instance, yesterday when I was watching TCU and Oral Roberts, TCU got a lead. They added a couple runs here or there, and I'm starting to, in my mind, think, well, this thing's over.
Right.
And even though TCU won, and I don't think it was pretty, I don't think it was too good for Oral Roberts, I probably shouldn't have left it when I did. Does that make sense? Like I feel like I'm giving up on college baseball games quicker than I should.
Wow.
Because I know you can come back, and I've seen it. I mean, big leads are not safe in college baseball.
No, not in any baseball, especially not college baseball. But you're right. They won 6-1 over Oral Roberts, but
I think it was either
Oral Roberts really left some runners on base.
Well, you told me that I didn't realize it was over 20, but I think I left it.
But over throughout the World Series.
I think I left it at 5-0 or 6-0, and I thought, this is over.
Yeah.
And it was, but in college baseball, you can't be so sure.
No, you're right. So it got to the side. I think 6-1 was the final, and then LSU 5-0 over Tennessee. It was a good game, but Tennessee just couldn't. They couldn't get the runs in when they needed to. There was a couple of hey, we got a couple of runners on, couple in scoring position. 2 outs. Oh, we popped up to the outfield. They just couldn't get them in with the 2 outs like they needed. So
we got Florida, TCU, Wake Forest, LSU. Is that
correct.
how it matches up?
Yep.
Okay.
And then so at 1:00 it'll be Florida and TCU, and then at 6 it'll be Wake Forest and LSU, both on ESPN, the ESPN app.
Who are
ESPN
the teams
Plus.
that has just one? That has a loss.
Right now, Florida remains undefeated, and so does Wake Forest.
Okay, so
but it's now it says it's double elimination round. It goes back to the double elimination, which I'm not following. Again, we probably should know.
Well, I thought it was
because on here it says because yesterday was single elimination. It was elimination games: TCU, Oral Roberts, LSU, Tennessee. And then now it says double elimination round.
Yeah, the only reason is if it, like Florida,
TCU would have to beat Florida twice.
Correct. Yeah, and LSU has to beat Wake Forest twice. Because like if Wake Forest and Florida win today, they're in the final two.
Right.
I think that's how that works.
So
then they'll do a best of 3 series.
Right. So they're down to 4, but they're down to 4, and so we'll see how it plays out.
I think tomorrow's games are only if necessary. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Again, Greg on puppy delivery today. So he's out today. Lord willing, back tomorrow, minus a few puppies. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. Over to my left, it's Helmsy. Greg off today on puppy delivery. Should be back tomorrow. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. We talked a little bit of the College World Series yesterday. Tennessee and Oral Roberts were eliminated. So Florida and TCU play today. If TCU beats Florida, then they'll play tomorrow. If Florida beats TCU, then they move into the finals. Wake Forest and LSU play later. If Wake beats LSU, then they move into the finals. But if LSU beats Wake Forest, then they will play tomorrow. It was a lot going on yesterday. I was, trying to keep up with a little bit of that. I was catching up with the Bible study on the road, just kind of having a good old time. I was headed up to Huntsville.
There it is.
Take my parents to the doctor. My mom had a doctor's appointment, a cancer follow-up and with her doctor, and it was a big day. Anytime you go into the doctor, especially that doctor, you're like, okay, let's get it together. But there's not a lot of time for error because the window is small that you have to fit through. And
what time was the appointment?
Around 1.
Okay.
And so if you finish the show at 10, takes about 2 hours, some change, whatever, to get up there, depending on traffic. Then you get to the house. Then we got to load everybody in the car. Then we got to drive back, get out back into traffic, and then get there.
Yeah.
Then get out of the car. Then get in the facility. Then be sitting down, 10, 15 minutes before the appointment.
Do you stop and get lunch, or just to say, I'll just do it after?
Yeah, just do it after. You just got to get through it. And probably should have planned better. Maybe had a little cooler with me,
maybe a little
sandwich or something. And I've done that, and felt like I was sharp when I did.
I carry glazed peanuts and pecans with me, and keep them in the car at all times in case I need a snack.
Mm-hmm. I was backing out of my driveway yesterday morning and thought about something I had left on the counter that I was going to bring, and it was a snack. And I'm like, I'll be all right. And then about 11:30, I was like, I really wish I'd have stopped the truck and gone back in. But then you're unlocking doors again, and you're waking somebody up and all that. Anyway, so and there was a stop I had to make in Madison with JC going to UAH to play next year. You're renting houses and stuff, so you had to stop with the agent.
Was that after or before?
Well, I was.
Don't tell me you tried to do it before.
Just follow me on this, all right? If you don't know that area, if you're traveling from west to east, okay, Madison is before Huntsville.
Yep.
So I'm going through Madison to get to Huntsville. Well, I don't want to go through Madison, not get what I need, go all the way into Huntsville.
Have to go back.
And then before I go by the rental house, go all the way back to Madison, turn around, go all the way back into Huntsville. So I'm like, boy, if I could do this right now, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And I had about a 15-minute window. And I don't know what it was with traffic yesterday, but good night alive. And it's a running joke we have. When you're in a hurry, you're always behind people that aren't.
Yeah.
Or they just can't drive. I don't know what the deal is. And so you have to have a conversation with yourself about, hey, buddy, just calm down. You're good. Yeah. So I make that stop and got what I needed.
Okay,
and
good.
And then got to my parents by 12:30.
Oh, wow, you're making good time.
Yeah, I thought I did, and they were ready to go. Don't know how long my dad had been standing in the garage, but whenever I got out of the car, he goes, there he is. And I'm like, hey, Dad. And I'm like, boy, I hope you haven't been standing out here a while. But that's kind of his little area where he's got all kinds of little things in the garage he loves to do, little exercise equipment stuff, got a little chair. So he was sitting there. Mom's ready to go. So here we go. Now we're getting into their car. Because, I don't know if you've tried to climb into my truck and stuff. It's just easier to what they know. So in their car didn't get driven much. And so here we go. We're going into we're in the car. We get there. A miscalculation on my part. I should have gone through the roundabout and dropped them off and let them sit there and wait on me to park. But normally it's not that busy. And so if you can't find a parking spot on the first level, the second level, there's always stuff right by the elevator. You go down the elevator and go in. But, man, I don't know what was going on yesterday. There was people everywhere. And I apologized about 10 times to my parents after we had been walking and standing.
Oh, sure.
And, hey,
sweating. Everybody's sweating.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
On the way out, y'all going to sit there, and I'm going to run up and get the car and all this. So we get in there with about 8 minutes to spare.
Okay, well, that's good.
Well, I go to open the door, and I can't hardly open it because people are in line. And there's nurses just running all over the place. And I'm like, what's going on? Looks real busy. What's happening right now? So, of course, my dad's now bumping into me because, I'm his guide and he doesn't know what's going on. And then I got my mom and we're all in we're all like hanging on to each other like kids, in a school line that's got to hold hands. We're all holding hands trying to get in. And then I'm telling my dad, hey, hang on. What's wrong? I don't know, Dad. Hang on. The line's so long we can't get through the door. And I'm like, this isn't good. That's just my first thing.
Yeah.
And then a type A was a few patients in front of us. And I heard, Dr. Kirby's been called into emergency surgery.
Oh, goodness.
He just ran out of here. They're rescheduling. And I went, what? What? Who's rescheduling? This is my dad. What's going on? What's happening? Just calm down. We're going to figure this out. Don't even know if Mom needs to see him. Could probably see the nurse practitioner with what she's got going on.
That's going to be my next question. So is Dr. Kirby actually her doctor? And
yeah.
The
Oh,
answer
yeah.
to
Well,
that is yes.
It depends on who they had scheduled to see my mom. Sometimes it's, it depends if it's just a certain type of exam. It might not be the doctor or whatever. Hey, Dad, we don't know yet. Just hang on. Just hang on. All right. And so we're standing there. Boy, yeah, I tell you what, they're rescheduling. They're rescheduling everybody, y'all. Do what? They're rescheduling. So we're done? No, Dad, just hang on. Hang on. Let me get to the window. So we finally get to the window, and the lady's like, hey, I am so sorry. We hadn't even had time to send anything out. He just got pulled into emergency surgery. And I thought my mom, pretty good perspective. She said, well, at least we're not the person that he's having to have emergency surgery on. I think we can adjust our schedule. Yeah. Because apparently
I probably wouldn't have went there in my mind, but I'm glad she did. That's a lesson for all of us.
And I even said that too. I even said, Mom, that's I needed that because
for sure.
Hey, we're inconvenienced because our appointment might be pushed to another day, or we got to sit here. Think about the person that has having surgery right now, and in his line of work, it can't be good.
No.
And so he literally got pulled out of the office into surgery, and the lady's like, "Look, y'all could stand here and sit in this lobby, but you're also behind all the other people that were in front of you, and he's probably going to be at least 2 hours." And so Mom's like, well, we can't do that.
Well,
so we had to reschedule. And so I went to Huntsville, and we didn't get to see the doctor.
See, I thought we were going to go to break, and you were going to tell us how. I didn't realize that you had to reschedule.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, It's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Greg off today on puppy delivery. They're down to 4, and if things go like they should, he's about to be puppyless. And so I know they're excited about that and meeting a lot of great folks that are adopting the puppies. So we'll have an update from him tomorrow. We've got the Bible study live today, noon Central. Right now, Cam Solo's on the phone. She's pulling out show prep, getting that ready to go, and Alapuka will join her today. They're your interns today.
So y'all really had to cancel? Reschedule?
Yeah. It was one of those things where if you missed that, I drove up to Huntsville from Birmingham, and if you're different parts of the country, it's about 2 hours away, give or take some. It might be a little bit more depending on traffic. You might do a little better. Got to my parents' house. She had a big cancer follow-up, cancer doctor. Praise God, right now she's cancer-free and things are going well, and it's just the basic follow-up, and she had some exams that she had to have done, and as we went into the doctor's office, I knew immediately something was wrong because it's normally everybody's sitting down, it's kind of quiet, it's peace. You walk in, there's a line back to the door, and nurses are kind of in and out a lot. Excuse me, what? And you could tell everybody was a little bit thrown off, and that's because the doctor got pulled out of his office visits back into surgery for an emergency surgery, which is sad because that means somebody's having emergency surgery. That can't be good, which means that everything he had scheduled for the rest of the afternoon had to be rescheduled. And so I found myself standing there.
Important question here.
Yeah.
Because you had to do something prior to getting your parents that had to do with your son's house rental for college and those things.
Yeah.
And there was a tight window there.
Yeah.
You said like 15 minutes, and you were able to knock that out. And you weren't sure if you were going to be able to knock that out or not. At any moment, from the time you completed that, because you actually did, till you got to your parents' house, did you feel like you could have something?
Yeah, a little bit. I felt like
Do you think that's what messed it up?
If it was,
we don't believe in mojo and stuff.
Right.
I mean, I know some people think that's a real thing. We don't. We just like to, tamper with it a little bit and talk about it.
Yeah.
But I just can't help but get out of my mind, in that 10-minute drive to your parents' house, you probably thought, well, yeah, knock that out.
Knock
Got
that out
off my plate. You
How
can
about
have
that?
something.
How about that? Well, I don't know what it says about us, but if you follow the show long enough, we treat everything like a game.
Yeah, we do.
And so we try to have wins throughout the day.
Yep.
And the challenges
Chip
of the
away at
day
it.
that's the game.
Yeah.
That's the opponent. And so I felt like that was a big touchdown. I felt like that was a big win for the day when it comes to the challenges of the day and getting everybody where they needed to be and all this kind of stuff. And afterwards, to be honest with you, because even though we'd been communicating and talking a lot, I was not able to get up to Huntsville to see Dad on Father's Day weekend.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I had to get that done or whatever. We spent some time together, got something to eat when we realized we weren't going to be at the doctor's office most of the afternoon. So it was really a great day of being able to see them, and then I was able to go to the rental property, walk through, make sure. We got a lot done. And the appointment got pushed back to August. Which my mom thought that was funny and good, back to August. That because she didn't want to go. Who wants to go to the doctor? But it was a good day. I don't know what was going on with Huntsville. Huntsville, I know you're growing faster than most cities in the country right now. Good night, but I don't know what was going on yesterday. Everybody was doing something, and so and I don't know how my mom, the side mirror on the passenger side, gone. The actual component is there, but the mirror is gone.
The mirror itself.
The side mirror. And I kept looking, knowing it wasn't there. I got to get that fixed.
Did they have any idea where it went?
I don't know. We clipped something, I think.
Okay.
But I think it was in the garage. You can cut things close and all that.
I found that out with my truck.
Yeah.
We won't go into that.
Right. Easy to do. Not, and I think it's been that way for a while. But they don't get. I want to say Dad said the car was like I don't know. It's probably 15 years old. You'd be amazed at the few miles it has on it. I mean, you really would, because they just hop around close to where they live.
Well, I'm glad you made it back safe. I hate you didn't get to knock off all the items on the list, but good attitude about it. Good to see them, and I don't like the fact that August is next point. That's a long way off.
A lot going on in August. That's when JC reports. That's when we're moving in. I mean, a lot happening. Going to be up there a lot. And I got a call from some folks I know up there that I want to say is it Madison High School? I'm going to be a part of I don't know if it's a wing cook-off. I'm going to be judging something up there.
Do they know you can't make a decision?
That's going
when it comes to food.
How did you? Don't say that out loud. But,
I mean, that's a horrible recipe.
I'm supposed to be representing the show up there in the Huntsville market, home of the river, where you can hear us now, and a lot of you are, as part of a judging of a promotion that they've got with the high school there. So
that'll be fun.
Looking forward to it. So I guess August is going to be full of me in Huntsville.
All right. So we don't normally do this, but I feel like this is it's not a special day, but I didn't know this. Okay. So do you know what today is? And don't think in terms of this day in history or this is a so and so day. But today is different.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you feel different when you woke up this morning?
Did I feel different? I felt tired, but that's not different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be the same.
Did you know that today is the first day of summer? The actual first day of summer is today.
Okay.
The summer solstice, is that how you say it?
I don't know.
Is today.
It's today. Today's the first day, officially the first day of summer.
Yes. And will be the longest day of the year. That's sunlight.
Look at you with all these facts.
Well, I found it this morning. I was scrolling through something. I thought, well, I didn't realize this,
Right.
and it started giving me all these little facts. And so we will experience the most hours of sunlight today.
Okay.
On this summer solstice.
Very
Still not saying
good.
it right.
But pretty confident.
Which means most of the United States is going to experience 14 to 16 hours. Now, you have your outliers like Alaska, okay? You folks that listen in Alaska, I get it. You're looking at a 19-hour day. Got it. But I didn't know. For some reason in my mind, I had it that we were already into summer.
Right.
And I guess that's the heat. Still hadn't got my air conditioner fixed in my car. That's supposed to be taken care of next couple of days. And that's why I have thought that it's summer, because my goodness, it's been hot out there. So today is the actual summer day. Do you know when summer ends?
Boy.
I didn't.
Probably mid to late September.
Yes, September.
Am I right?
Yeah, September 23rd.
How about that?
So that's when that'll start. I don't know what it's called.
Last day of summer.
Fall solstice. I don't know. Probably not that, but but I just didn't realize that today was the longest day of light that we will experience. So take that, put that.
So
in your
there you go.
pipe,
If you want to know that, then there it is.
If you're wondering, if you thought we were all ready to summer, then you got another thing coming. Because
it does say here
is summer.
The longest day on Earth, 2023, and it is today.
Yeah,
Wednesday, June 21st.
You know why? The summer solstice.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually official. Like it's I don't know what the time is, but it's when you have the solstice part.
Hey, careful
is
here.
The,
You've done good, but careful here.
It's when it said it's the highest point. The sun is at the highest point in the sky.
Okay.
And so I think that's happening around, I don't know. I saw a particular time.
You could have stopped.
I want to say it was like 10:58 a.m., but I don't know if that was Eastern or some other time.
Okay.
Frank.
You probably should have stopped.
Probably should have stopped.
Because, I mean, you had it going
Probably
on for
should have
there a
just
little bit.
stopped at this is the first day of summer.
Yeah.
And not try to go into summer solstice that I still can't say.
Yeah, because you had me.
Yeah.
Was not sure.
Yeah. Well, it's the longest day of the year, Speedy.
Yeah.
Most hours of sunlight you'll see today. You'll experience it. I encourage you to get out and enjoy it.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, so we have a lot going on. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. I've got to ask you about something you're doing, and get some more information on that as we come back. But we thank all of you. The emails always trickle through every day. The support, we do appreciate it. A lot of you tell us this is how kind of you start your day, and so we thank you for doing it with us here. We'll take a break. We'll come right on back. Cam Solo's on the phones. Greg not here today. Should be back tomorrow, though. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Next up, Straight Talk from Doug. Ever notice that saying no offense is offensive? Like, no offense, but you're overpaying for your wireless. See? Offensive.
That's the Straight Talk talking. Get unlimited plans as low as $35 a month from Straight Talk on America's most reliable 5G network. Available at Walmart and Walmart.com. On the $35 plan, first 10 gigabytes data at high speed, then 2G speeds. Refer to the latest terms at straighttalk.com. Based on most first place rankings, root metrics, second half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
At Taco Bell, we like to keep mornings simple because before 11 a.m., you're not down for whatever.
No.
You're not interested in trying new things.
No.
You want a breakfast that's toned down and delicious, like the Breakfast Crunch Wrap with fluffy eggs, sausage, melty cheese, and a crispy hash brown and a grilled tortilla.
I want to eat that.
See? You may not be a morning person, but it's morning, and you're a person. Taco Bell breakfast, served until 11 a.m. At participating Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only while supplies last.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. As always, we thank you for making us part of your day. Greg off today, puppy delivery. He is on puppy patrol, headed out, meeting another potential owner. I think this one taking 2 puppies. And we've talked a little bit about that. So then he'll be down to 2. Then I think he's meeting another one after lunch, down to 1. And if I heard this right, I think tomorrow it gets down to giving away the last one.
What if Amazon?
I think I could
or
be a little
UPS or something said, you know what, we like the way you're handling these puppy situation.
Mm-hmm.
We want you to be our puppy delivery guy.
Ooh.
And he left the show to deliver puppies.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Just saying.
He had the schedule in front of him yesterday that clearly he didn't make, but Lisa texted to him, and so he was excited to see the light at the end of the tunnel. This portion of the program brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. Yesterday was a long day, but my Field of Greens helped me get through it for sure. We're loving Field of Greens, and you need to check it out. Each fruit and vegetable they use was medically selected for a specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like your heart, lungs, kidneys, while others support metabolism and healthy energy and weight loss. Go now for a 15% discount. You can save 15% at fieldofgreens.com. Just use promo code Bubba when you're there. fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba to save 15% today. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That was actually a conversation with my parents as we were in the car headed back from the doctor that we didn't get to see yesterday. They were asking about that. So there you go.
I need to order me a tub of it.
Yeah.
I was on it, got off of it, didn't order it again, and
You can't.
I need to.
Now, let me ask you a question. I know, Coach Bullethead is knee deep in it. You're constantly doing coaching things with UAB men's tennis. And what's this other thing that you're in now? That some online seminar or something, or certification? What do you have going on at night?
Well, it's not every day.
It's not.
Thank
Okay.
goodness, but it is. Like the other day when you thought you saw a ghost and I was here like late.
Yeah,
that was part of it.
Okay,
because I didn't have time to get some. I had a Zoom call and I didn't have time to get somewhere else to do the Zoom call.
You scared
and so
me.
I
You scared me.
I scared you and Greg. Greg was like, I thought I saw a ghost. Like I didn't realize you were
Helmsy's
still
office
here.
is right by the in and out door that leads you to the break room, the bathroom, and stuff like that. And normally, you're gone after the show, and your light's off, or if it's off, there's nobody sitting there.
Yeah.
And you were sitting there, and it kept scaring me.
So the ITA, which is the Intercollegiate Tennis Association, they're the governing body of all things college tennis.
Ooh.
They do this educational program for coaches every year.
Okay.
And it's a process you go through. Like you have to, if you want to be a part of it, you gotta send in a resume. You got to send in a letter about why you want to do it. You got to include references that they call and all this. And so I had a couple of coaches that I have met over the past few months and said, this would be great if you could do it. You can certainly use me as a reference, but it's hard to get in. So if you get in, make sure you go through it because it's well worth your time. And I said, okay, sounds good. So I went through that process and I wrote the letter and I filled out the application and I got the references and all that. And I kind of forgot about it because they ask you to do these things back in, I want to say February or March. And then all of a sudden you go through your season and I completely forgot about it. Well, then I get an email going, hey, you've been selected for the ITA Coaches Up program. And I'm like, well, heck yeah, awesome.
Is this strategic because Greg's not here?
So yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
and so I've been going through that, and it's a year program, and it's not all that time. There's a ton of stuff we have to do on our own when we can do it, and then there's times where we have to meet on Zoom as an entirety, meaning there's 40 coaches from all over the country that are a part of it, and then we have teams. So there's 4 or 5 coaches. There's 5, including myself, on our team.
Okay. And
so we meet, once every couple weeks, and then every 4 to 8 weeks, depending on what we're doing, we meet as a big, huge group.
All right.
And last night was our first time to meet as a big, large group.
All right.
And so they give us
picturing a bunch of windows of Zoom.
Absolutely.
Okay.
40, well,
like Brady
probably
Bunch
more
setup?
than 40, considering you have the moderators and the people that are running this thing. And so last night was our first big meeting like that.
Okay.
And so it was good. It was good to see some familiar faces of people that we played this year. And then there were people that I had never seen, met, didn't know they were even into coaching.
Was everybody trying to talk at the same time? And
No, it's pretty good with that. And that's why they break us off in these teams, because they'll send us, like in Zoom, you can do breakout sessions. So you can pick certain people and then they'll put you in a certain room with just 4 or 5 people for a certain amount of time, and you do a project, and then you all come back together. And so last night, but they tricked us last night. That's what I want to talk about.
Oh.
And I know we got to go to break in like 4 or 5 minutes, so I'll get this done quick. So we have our team and that's who I was meeting with the day you saw me in the office later than usual.
Hey, team.
So it's the same guys. There's 2 D1 coaches, a D2 coach, and a NAA.
They call you Bullethead, or
coach.
they call you Helmsley?
They don't.
Okay.
And so we get our assignment. So they've announced, here's your assignment, here's what you do, and do you have any questions? Because we're about to hit this button to send you to your teams.
Okay.
And your teams, y'all have met, y'all have talked, y'all have had several meetings, and they hit the button, and all of a sudden you go in this room with people you do not know.
What?
They tricked us. And I
They
thought,
tricked you.
yes. And so you get in this place and everybody's kind of looking like, well, this is not my team. I've been meeting with my team for 2 weeks and y'all, there ain't a soul in here
Where's
on my
team?
And so they did it on purpose, but a lot of people, and I didn't pick up on it. I just thought that I thought at first, am I the only one? Like, they messed up me because there's like 3 Michaels out of the 40. So I thought, well, they've put me in the wrong team, and there's some other Michael in the. And so we just went ahead as a team, and we were like, let's just make the best of it. We didn't really know. We was like, this is an opportunity to meet 3 or 4 new faces.
Right.
Let's make the best of it. Let's knock this out of the park, get it done. And then when we come back in, I'm sure they'll be like, hey, sorry, we put y'all in the wrong team, but y'all did a good job. Well, the whole thing was designed for that. And they wanted to see how everybody would handle it. And here's what's funny about it. We handled it well. We went ahead and did it. But can you believe that there were people texting the leader going, hey, you got me in the wrong team. Where's my team?
On?
What's going on?
It's total confusion.
And so it was confusing. And so it was just one of those interesting things that I didn't know they were going to trick us. And
they got you.
It was kind of silly, okay? I admit it was silly that they tried to trick us, but at the same time, I saw what they were doing, and our team handled it well. But I mean, seriously, when they first did the breakout session, I'd already had my mind because Josh Molino, he just took a job at Tulsa, and so I wanted to ask him a couple of questions about that. And I thought, well, look, I get to hang out with Josh, my buddy Josh. We hadn't talked in a week or so, and blah blah blah. And all of a sudden, I look at him and I thought, well, I don't know you, and I don't know you, and I don't know you, and who are you? And that was interesting. And we didn't get into the whole who are you, why are we just went into doing our project. We had to answer some questions. There were like 10 or 15 tennis questions that we had to answer, and they were actually we had to actually answer them. We had a thing to do.
Oh, okay.
And turn in.
It was a group effort?
It was a group effort. And so, anyway.
I always liked group efforts.
But hey, these Zoom sessions, man, when you got these many people on it, this is
and then you try to pull them off at the house when you got teenagers running around.
Well, and that was another element.
Do they come running behind your shoulder?
I did a test last night to see, because our meetings are always going to be 6 o'clock Central Time when we do meet.
Yeah.
And so I did a test last night. I actually went downstairs and told Braden, I said, hey, for a couple hours, go upstairs and let me have this downstairs. It actually worked out. It's loud when people are running around, jumping upstairs.
Yeah.
But outside of that, and we stay muted most of the time.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have to, unless we get in these teams deal, but we stay muted most of the time.
Okay.
So it's not really a factor of them hearing anything crazy.
Good team builder.
Drives
there.
me nuts. But.
We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba Adler, join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was cool. It was really neat. We get in. Aaron held on to my tickets for me.
That's
I was
smart.
Like, she goes, "I'll hold on to that for you." I was like, "Appreciate you trusted me with that, baby.
Right.
Thank you for your faith in me."
Yeah, well,
But-
your resume.
Yeah, no,
not,
resume's
got
not
some
good.
marks on it.
Yeah, it does. It does. We get in. We took the picture outside the green leaf wall or whatever. We were supposed to do that. They had the Lombardi and statue of Lombardi and somebody else.
Bart Starr?
Not
Brett Favre?
This is terrible.
Rich Wingo?
Rich Wingo
let's
played
go
there?
with Rich Wingo.
Yeah.
The Rich Wingo statue looks
Right.
phenomenal.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so we got in, went through it. The stadium is awesome. It's cool. It feels old school, but is kind of equipped new school, you know?
Like the guts were updated a little bit.
Yeah.
Like the club area.
Yes. Gosh, it was so awesome. Yeah, we go to the club area, and that's where we were. And my wife and I can never go to an NFL game ever again. We're spoiled.
Now, once you've done that, you know.
I ate so much cheese, so many cheese curds. It was, at the time, it was great. But man, it was super cool. The Pack won, and so thanks for letting me get away, guys.
Yeah,
I
that's
really
an awesome
enjoyed it.
trip.
Big time trip.
Fantastic.
Appreciate that very much.
And don't worry, you'll get regular again pretty soon.
Okay, good.
All right, good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we remember when Crenshaw, was he a senator or a representative?
Representative.
Representative.
Representative-elect.
Right, and of course he was a veteran of a number of tours of duty, actually lost his eye serving our country, and then Saturday Night Live, if you remember, made some jokes about him, showing how sensitive they can be while demanding the entire world be sensitive. But to their credit, they have come back and they have apologized. And actually had Representative Crenshaw on the show, and really, I hope this can be a lesson right now that people, instead of losing their minds over stuff can actually be level-headed, come back together and say, hey, let's have some fun. Let's laugh at things. Didn't mean to. If I crossed the line, I apologize. Hey, don't worry about it. You don't owe me an apology. But certainly, if you claim that others should be sensitive about things, you might want to be an example of that. So they got together on Saturday Night Live, and they kind of hashed it out and did some pretty funny stuff with it.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. We've got the clip, though, right?
Yeah, we never played the clip.
Yeah, Pete Davidson is the one on Saturday Night Live. Now, Greg, you might know more about this. Did he date Ariana Grande?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were rumored to be engaged.
Okay.
Together, big old
I mean, they dated, 2 or 3 months. It was quite a run there.
Well,
I've never heard of this person.
I was out of the loop, too.
Until this story.
Well, he was one of those featured guys on Saturday Night Live, and then he moved into a regular spot.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny because in this clip, and there's some language in it that I'm going to try to move past if I can, but Crenshaw's ringtone to his phone is a Ariana Grande song, which is kind of funny.
That's funny.
And he acts like he can't turn it off, and he's like, hey, thanks.
Yeah, okay.
But here's the apology, how it started.
So, and what I'm sure was a huge shock for people who know me, I made a poor choice last week. I did. I made a joke about Lieutenant Commander Dan Crenshaw, and on behalf of the show and myself, I apologize. My poor mom. Can you imagine being my mom? Can you imagine being my mom? That must suck. Can you imagine being...
All right, and I'm gonna move past that just a little bit if I can, and I think I will try to pick it up here.
You think?
So there he is.
Lieutenant Commander Dan Crenshaw, everyone, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for making a Republican look good.
You gotta stop saying that, man. You've been saying it all day. Please, look, I just wanted to say, for people that don't know, the reason you're wearing an eye patch right now is that you lost your eye to an IED in Afghanistan during your 3rd combat tour. And I'm sorry.
Thank you, Pete. I appreciate you saying that.
So we good?
We're good. Apology accepted.
Just keep breathing.
This sounds like my phone's ringing.
You gonna answer that?
No, and I was just gonna let it ring because that's rude to answer. Let's just let it go to voicemail.
No, it's cool. Ariana Grande's well, cool, man. Yeah.
Oh, do you know her?
All right, so that's funny. All right. So last week I made a joke about a picture of you, and I feel like it would only be fair if you got me back and made fun of a picture of me. Does that sound okay?
I don't really need to do that.
No, come on. I deserve it.
All right, I'll do
Please? All right.
And now, first impressions with Lieutenant Commander Dan Crenshaw.
Thanks, Colin. This is Pete Davidson. He looks like if the meth from Breaking Bad was a person.
Not bad. So there, we're even. All right.
Hold on, one more. This is. All right. He looks like a troll doll with a tapeworm.
Yeah, man. All right, that's good. We should wrap this up.
Oh, hold on. No, this is fun. This is fun.
Cool.
He looks like Martin Short in the Santa Claus 3.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me
It
to
is
my
6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being with us today as we come to you from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. Another Rick and Bubba show is ready to go. The kickoff hour is behind us, and we start this hour with the national anthem. Rick and Bubba Show. So let's get ready. You're going to be part of it. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we certainly want to talk to you on the program today. And in order to do that, you'll need to talk to our Rick and Bubba interns. There they are, working hard, earning their degrees in common sense. Of course, that's now a superpower. So when you dial up, just say, hey, here's what I've got to talk about today, and let them take care of you, and we'll chat with you as we train them to rise up and go out there and use that degree. Eddie Van Adler's got YouTube for you, both live and archived today. It's on your time. Watch what you can live, and then what you miss, go back and grab in the archive. We got podcast archives for you, too. Those are available every day. America's boldest radio stations and our TuneIn app and our YouTube channel give you live options as well. So there is really no reason for you to miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy and Helmsley gave you the kickoff hour. Greg the Puppy King is trying to deliver the final puppies to get this behind him, and he has used up most of his vacation days this year revolving around stray puppies. Also, we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your two fat buddies on the radio for 30 years.
Woo!
3 decades.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
That is a long time. Yeah. Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost.
I said a Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory.
Pentecostal. Fire and brimstone.
Fire and brimstone.
Mission Temple fireworks stand. Yeah. Yeah.
Fireworks sedan.
So, Bubba, they'll blow up in your face. So we'll unpack them again today. Stories, and they're out there, and we'll talk about it. I know a lot of us are feeling like justice has been served in the Hunter Biden case. He'll probably learn a valuable lesson.
Yeah, I think he got a parking ticket.
Yeah, I think he did, and it may. I think he just have to rake a lady's leaves across the street.
Yeah.
So
5 years for that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that coming up. I did enjoy all of the ones yesterday. That even though he said, "I'll admit to these 2 things because y'all will never do anything to me that'll matter." Yeah. I did enjoy the people who take the time to go and list all the other tax evasion people and what their penalties were.
Oh, Rick.
And poor Wesley Snipes is hollering, "What?"
Yeah.
I mean,
Sinbad.
Yeah, what? They put Wesley in jail jail. How long was he in there?
3, maybe
5
more.
years.
5, maybe.
I can't remember.
There's other people coming out too.
You
Entertainers,
know,
rappers. Everybody's like, really?
Oh yeah.
You know what is? There's some irony in all of this, of course. Mm-hmm. That the courts did away with debtors.
Prison.
Locking up somebody because they owed money.
Oh yeah.
But the U.S. government still does it.
Mm-hmm.
They told everybody else, you can't do that, but we can.
We can. Well, I mean, there's the fantasy world, and then there's the real world. In the real world, no matter how heinous you be, I mean, you may be. I mean, I guess maybe murder. If they could get you on murder, maybe. Anything less than that, if you are the sitting president's son, you will be treated differently than if you're not.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Facts.
If you don't think we have multiple levels of justice in this country. You are kidding yourself.
I mean, that's just a human fact, and it's been a problem, as long as there's been human beings.
Yep.
So that anybody who thought Hunter Biden was going to really get in trouble, I mean, you were living in fantasy world.
Well, look, I'm really shocked they did anything. How many investigations have we had where they come? Well, nothing here, nothing to see here.
Well, what happened was
Hillary.
What's happened is everybody's gone to Hunter and his people said, y'all got to give us something.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you that the family law clerk judge is not done with him yet. She's the one that's brought all of this about.
Yeah.
I mean, her investigation has gone a lot further and done a lot more than the FBI, DOJ, everybody else.
Yeah, well, you made that point yesterday, which was a good one, because you had to find somebody that wasn't under the pressure of the Biden administration or working for a political party,
right?
And before anything could be done, because as long as he stayed inside that protective little fence, where we're running the DOJ and it's a arm of our administration and we'll use it how we want to.
Yeah,
you had to get outside of that to get anything done.
Yeah,
matter of fact, I think without her, I don't even think we have this.
Yeah, I don't know how you ever fix that. The president appoints the attorney general, and it usually looks like they get some preferential treatment, no matter who it is.
Well,
because they're in the same party, they're in the same mindset, usually the same political persuasion for their values. So I don't know how you ever fix that. And if you have the opposite, it's just going to be a constant lawsuit battle over nothing. So I don't know.
Maybe we can make a deal. Look, your son can go free. We won't punish him if you'll just stop doing the things that y'all do to destroy the value of our dollar and our economy.
Well, let me tell you, they don't think they're doing anything wrong. That's what's just unbelievable with it. I mean, you would think these people who've been at the public trough their whole life would have at least 8th grade economics understanding.
Well, they have to.
Bubba, what do you do? You don't know nothing.
Yeah, well, they must have some kind of.
I run a lemonade stand.
Bubba, if they don't have an angle that this benefits them, of course, there's always the power. That they get. They love the power, and they live a different life than everybody else. And I understand that, but you do have to go. There's really two things. Either they are diabolical and they are working a plan that suits themselves, or they're just stupid. So it's one of the other.
Yeah, it's aggravating.
Right.
It makes you want to get in the sub and go to the bottom of the ocean, doesn't it?
Right. Well, we got an update on that. So they heard tapping.
Oh boy.
So as of now, there's at least some of them are still alive, right?
Today's the day, I think.
Yeah. So we'll
gotta get there.
We'll discuss that. We'll get your phone calls. We'll update you on things that are going on. Wednesday Bible study back today at noon Central Time live on the YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He went on to say, which was a funny guy on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Did he really?
Yeah.
We can go back. You want it?
Well, no, he said that Martin Short, one of these two people here was actually funny when he was on Saturday Night Live.
He had a little fun with him.
Yeah. Is there more?
By the way, one of these people was actually good on SNL.
Yeah, that was
there you go.
No, you're right.
So anyway, I wish we could have a little more of that, a little less of the, everybody demanding all these apologies and it's never over and I never forgive you for it and you're
Somebody
forever
being fired.
You're forever fired and punished and destroyed over something you did trying to be funny that might have been the wrong thing to do. But we can correct it. I mean, it doesn't have to be the end of the world. And people's lives destroyed forever. And really, the bad part about it is there's not a lot of sincerity when people play victim. It's almost like they're excited to get to.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thank goodness I get to be a victim.
Yeah. Now I've got leverage.
Now I'm on Waller.
I can't wait to get online.
And Crenshaw never did that. And he never said that he was owed an apology. He did say he thought that what they did was in bad taste, but that was kind of the end of it. And so I think this was it was funny.
Yeah,
it was
a
a
good way to end it. It was funny, and probably both guys have a little more respect for each other out of it. Too,
right.
so.
And it looks like Saturday Night Live finally came to the conclusion that the line for them was making fun of veterans who were actually maimed. In war.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that's where
until next week.
Yeah, until next week. And I also I didn't see it, but when you do related videos and all that, I actually saw they also did a skit about Jeff Sessions being asked to leave.
Yeah, they had one of the girls that had been doing Jeff Sessions for a while.
Well, I saw her Jeff Sessions impression. I watched that video, and they do make her up to look like him, and that's funny, but she doesn't sound like him.
No.
She's doing a Foghorn Leghorn accent when really that's not how you talk.
No, it's not.
But hey, it was pretty funny, though.
Yeah. It's fun to look. You can have fun.
Yeah, sure.
We'd all laugh at it.
Sure.
Might as well.
Absolutely. One last thing from Crenshaw that a lot of people are emailing about, saying, hey, play the last part when he kind of talked to this young man about the state of our country and forgiveness and how you treat veterans. And that was kind of the last part from Saturday Night Live. It was a little bit serious, but also some great comments. So here it is.
Not just that the left and right can still agree on some things, but also this: Americans can forgive one another. We can remember what brings us together as a country and still see the good in each other. This is Veterans Day weekend, which means that it's a good time for every American to connect with a veteran. Maybe say thanks for your service, but I would actually encourage you to say something else. Tell a veteran, never forget. When you say never forget to a veteran, you are implying that as an American, you are in it with them, not separated by some imaginary barrier between civilians and veterans, but connected together as grateful fellow Americans who will never forget the sacrifices made by veterans past and present, and never forget those we lost on 9/11, heroes like Pete's father. So I'll just say, Pete, never forget.
Never forget. And that is for both of us.
So there you go. And that was I didn't realize that the Saturday Night Live kid lost his dad on 9/11.
Yeah.
So that's hopefully that can kind of, as he was trying to say, that there shouldn't really be a political point of view that either agrees or disagrees with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like we said, with a good economy, I don't think there's ever a point where we should have people hoping that the economy will tank and people be without jobs because it's give them an advantage in the next election. Mm-hmm. And we have that. I mean, we have people in Congress right now who've been overheard on trains saying that. People say it all the time. I mean, we got enough we can argue about.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty to debate.
Yeah, when you get down to worldviews and policy and, like you said, how we tax and how much we tax and all that, we can certainly, get into different political views and all that. But there's certain things, like what he just talked about, that's just about being an American and being a citizen of the country and of the world. And you would think that however we got our economy rolling to the point, as long as there was nothing that was done that was immoral,
right? It
was just the free market working, and that people would pay less taxes. We would be more responsible with the taxes we do pay. There's more job opportunities. There's fewer people having to depend on government programs. That we have a good plan at the border to vet people out, to be sure that the citizens here are not put in danger. Also to give opportunities to the right people that are seriously looking for an opportunity here. Minutes past Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us. So the Canadian aircraft detected underwater noises from a search area for the missing Titanic tourist submarine. So I heard Speedy, Helmsy, you guys talking about it. It's one thing to say we think they're alive, we're hearing tapping, and we get here. But I noticed when they were asked, what if you get there and it looks like the theory that they are entangled in something is probably, that one seems to have the most probability. How do you get them untangled? And if you can't get them untangled, how do you get them from one submarine to another, 2.5 miles under the ocean?
Yeah,
I think that's you can't. I
don't think you can go submarine to submarine.
Now what I saw in the press conference is if they're tangled, that might be the best case scenario because the ROV they send down has an arm where they could untangle or cut if they're hung up on something, and it's just that simple.
Are they sending that thing down that we've seen in movies where the guy's in it and it's got like a big glass top on it and the big
I think these are.
on the
I don't.
side?
I don't know that there's a guy.
I don't think there's
they're
gonna be anybody.
unmanned.
He always
ROVs
cuts somebody's, scuba line with
right.
big claws.
I think these are unmanned that they're sending down. But then the question was asked: okay, let's say you go down there and they're not tangled up, but you do find the vessel. How are you getting it up? And they're like, well, that's something else. And so yesterday afternoon, late, they had 41 hours worth of oxygen left. If they're not panicking, if they're sleeping and trying to keep their breathing kind of calm, then that's what they're estimating, but they truly don't know.
Hey, good luck on that one.
There was a guy yesterday.
I'm panting like a dog.
And there was a guy, and I don't. He knew what he was talking about. He knew some of the people that are actually on board, and he said, "I hate to be a naysayer here. I'm a pretty positive guy." He said, "But this is not going to end well." He said, "He said I hate to be the guy to have to break it to everybody."
You talking about old real voice?
Yeah, he was, and he talked about how there was actually 4 or 5 things as part of the technology behind this vessel that if they were coming up on their own, it would have already happened because they would have done this, done that. There's things already in place. And he said,
like
as far as us getting down there and getting them back up, he said, guys, it's
just because if you just add the time up, all right, this is what we need. Okay, wow, we got to get that heavy equipment to the location. Okay, then we got to get down. Then we got to find it.
He even went this far. He said, if we find them right now, there's no guarantees. He's like, what? How are we gonna get them?
Right.
I was like, wow. So this guy's just real talk.
Oh, that's that guy on the job site, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. I'm glad y'all done with all that. But there ain't no way we can do that. Yeah, we all know that guy.
And he went on to go, man. I hope I'm completely wrong on this. Obviously, he said, but this is. He didn't talk to anybody. He said he used the word naysayer. He said, I hate to be the naysayer.
Right.
But
and I go back to this. Of course, it's probably not the right time to talk about it, but I just feel like when something is this on the edge, there should be a better backup plan than if something goes wrong. Man, I hope we can find somebody that's got some equipment. I know. I'd like to know that Tim with his sub is 100 miles away and he can be here in 5 hours. That kind of deal.
Yeah, I just think something like this. Apparently, this is what we're hearing.
It's just a little.
Well, there's so many when you start dealing with water and giant water.
Oh yeah.
And I think, I'm very guilty of this because it's not my world. But I mean, if you've ever just done something as simple as, hey, we're all here. We've got our sunscreen on us. We've got all the little things behind our ear that are motion sickness. We're ready to go deep sea fishing. Have you ever been? How many times your deep sea fishing trip has been canceled over the waves?
Yeah, weather.
The weather. See, when you're dealing with big water, you go get them, and they're like, well, look at this forecast. We can't even get out there.
Right.
The boat can't even. There's so many things that make it hard and it's slow, and it's not a. Here comes a fire truck down the road, and everybody's pulling off on the side of the road to come get you. It's a complicated, slow. Hey, and you could even say, God, we got everything. Somebody said, have you seen the water? We can't even get out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Did I see a story?
It's a rough place.
There's been so many stories floating around about it that there was another guy or another couple that was supposed to go and they backed out because they felt like there was some safety issues.
There's always
they
those
wanted
stories.
a refund.
Yes. The story, and I don't know about that story. Now, they did fire the director in 2018 because he, according to the story in the interview, the Daily Mail story we have is that he was raising questions on the safety and felt like they needed to be a little bit more thorough, and they ended up parting ways in 2018.
There's a guy named Chris Brown, 61, had paid the deposit to go on the doomed voyage.
There's always this guy.
But says he changed his mind after becoming concerned about the quality of the technology and materials used in the vessel.
Well, yeah, the PlayStation controller. That's when I said, how much of my deposit can I get back?
He is a good friend of Hamish Harding.
Yeah, a billionaire.
Said, just safety concerns. And they've done other things together. Now, this guy
I bet his lunch tastes better today.
Yeah, this guy has been up in space, right? The billionaire.
I don't know.
He did go on a Blue Origins.
You talking about Harding?
Whichever, yeah.
Yeah.
He did go up, right? So he's done all this stuff. He's kind of a thrill seeker, but...
Did you see Babylon B, speaking of people missing out?
I tell you, the game controller things.
Yeah,
Just bothers
well,
me. Give me a steering wheel, okay?
Hey, how we love people. You love Pete Best. You love that
Oh,
story
yeah,
and all that.
yeah.
So, and then there's people that were supposed to be on all the different flights on 9/11 and all this stuff. So Babylon B, they had a guy sitting there all down and out, and had a picture of how good the franchise Five Guys is doing. He said, 6 guy feeling pretty bad right now for not going on.
There's always stories like that. It's always interesting.
He should have stayed with it. The 6 guy walked away.
Man, if you don't think those small choices every day have
right. Well, 5 guys, how can y'all charge that for a burger and some fries? That's a lot. That's a big number. And for me to be concerned, it's big.
Yeah, that's a lot of
it's never stopped me.
Yeah. Right. You work through it. Right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like me standing there at the gas pump. I'm not sure what else I'm going to do. I don't have any. This is the only place to eat.
It's kind of come down just a little bit, hasn't it?
It's at $3 and something now. You know, it's funny. I said they get you where we think that's low now.
Right.
There's a time we would have been marching in the streets over $3.18.
Well, I just know the other day when I went to fill up my farm truck, the work truck, it didn't cut off at $100.
Yeah,
you know, like it normally does.
Yeah. By the way, that's Alabama prices we're talking. Yeah. Some of y'all paying more than that. But, But I actually filled up yesterday, and it was $3 and something. Because I remember noticing that. So it's not low.
No,
but it's not where it was. And like I say, when we say that, if you're in California, for you that's $80. I don't know how y'all don't just have revolution in California with the price of everything good night.
And then the people who are running that state actually think that we want them to do for the country what they've done for California.
That would be my campaign against them. So we want the rest of the country to be like California. And so you know what California does? It's just like sin does. It looks real pretty, so you start thinking, why are we against California? The weather's so fantastic.
They get a lot out of that weather.
They do.
You know,
people tolerate a lot of stuff to be in that weather.
Yeah.
I mean, even earthquakes, they go, well, they don't have a lot.
Rick and Bubba.
It seems like all of those things just have a strong military in case, sadly, we hope we don't have to use it in case we do. Those just don't seem like they should be a political party.
Right.
It seems like those things are pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You would think. Secretary of State John Merrill with us. We were talking about the situation in Georgia, but especially in Florida, where it felt like we were revisiting that again. And he's told us the bottom line is states have laws, and those laws have to be followed. And if you don't like the law, then you use your representation to get into the legislative branch of your state and then change the law. But you must follow the laws that you currently have. And that kind of led to some other questions that you wanted to say.
Even if you don't get the results that you were hoping for.
Correct.
Secretary of State, let me ask you this. Give us what a recount looks like. Do you just run ballots through the machine again? Do you hand count them and compare them to the machine? What do you do?
No, and different states will allow for different mechanisms in place whenever you have a recount. Some might do a standard that's set aside as a sample. And if so, then that's clearly delineated in their code or their constitution as to what happens. In Alabama, for example, if we had a recount that was ordered because we had less than 0.5% in the margin in a general election, and you need to be reminded, guys, that we don't have that provision in place in a municipal contest. That's why oftentimes you'll see a municipal contest, whether it be for mayor, whether it be for council or school board, be separated by 1 vote, 2 votes, 5 votes, but you never have a recount because there's no provision in the law for a recount at the municipal level. At the county level or at the state or the federal level, whenever you do have a recount and it's 0.5%, it automatically kicks in. Otherwise, a candidate would have to pay for the recount to occur. Now, whenever that recount occurs, which is not unlike what we saw in June of 2010, when there was a small separation between Dr. Robert Bentley and Tim James to see who would get in the runoff with Bradley Byrne, who was the lead vote getter in the 2010 Republican primary. There was a separation of about 168 votes, 167 votes, I think it was, when it started. And after the recount was over, there was like 168 or 169 votes separating. Actually, Governor Bentley ended up gaining 1 or 2 votes in the recount process. When you use the equipment that we use, when you use the equipment that Florida uses, you're not going to get a differentiation of enormous proportions. You might get 1 or 2, 3 or 4 votes that are going to be different, but in a statewide recount and the margin changed by 1 or 2 votes, that tells you all you need to know. When you use the equipment that is secure and safe, that has the reader, that whenever the ballot meets the standard for submission into the equipment and it's read again, you do count each and every ballot, then you see what the results are. And you're just not going to get a change. I mean, it's not like you're going to find a dozen, 3 dozen, 200 different votes that are going to change the margin of victory for one candidate over the other. That it just is.
So
the likelihood of that happening is infinitesimal.
So
wow, that John.
So
throwing
John,
down a word there, you certainly not going. You're certainly not going to find tens of thousands of votes.
So John, what does that say when we see totals changing by 5,000, 10,000 votes at a time?
Oh no, Rick Scott went from 60,000 lead now to 12.
Yeah, I can tell you what it means. It means that there's something going on that's nefarious. That's exactly what it means. It means that there's a problem with the administration of the elections in that particular location. It means that we need some supervision down there with some people with authority who will make sure that when these people are doing what they're doing, that they have to pay the price for misleading the people of the state of Florida.
You're saying with your expertise and in being involved in recounts, if you hear a 10 vote difference, you go, yeah. But if you hear 10,000, you're like, what?
Exactly. They are feeding new ballots into the equation now. They are feeding new results into the equation now. That's why the numbers are changing.
Where do they say these votes are coming from? I keep hearing, hey, we found a box.
Yeah, we found the mail-in votes. We found the
Shouldn't they be secured though, in some place under lock and key?
Exactly right.
They shouldn't be in the back of a truck in a basement in somebody's pickup truck and. Yeah. Right? I mean, am I missing something?
In the stomach of an alligator they just cut open?
Right.
Not transported by a private individual or a private authority. There's a standard that has to be adhered to. If that standard
35 minutes past. Let's go. Somebody say it. Bring it in. Bring all your troubles. I'm gonna lay it on down. So you've been updated on that. We mentioned the Hunter Biden thing in passing. We'll probably pick that up again with more details later. But again, the rescue, we do have confirmation at least some of the people are still alive, but the rescue attempt could be successful, but the odds are not very high, but we'll see. Relief factor right here. I mean, let's talk about the people in the audience that have tried this and it's worked for you. The majority of the people, this is what you need to know, the majority of the people that order the Quick Start Pack from Relief Factor, it does the job. They experience either life-changing relief or some relief, and they're doing it naturally. And you know, because everything we do, you're like, well, if I do this, like I do need pain management, but I don't want to be addicted to some sort of opioid. Well, I've got the over-the-counter pain stuff, and they serve a purpose. But if I end up having to take this every day, now I'm going to have problems with my liver or problems with some other vital organ.
Hello, liver.
And so statins, they have some side effects if you have to take those for too long. But then there's a relief factor. It's 4 botanicals. We've known these things help the body naturally with the inflammatory response, and these researchers were working on anti-aging is what they were working on, and they discovered this works with really anyone who's struggling with inflammation that's causing pain. So we hope that it is going to work for you like it has for so many. I take it every day. I see great results. ReliefFactor.com. rrickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, a couple of things yesterday we'll hit. So we have been trying for years to come, get answers on so many things. We
The search, Rick, continues.
And some of the things that we've done, they're not like, you know, the world is waiting, you know, for us to come up. We haven't come up with a cure to the common cold or anything like that. You know, we've done some things that I'm kind of proud of, like removing the term "what you know good," you know, and I thought we did that very well. We're trying to get people to say "couldn't care less" as opposed to "could care less," And so, you know, there's a lot of projects that we've worked on. We take Father's Day and get it to the same level as Mother's Day.
Yeah.
But one thing we've tried to do is try to get an answer on left lane people.
Yeah.
We don't understand them. We've studied them for, years. And they are a perplexing bunch. Now here's
Rick, I don't like to be the left lane. If
No,
I'm ever in the left lane and somebody's come up and I can tell they won't. Man, it bothers me. I go, how'd I let them get so close to me? And but some people seem to just be absolutely have no concept that they're blocking the left lane.
I have done this, and I don't have any
it.
problem with these people, and I call these people the daydreamers.
Yeah,
you
they must
just
be.
you just had something on your mind, and you oh my goodness, what do I do? And then you notice it and you move. No fault on those people whatsoever. We all can be guilty of that. But the defiant left laner I don't get are the left laner that can't seem to be aware of what they're doing. I don't know whether they're being defiant to get some jolly off of it. I don't know what it is. They don't understand the left lane thing. They think it's just 2 lanes and you can have whatever lane you want. But yesterday I did some research because it sounded like it happened to Bubba too. It seemed like yesterday, I don't know if – I know it couldn't have been anything – you know, we had Juneteenth on Monday, okay? And then was Tuesday some sort of left lane celebration where everybody driving the left – you know, was there something I didn't know about? Was this some sort of thing? And so I didn't just have them doing this in normal places where they were doing it everywhere. And so here's what I noticed and I tried to get you a percentage, Speedy, and you, Bubba, Helms, because I know we talked about it. I'm going to use the number 5.
Okay.
Out of 5 left laners that I experienced yesterday, 3 of them were playing with their phone.
Okay.
And that's why they didn't know. That's why they were in their own little stupid world, in their left lane world, and they didn't know what was going on. And you always notice that back in the old days before cell phones, we thought any kind of tilt in the driver was drunkenness.
Right.
Or they were sleepy.
Right.
Now when you see a car kind of drift and you see it and its speeds are all over the road, they're usually looking and goofing off with their phone.
Right.
And it's really bad.
Yeah.
So 3 out of 5 yesterday, I ruled them out as their problem is they simply will not realize that while we're all driving, unless it is an emergency, if you're just scanning and looking at reels and just farting around with your cell phone, you are the problem.
Yeah.
Now, the problem on interstates is you back traffic up.
Yeah.
And you really affect people's lives. So and then 2 of the 5 are the ones that I think none of us will ever understand. There was no reason whatsoever for them to be out there, and they just would not move. They seemed defiant. They weren't playing with their phones. Now, you're wondering, Rick, how did you find this out? Well, for our research, what I did is I said, I will find a way to get up beside these people. I must know. And so what I would do, even if I just had a slot where I could jump in the right to get up even with them, even though I couldn't get by them, I would do it anyway. You know, because there's a car in front. There's a car in front of me.
Yeah.
I would do it anyway, and literally, I said, "Go ahead, Rick. It's going to bother you, and you may even end up having to put your brakes on and them go by. Then you get in again and be in a worse situation. But Rick, you're doing this for the good of mankind.
Right.
You're almost.
Thank you for giving and sacrificing.
Yes, thank you.
So
Rick.
and it burned me a few times, but I had to know.
Yeah.
And when you go up there, and I will tell you this idea that we had to put the phone at eye level looked good on paper. It just gives these idiots an excuse. They think, well, I must be fine to look at it because it's at eye level, but they don't understand why they're looking at it. This is the problem with distraction. While they're looking at it, their speeds are all over the road. They're drifting because you can't look out the window. You don't even aware how fast you're going while you're staring. You're getting in the world of that phone, and it's highly dangerous, as we know. But I want to tell you the reason why it seems like left laneness has gotten worse, not better. It's the ad of the phone people. The phone people are now part of the problem. 3 out of 5.
Well, I'm glad you did this study. I came
Most-
up on
a
a
lot of them
couple
are phone
yesterday, and I thought for a second maybe they have a disability. They can't see out of the corner of their eye, where they can't see the side
Right,
mirrors where
right,
people,
right.
or maybe they can't look up. They got a stigmatism or something where they can't. There's a blind spot where they look in the rearview mirror. Maybe they can only see forward.
Right.
But
Something.
I don't know, because you come up on them and they don't even look left or right. They just still looking forward, like they just oblivious. I don't know.
Why don't? Let me ask
I don't
you this though:
understand it.
if you're going to play with your phone, which is very dangerous,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you do it in the right lane?
Right. That's what
Where there's no pressure.
Well, because I'm playing with my phone, I don't even know I'm in the left lane. I'm that.
I was going to say the same thing, but I didn't know if we were allowed
Yeah,
to talk
that-
like
I-
that.
you know what? Let's get it out there. Get it out there.
I'm like you, Bubba.
Get it out there.
If you go, we're never going to get to a point where we tell people you don't mess with your phone and them not.
Well, I'll tell you what I
Okay?
do.
So just get in the right lane, mess with it.
If I get a text, I kid you not, I'm telling you the truth. If I get a text and it is a, hey, I'm here, and is this the right place? Or hey, there's been a change on the time. Hey, you know this. Hey, I'm here. What was I supposed to get?
Hey,
I will get over in the right lane, and I will slow down and kind of get and looking up, and I'll return the whatever. Yes, that's right, or this is the one you need, and then I get back up and give him the left. Now I will tell you another thing that I noticed. In this, so I'm trying to figure out how we can help traffic. Mergers. All right, two things I'm going to say on mergers. I don't know if we don't teach this. If I'm merging and I want to keep with the flow of the traffic, and you are in the right lane, meaning you and I'm going to run out of lane, and you have a clear left lane, you're supposed to get over and let me merge. You don't just stay there where I run into the gravel or have to stop.
Right.
Now, if you have somebody beside you and you can't get over, that's fine, and I'll make that adjustment. There's nothing you can do there. Don't put yourself in danger. But if the left lane's wide open, get over and let us merge. Other thing, if there is room and the traffic is flowing and you're the merger, okay, you're not the mergee, you're the merger. As best you can, barring a situation where all the lanes are full and you've run out of lane, you must not stop.
No.
You have to keep going.
Yeah.
We don't stop. This is not a stop sign. Okay? Merging is not stopping.
No.
Sometimes you may have to because some idiot has run you into the gravel and you've run out of lane. I got that. I've been there. Had that happen to me yesterday. But I just threw up gravel and then went by and gave the guy a bad look when I went back around the other side. But if you're merger, get with the flow of the traffic. If you're the mergee, get over and let us in if you can get over safely to the other lane.
Right.
So I noticed that. I wish somehow, I don't know, is there any way I could be king of traffic?
I don't know.
And everybody has to come hear what I have to say.
Why-
and
why-
then if they don't abide by it, we jail them. I don't know what
While
to
you're
do.
on the
Put them
merging-
in work prisons. I don't know what to do.
While you're on the merging topic, if I
Sidewinder
don't mind,
missiles might
this
come
is
in.
not interstate or ramp talk. This is just turning lane talk. My favorite too is that I'm at a turning lane, and now I'm just going to stop at the intersection when I have a merging lane that lengthens on the road I'm trying to get on, which allows you to get up to speed and then get over.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stop at the intersection with that merging lane wide open. No, see, it's designed to turn right and then get to that, go on down that merging lane a little bit, and then get over. If you have to stop there, but don't stop back at the intersection.
No, that's what I mean. It's terrible. Another thing, I don't know who brought this European trash to our country, the roundabout.
Oh, boy.
I don't. The same people that brought soccer are now bringing the roundabout. We're Americans. We don't do roundabouts. What in the world's a roundabout doing in Cleveland, Alabama? We don't know how to do roundabouts. We don't like roundabouts. I don't want roundabouts.
Well, let me say this.
That's European trash, and we brought it over from Europe, and now we're roundabouting. I don't want it. Well, we're not roundabouting.
If you can't merge, if you don't know how to merge,
put them in a roundabout.
both sides of that, there's no way you can work a roundabout.
I hate roundabouts. I hate them.
That's like saying you can't drive a car. Here's a 747.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right. You think our drivers can handle roundabouts?
No, let's get 2 block. You're standing there.
It's European trash. Did you know that John Thomas's grandfather invented the roundabout?
Did he really?
All right.
No, I think
That's
they have.
true.
I think they have their place in low. If it's a low traffic area, it's fine. But when you have a lot of people trying to get in, it's a nightmare.
It is. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is breached or compromised, then those votes need to be disallowed without any additional discussion. Period.
John, let me ask you this, and I know you don't even want to think this way. As an American, I don't.
But let's just say we were doing a TV show, and it was about stealing an election. And we called you and said, John, we need to know the anatomy of how someone could steal an election. Would this be fair to say we would find a county that we know is heavily populated for our candidate or our party to start with? Is that a good start?
I'd say that'd be a good start.
And then we would have the numbers not available at the time they're supposed to be available until we could see all the other numbers and find out how short we are.
You got that right.
And then we would mysteriously have a problem getting our numbers in on time, but we kept finding other ballots.
You are exacting the formula. And let me tell you something. Bill, look, when you're talking about moving forward in a process like this, if we saw a situation like this introduced in any one of our 67 counties, immediately when it was introduced, we would dispatch a team down there. And it would not just be a team of election officials. It would be a team of election officials accompanied by lawyers and law enforcement, because we want to make sure that any investigation that needs to start would begin immediately when this information was introduced to us, with reports being written, with evaluations being introduced, with assessments being introduced. You've got to make sure that you are solid in the information that you're receiving, because if not, the stories can change, the environment can change, the tallies can change. I mean, how in the world would they let us believe that they've had 50,000 new ballots introduced and all of them just happen to go to Senator Nelson?
That just seems impossible.
I mean, realistically?
Yeah.
So you're saying somebody's got writer's cramp because they're filling out those little dots? Somebody in the back room?
I mean, if they came in and you saw that they kept up with how the percentages turned out and they reflected that in that county, you might go, okay, well, maybe they did find a box.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
when the percentages go to 100%, they...
Now, I know that Governor Scott has filed a lawsuit. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to secure all these ballots so they can be looked at, or
yes,
how do we?
They are, and they're
how
trying
are they?
To make sure that the rule of law is being followed. And this is the concern: is that whenever you have situations like this introduced, you've got to make sure you've got strong and keen legal minds that are experts in election law, that know what needs to happen in the area of election law. You know, my friend Ben Ginsburg was he was the point man lawyer for George Walker Bush in Bush v. Gore 2000. And he's with a law firm, Jones Day, in Washington, D.C. These people make a living in ensuring that we have safe and secure elections. Now, there are Democrat lawyers that are the same way. That's what their responsibilities are. But when you start to change the game because your team's behind, you start to change the rules because your team's behind, that's a problem for everybody. And the fact that it continues to occur in the same state, in the same area, is not acceptable.
Thank you, John Merrill. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. John, thanks for your insight.
That was.
Thank you very much.
That was. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We got Ken Solo and who can take the phone calls. We got a phone bank lined up and ready to go. Catching phone calls. Wednesday Bible study back today. Revelation 14. We'll probably do verses 1 through 5 today. As we walk through the Revelation, catch it live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, and the archive available soon after on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Wiley is standing by. It looks like that says Echo, Alabama. Is that what that says? So go ahead, Echo, Alabama. Wiley, go ahead.
Yep. Yes, sir. Echo, Alabama, remote Dale County, Ozark and Abbeville.
You know, I love this show and people from all. I've never heard of that place in my whole life, and I've lived in Alabama since they brought me in there and handed me to my daddy.
Well, you know, Alabama just passed a law this legislative session that prevents people from using their cell phone, holding it in their hand while driving. So. But that, and we passed a good lane use law 2 or 3 years back. Yeah. It limits the amount of time you can be in the left lane.
Yeah, they're not enforcing that.
Say,
yeah, they're not enforcing that. I got pulled over for it one time. It's like some guy I think was excited about it. Of course, I was going fast out there, and he said you can't stay out there that long. And I'm like, well, I'm still passing folks. But he said if you can get over, you can only stay out there so long. And I said I appreciate that, and I hope y'all will keep enforcing that. But they don't.
Apparently not.
Because we've got a lot of our traffic problems on interstates is because of left laners, and I know we probably I think we have more left laners than we have law enforcement. There's just no way to do it.
They're just overrunning the process.
I don't know how you would ever enforce it, because it'd be like walking over to an ant bed saying you're going to arrest all of them.
Yeah.
With little bitty tiny hands.
The drivers I really want to interview are when it goes from 2 to 3 lanes and they go to the left lane from there too. Yeah. It's like, okay, so really?
You know where I live, and this is, by the way, this is 8 out of 10. I've researched it. If I'm coming down where I live on this road called Valleydale.
Okay.
It's just what you're talking
about.
Yeah. Well, when you get on down there almost to the interstate, it opens up to 4 lanes.
Yeah, it does.
Every 8 out of 10 times, the slow idiot in front of me, when we finally get from 2 to 4, we'll stay in the left lane.
That's amazing to me.
You Nimrod.
What are we
doing? Do you not realize this is my moment? I've been waiting on this since Zaxby's. You know what I mean? And you gotta go over there, and the fury that just rises up in you. It's not healthy. It's not healthy.
No.
What little world? By the way, a guy did that yesterday, playing with a cell phone.
I don't like to hold the
buddy.
grocery line up. I apologize to people I'm holding up. Hey, I'm sorry, we're having problems up here.
And keep in mind,
I don't see how they do it.
And keep in mind, it's not healthy. I know that I'm part of the problem, because I realize, and I've told y'all this, and it's true. I think that I would try to make good time to my beheading. We will behead you at noon, and I'd walk up and say, "Got here at 11:45."
Did all I could do.
Right.
Did all I could do.
I'm still in a hurry. I'm in a hurry when I don't even need to be.
I don't get it.
I just like to make good time. I don't like to do that.
Sam, I am.
All right, so let's go to Sam in Kentucky. Sam, go ahead.
I got a good intersection for you. We got roundabouts up here, and the hillbillies don't know how to use it.
European trash.
We also have exactly. We also have what's called a double diamond crossover. Okay, look at it this way. You're in the southbound lane of one of the main arteries going out of Lexington. Mm-hmm. You come to New Circle Road, which is a bypass. Basically, it's a circle around Lexington. You kind of weave into the northbound lane, but there's a light there, okay? The on-ramp to the bypass is free to go at any time. When you get to that red light, just on the other side of the bridge, under the bridge, the northbound traffic gets a green light, and they get to swerve over into the southbound lane or the northbound lane, and then they swerve back in. There's lights at all corners, but still.
I am so confused.
I was about to say, if anybody on this,
I just had a head-on collision.
If anybody's on this team still with Sam, I will continue. But I left way back.
I don't know if I'm going north to south.
Yeah, I'm in the roundabout.
Exactly. Try to explain it to a bunch of rednecks. Bubba 7-3s. I'm glad you're doing okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I stopped listening. I tried hard for about 25% of it.
Yeah, I was proud of you.
Yeah, At one point, I thought, no, probably not there for lunch. Let's continue. Jessica Andalusia, 1077 in Sweet Home, Alabama. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Jessica.
Hey, so there's just two little things that I want y'all to help us get the word out down here to the rest of the world. You know, they like to come through Andalusia to go to the beach. The whole world does. And when you get to River Falls, I just want everybody to turn left. And don't turn right and turn around and avoid our last little poles that we've put up down here. Just turn left and go on to the beach. And then when you get down to 137 and you're going to turn to go to Florida, on your way back, on your way home, I want y'all to stop at 137 before you get back coming towards Andalusia, and just don't merge off. Now just stop, look both ways, and turn right and go back home. Just do what we've set up for y'all, and just help us get that word out, because, you know, we just want everybody to be safe. We appreciate their money coming in here and buying gas in Andalusia, but we just need folks to do right.
Okay. There you go. All right.
There it is.
Let's go to Dalton in Prattville, I-92. Go ahead, Dalton.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba. This is Dalton from Prattville.
Hey.
Yep, that's why I said it. Go right ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask, I heard y'all talking about traffic, and I wanted to say, down here in Prattville, we got bicyclists. Now, I want to say, I dabble in some cycling myself, all right? Ain't nothing wrong with a cycling. But when these folks get to cycling on the old highways and in the curves, what are we supposed to do when I'm driving the speed limit and they're cycling halfway in the highway and a car's coming around the curve? What do we do? Who dies? That's my question. Just who's supposed to die?
You know, we had to deal with that this weekend some too.
I don't get it.
I understand that the bike people, and they come out in numbers and lobby their city councils and all this stuff, but I wouldn't want to be on the highway with a bicycle.
No.
But you're on a 2-lane country road, and I have to deal with it one place I go. And there was a bunch of them. I mean, there was looked like 100 of them out
dangerous.
there, and you can't get around them.
So dangerous.
They're not going fast enough, and you got people coming up on your rear end. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Bike paths are great. You can't have them everywhere, but just for the safety of the cyclists, if you don't have a bike path and it's a curvy road with no shoulder, I just don't get it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hot chocolate.
That's a good one.
I can take a little mug.
That's a little toe tapper.
I'll take a little mug of hot chocolate right now.
Rick, do you remember back when you used to get the albums with a bunch of different cuts
Yes,
on
sir.
it?
Sound Explosion.
Sound Explosion.
Cut 2.
Yeah,
Side 1.
Remember, we used to get all those albums. It would have a bunch of different cuts.
I thought Hit Machine was okay, but it was no Sound Explosion.
Hit Machine had Rock and Roll All Night and Party Every Day. I'll give you that.
Sure.
But Sound Explosion was
Sound
definitely
Explosion.
I had one that had Kiss on it with Christine 16, and it had Foreigner, Cold as Ice. I can't remember what the name of that one was, but they all had that same, genre, and then they started numbering them, I think. You had Sound Explosion 6.
You're right. Well,
see, now when my kids were growing up, it was called Now 1, Now 2, and it was the same thing. It was a bunch of things.
Boy, the thing that gets me about that is how in the world did they work out everybody's check?
I know.
How did they agree to it in that day and time?
What
to
a
get
mess.
that done?
Well, we got a friend right now that's trying to work on.
A friend.
I had a friend work on a men's devotion, and his idea, which is a great idea, is to get men from all over the country in different fields to all contribute a devotion. And I told him, I said, well, good luck with that circus, that circus act. And it has been a circus.
Yeah.
I said, you got everybody's commitments. Somebody's got a publishing deal over here. Somebody's got this. Somebody, well, I don't know if I can do that. And I got this other thing. I said, dude, it's a great idea, but it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
At one point, you're going to wake up and say, I'll just write things myself.
Yeah.
And which I know, I understand the intrigue of it, and I understand how wonderful it can be, but he's still trying to land that plane. But
tough to get that one on the old tarmac.
Of course, back in the old days, you had like 3 major companies that owned everything.
That's true.
So it was probably a little easier.
Yeah, that's true. And now
the artists didn't get crap.
No. Well, and now the times we're living in now, you don't have to go through any of those people.
That's true.
I watched an interview last night with. I told Bubba I saw Dan Aykroyd being interviewed by Dan Rather, and he talked.
Weird.
Well, he talked about that. He talked about what you had to go through to get movies out and stuff. Now, and he said, now, you get together and put together a product you think's pretty good. You throw it out there on YouTube. You don't have to. You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk to all these people. And if people like it, they'll fire it up and there it'll go.
That's what I can't figure out about the music industry now, because used to, when you had those deals, the artist really got the shaft on a lot of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And now, we have a lot of those people out of the way, and the artists still are not getting paid much, according to them.
Yeah, well,
because now everybody's downloading your music and everything.
Right. Yeah. At one time, it was all bad deals you signed. Now it's just because it's so consumer friendly. There's just not a whole lot to be made there. You're mainly trying to getting people to like your product now, so that they'll go see you live.
But let's just say, what does iTunes sell a song for now? What is it?
99 cents. Depends on the song. Yeah, it depends on the song.
Yeah, but I mean,
$1.29, 99.
Ended about from
just go $1. Just go $1.
Yeah, doesn't it somewhere land about $1 in the middle?
So how does that break down? Who gets that $1?
I have no idea.
I mean, iTunes is going to get their cut, obviously.
Yeah, I really don't know. So
you got the people performed it, the songwriter, publishing rights. I mean, it's all kind of
a lot of hands
now.
In there.
Yeah, with the with that new bill that Trump signed, that everybody wanted apparently. The engineers and everything get a cut too. So
yeah.
Well, and Bubba, what about the new monthly plans that they have? How do you cut that?
Yeah, if you pay, what is that a month? I don't.
It depends on the service, but all of them have
Apple
it now.
Music. Just say Apple. What is it a month?
Speedy, are you on the family plan with that? How much is that?
$14.99.
Okay, so somebody's getting a cut of that too.
So you can play anything in their library for that. Mm-hmm. How do they decide how much goes to Warren Zevon and how much to Michael Jackson?
Do they go off the plays? That they're.
I know.
There it is, right there.
Is this it?
Mm-hmm. There's a $1.29 song right there on iTunes. Label 60 cents.
Oh, that's good, Adler. That's a good graphic right there.
Apple 40 cents. Recording artist 20 cents. Songwriter 9 cents.
So the
you
label.
think the songwriter would get more, but I guess not.
The label's still getting a good cut of it. It looks like 60 cents.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
Now, how does it break down?
Now, if
Adler, let's see if you can do.
Correct me if I'm right.
on the monthly plan.
The bill that passed, wasn't their music up to a certain date that they didn't have to pay any royalties?
Yeah, 72.
And that's what he changed, right?
Yeah.
Well,
that
that's
was
part of it.
Part of it. Yeah. They go back past 72 now.
Yeah.
That's why all those guys that were, hits in the 60s and all were up there talking about it.
Yeah,
they love it.
Seven minutes past. Get some shelter. We need shelter, baby. Somebody say. from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, on various platforms. However you are here today, we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, Helmsy Adler, Rick and Bubba University interns, Alapuka, Camsola, banging out a degree in common sense that now considered a superpower. The real Greg Burgess out today. I'm not making this up. He's literally delivering puppies, trying to get rid of all them in return.
Not bringing them into the world, but he's dropping them
He's
off.
actually going out. Let me tell you this. Lisa and Greg's puppy farm, they are full service. They will not be outserved. Yeah, they're not like other puppy farms.
Nope.
They'll bring them to you. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well. Hunter Biden. We mentioned it in passing, just kind of a little skim. Now we'll unpack. Now, we've got all kinds of audio and video of things that have been said. We do have one down here on 2C that we'll get to. Do y'all think we should play the old stuff first?
Yeah, let's kind of set it up.
And then get people commenting on the plea agreement that's actually happened?
Yeah, let's kind of walk through it in chronological order.
All right, so first of all, here's Hunter Biden himself back in April of 2021 letting us know that he is completely innocent. So here we go.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared.
Can I tell all of you this? Who throws out, I'm 100% certain on anything? 100%. You realize that leaves no room for error. That means what you just said, you're guaranteeing us is going to happen. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. I don't know that I'm 100% certain about anything other than that. I've been redeemed. Yep. And that Christ is coming back.
Jesus is Lord, and then everything else is kind of hit and miss.
Redemption, death, and taxes.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can count on those.
Well, and that Brian Gunn will do a lesson from the Old Testament. All right. So listen. The good stuff though. Yeah. So he's wrong, because even though he's not going to be punished severely, he did not come out of this 100% clear.
The whole thing. We'll get to that.
Let's get to that.
Yeah.
Here's the leader of the free world. This was just back in May. This wasn't that long ago. When we get lectured by our president about thinking his son has done anything wrong. Here we go.
First of all, my son's done nothing wrong. I trust him. I have faith in him, and it impacts my presidency by making me feel proud of him.
That's more delusional than the coach who's playing his kid who's not as good as everybody else.
Right.
Okay, that is.
I tell you, I've heard it. We all know what daddy ball is.
Yeah, but
that is daddy ball to a level unprecedented.
Hello. Hello, Daddy Goggles.
That is. Do you think? But see, you said something earlier off the air, and I had to get my mind wrapped around that, about how he'll be pardoned by his dad, and you were saying, would you pardon your son even if you knew they were guilty? And I said, well, it's according to what my son did. And he said, no, you're Joe Biden. I said, oh, if I'm Joe Biden, of course I do. I said, as a matter of fact, if I'm Joe Biden, I pardon him because I'm in on it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're partners in all this.
Well, apparently, he's not going to have to worry about that.
Two
misdemeanors.
So that's two wrongs that we got, even though it's so. And then now we get into. This is ABC's Jonathan Karl.
Yeah, the third charge is a felony, but he is entering a workaround program to get around that if he meets certain conditions.
But
I'll explain.
But what I like, and this is why I think we have some pretty good confidence that even the left doesn't want Biden.
Right.
Jonathan Karl is going to say what we just heard the president say he was wrong, and that's been proven he was wrong. So here we go.
He insisted. He said, as recently as last month, my son did nothing wrong. Well, now his own Justice Department has entered into a plea agreement where his son has pled guilty to 2 crimes, and has been charged with a third crime, a felony. So clearly, his son did something wrong.
So that's ABC.
It's just nice to hear somebody say it.
Right.
Yeah. As opposed to the usual, we did nothing wrong. It was Trump's fault.
And here's CNN letting us know that Hunter Biden has agreed to plead guilty. And here's their report when that must have been hard for them to say. But here we go.
We have some breaking news coming in. John, let me get over to you.
All right, Kate, thanks so much. The breaking news is this: a major development in the federal investigation into Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden. Let's get right to Kara Scannell for details on this. Kara, I understand there is a plea agreement. What have you learned?
Yeah, John, this 5-year-long investigation now coming to a head. We have learned from new court filings at the U.S. District Court here in Wilmington, Delaware, that Hunter Biden has agreed to plead guilty to multiple criminal charges. I'm going to walk you through this. One of these charges involves, these are 2 counts of failing to file tax returns in a timely fashion. Those are misdemeanors. He's also going to plead guilty to a charge of a firearm offense. This is the possession of a firearm while you are addicted to a controlled substance. Now, the firearm offense is going to be diverted. And what that means is that if he meets certain conditions, that charge will go away. This will be over a set period of time. Otherwise, it's the tax misdemeanor charges that he has been charged with.
And
What a
there
joke.
we go.
5 years for that.
CBS is going to be talking about how this plea agreement will be very controversial. Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, it's controversial right now on the show. So,
Yes,
so
it is.
here's CBS.
I can tell you, having covered this for several years now, that this is likely to be a very controversial plea agreement, especially with Republicans on Capitol Hill. Over the last few years, not only in the House but in the Senate, their investigators have raised very serious questions about these business deals with Chinese nationals, as well as this Ukraine energy firm, Burisma. And then more recently, we've had whistleblowers come forward. An IRS whistleblower spoke on the record with CBS News, as well as whistleblowers from the Justice Department have gone to Capitol Hill complaining that this investigation has been slow-walked and that standard investigative procedures have not been followed. So this may just be the beginning of the story in many respects.
Keep in mind, we have played for you that we have not played one Fox clip, not one.
No.
We have played CNN, ABC, and CBS. That's the level of this. And then the final thing, then we'll come back and unpack it. This is Hunter Biden's lawyer saying he can't recall about being asked about Hunter's laptop by federal investigators, and of course the reporter wants to know how can you not know that? All right, so here we go.
Do you have any idea if Hunter Biden's laptop had anything to do with this investigation? Was it used?
I don't. No, I don't. I mean,
were you ever asked about it?
I can't recall being asked about it, to be honest with you. But there's nothing about the situation that's been filed that has a thing to do with the laptop.
Why not?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the prosecutors.
That is the biggest load of. Oh my God! He's not even a good liar. Did you see his eyes and his countenance when she asked him, "Can you recall this?" Of course he can recall it, and of course he knows.
Listen, the family court judge in Arkansas will get the pound of flesh. Just watch. she's the one that's got after it.
Well, your phone calls and our discussion. Hunter Biden is plea bargaining. Will this affect the Biden? Well, I mean, guys, Joe Biden can't run a second term. I don't even know why I'm even entertaining this ridiculous notion. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I hear you, bro. I'm a session bass player with a recording studio, and I wanted to shed a little light on that. Plus, I wanted to address the thing that y'all were talking about 2 weeks ago whenever y'all were talking about the bands that play on albums versus the bands whose name is on the album.
Yeah.
The way the recording thing works is I'll use Madonna as an example. Whenever she signed with Capitol Records, she got I think it was a $2 million signing bonus with Capitol, and that was to pay for all of her stage and all that stuff. So that when she went out on tour, she also got what's called 20 points towards the albums that are produced. So the way that works is the point is basically a cent. So for every dollar that an album sells, they get ever how many points of that dollar, ever how many cents of that dollar. And Madonna got 20 points, so she was getting 20 cents out of every dollar that was sold of the album. Now, where the artists actually make the bulk of their money is whenever they go out on tour, that money coming on the tour, once they pay for all the people and the sets and all that and transportation, they get that profit totally into them. The guys that are complaining about the not making any money is the fact that the albums are being downloaded free on the internet, and so they're not getting their percentage of the album from that. And that's what Lars Ulrich from Metallica was screaming about whenever the whole Napster thing was going on.
Yeah, I remember all that.
Right, but it's been shut down.
That's been remedied. And then now what Trump has signed into law is, like we said a minute ago, now these artists from old, there's no longer a cutoff date. They're all getting paid for their songwriting royalties and all of that, just as if it was released this week.
Absolutely. Now, on the bands that played for the bands, each, especially heavy back in the 70s and 60s, you had house bands, like up at Huntsville, USA in Motown. They had a house band called the Funk Brothers. Stax Records had their own group. Of course, at Muscle Shoals, you had the Swampers, and then out in California, you had a group called the Wrecking Crew. That was about 42 session players. Glenn Campbell was actually one of them. He was one of the guitar players.
Yeah, I saw that documentary. That's a great documentary.
Yeah,
I saw
incredible.
that. Yeah, really.
Yeah, the Wrecking Crew is a great documentary. If you want to see another great documentary, of course, the Muscle Shoals documentary.
Oh, great. Hired Guns. Hired Guns is great.
Hired Guns is about the guys that get hired to go out on tour with a particular artist, and that's very eye-opening. There's some really astonishing moments in there.
But I'm assuming, just for time, I'm assuming that if you're just a session player, it's almost like it's kind of a flat fee situation, right? I mean, when you're done with your part, here's your check. We thank you very much. There's no points. There's no royalties. There's no performance.
Right. In most recording studios, that's the case. Now, the session players get paid pretty well to go in and do what they do.
Oh, sure.
But the recording studio that I play at, I had a little more vested interest. The owner was a former session player, and he was a gigging artist, and whenever he brought me in, he gave everybody total autonomy for their parts. So we could be just as creative as we felt we wanted to be with a particular song. But I was getting paid a percentage of whatever the profit was of that album. I got a percentage of it. All of us, if you played on any song on that, you got a percentage of the profits of that. And then on top of that, and this is the bigger deal for musician, and that's in my humble opinion.
No, that is that is big.
Yeah. Well, and then on top of that, I got comp time. So if I spent 4 hours in
a little
the studio, I had
stack
4
up
hours of time I could
stack up a little studio time. That is good. Well, thanks for the clarity on that, and I appreciate that very much. And frankly, being someone who once was in the band world, I'm shocked that you're up at this time calling us.
Well, as like most people in the band world, I have a regular job.
That's right. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, guys. Y'all do a great job. God bless you.
Thank you. 21 minutes past the hour. TheManChurch.com on the road again this week. 2 locations, same day, June 25th, this Sunday night. First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. This is, they're getting to the end of curriculum number 2. So they've been 80 weeks almost in curriculum, and this is their next man church as they gather now for the High Challenge. Tony Cooper. You remember him, retired now with Jimmy Hell Mission, and he got some incredible stories. We went over his message yesterday. Men in Columbus, Mississippi at First Baptist Church, y'all are in for a treat Sunday night with Tony Cooper. I'll be headed to Lake, Mississippi, First Baptist Church, Lake, Mississippi, Sunday night. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with a group of churches from that area, and I'll be speaking to them on Sunday night. All those can be found at themanchurch.com under events. So one thing that Adler said, there's one more clip. I didn't realize that there's been actually questioning of the president after the plea deal has been talked about. And Adler, tell us what's happening here.
So he is speaking to a panel of people. Biden is going to try to shuffle all the members of the press out. Some of the members of the press are going to start yelling at Biden.
Yep.
As the news of this is breaking yesterday, and his response is pretty great.
Sure.
More from this group because I have a lot to learn, and we also have a lot to discuss. So I'd like to ask the press to leave the room. Thank you for coming in.
There's that stupid Simone.
Look, Gavin.
He's ready.
You know what? There's something funny about that.
I'm very proud of my son.
You know, there's the normal parent delusional goggles that we talk about. It's okay to say that, you know, all of us, our kids don't always do the right thing. And it's okay to say, look, I'm not going to write him off. I hope he can get his life together. We still love him. But, you know, if he's done anything wrong,
we're going to walk with him through this time.
He's got to pay the price for
it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
there is something funny, and I know what
funny.
artificial intelligence is, and you saw the same thing I did. You have Gavin Newsom and President Biden, and I don't know who these other guys are here, but and over it says meeting on artificial intelligence.
It's hilarious.
Like there's no real intelligence there. It's all artificial.
You know what it looks
That's
like?
good.
That looks like, seriously, the Babylon Bee put that together. and that's really happening.
It really is.
That's really happening.
Good
well,
night.
and that's C-SPAN.
That's a pretty shot.
So I want you to know we're yet to play a clip from Fox News. We're not playing any clip from Buck and Clay, you know, Speedy's brothers. I mean, we're not playing any of that. This is all usually media sources that coddle and protect any Democrat in modern day. And I think they're even like, I don't know. We can only look foolish so much.
Yeah.
It is factual that Hunter Biden has done things that are illegal. That is a fact. So is anybody going to ask, and somebody did, we're trying to ask the president, you told us that he didn't do anything wrong, so that really isn't right.
Do you want to amend the answer to that question?
What say you, leader of free world? So it's ugly, but I will say this, and it's a lesson to learn. We've allowed our version of the ruling class. We've allowed it. It's on us. Remember, anything that gets public dollars will always look like the current state of the government, and the current state of the government will always look like the people in this country. But then when they close themselves off where they're not held accountable by the people anymore, they now become a ruling class. And the ruling class will always live under different rules than those of us that aren't the ruling class. That's been going on since the fall of mankind, and ever since we decided to have earthly kings and earthly governments, they live under different rules than we do. Now, it's best that you go ahead and learn how to cope with that, because that's not going to change. It's not. And that's okay. But you just got to know. That's why you got to be real careful who you give this power to. That's why. So we'll see what happens. So, Bubba, where do you think this heads?
Well, obviously, I think there's a lot more going on with the Biden family.
Oh.
And this was hey, see, we did something to a Democrat.
Yes.
That's really what this was. I mean, I was hoping that they would do something, or I mean, now, and again, in our country, if you're a Republican, you think the Bidens are guilty and Trump has been framed. If you're a Democrat, you're right opposite. So, you know, again, I think we've got to have some intellectual honesty here on what's being done and who's doing it. And we need a, kind of a nice even playing field for everybody.
I think
who's against that?
We well, that's not going to happen, but it is a nice thought though. And I'll come over and ride the unicorn with you throughout the little Dr. Seuss trees and the cartoon. But I will say this: I think what's 100% right, and we've been predicting this. The left, they do not believe in Biden, and you just said it. He is a sacrificial lamb for them. And they're like, look, if we ever want to start showing the world that we're not biased, this is the guy for us to show to pretend we're not biased, because none of us want him to run again anyway. So he doesn't hold any value, and we can get rid of him.
I just physically don't see how he is going to
one finish this term, much less run for another. I just don't see
It's not possible, Bubba. I mean, he can't mentally and maybe physically even do that. It's almost like silly to even pretend otherwise. So the Democrats know that, and that's why you see them. You know, I don't know that any of us. I don't know that Kennedy. I don't know what they're going to do with Kennedy. But I think I'm in your camp. I think they want Gavin Newsom. Now again, when I have to
why? It's another question.
Now, when I sit down and I have to say, all right, so how do we keep everybody against us for saying the country is going to look like California?
Yeah.
But again, if you're a leftist, you may love California. Now, you hope you don't have to step in human dung, but you may love because what you'll do is you'll try to pretend like it's okay and ignore what's really happened.
Right.
So you may love all that. You may want the rest of the country to be like California and be like the soft tyranny governments of the socialistic countries in Europe. You may want that. That may be what you're after.
Well, I think I don't know if it'll be this election or the next, but I think we're set up for a generational change in our leaders.
Mm-hmm.
We had this before when JFK went in.
Mm-hmm.
We'd had FDR, we had Truman, we had Eisenhower. I mean, it was all these real old guys. Was smart. And as devoted as they were just old guys, and they looked like old guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody, JFK come across on TV.
That's
he looked
right.
good. People said, we got to have a change.
Yeah.
And no matter where you are on the political spectrum, I think we've kind of worked through this cycle of a bunch of old guys again. And I think a lot of people are wanting younger candidates, at least look younger.
I really think the Democrats, and I'm with you, because I don't think Kennedy is going to provide this because of the issues with his voice.
Right.
I think that the Democrats really would like to at least, and I'm almost with them on this, to be able to sit down and watch a presidential debate and not be uncomfortable. And
well, they're not going to have one.
At least the
See,
guy
they've said they're not having it.
At least Newsom can communicate. Now he can communicate, and me dislike him even more. But I have to admit, it's more comfortable to watch and if we could get a competent Republican that also can debate, it would be. At least you don't have to have Speedy use secondhand embarrassment people.
Yeah,
and
just find someone that's coherent.
Yeah, and just, I'd love to hear a couple of coherent people talk for a change.
Absolutely,
that would be great. And then we can disagree about their policies.
Right.
Phone calls are next. America, you can weigh in at 866 We Be Big. Alapuca Cam Solo ready to get you lined up, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have great confidence in our son.
Prosecutors think they have enough to charge your son Hunter for tax crimes and a false statement about a gun purchase.
I am not concerned about any accusations been made against him. I'm proud of my son. It's used to get to me.
And I had my son Hunter is the smartest guy I know.
He's a grown man.
He's probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone.
He is the smartest man I know. I mean, in pure intellectual capacity. This is a kid who got, not a kid, he's a grown man. He got hooked on drugs. As long as he's good, we're good. My younger son, Hunter Biden, stand up, guys. I'm proud of you. I'm confident that what he says and does are consistent with what happens. First of all, my son's done nothing wrong. By the way, this thing about a gun, I didn't know anything about it, but it turns out that when he made my application to purchase a gun, what happened was you get asked the question, are you on drugs, you use drugs? He said no. I trust him. I have great confidence in my son. I have faith in him. He's on the straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple of years now. And it impacts my presidency by making me feel proud of him. And I'm just so proud of him.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's an interesting world. And if you watch those documentaries, it's very eye-opening. I told you at one point I thought I'd come to the conclusion there actually are some periods of time in music where every single song you heard, the band was basically the same people.
Yeah.
And no matter what artist had it out there or what song it was those same people that produced it, and then they would put a band together to go on the road.
They're just sitting in there waiting on the next sheet music to come in, weren't they?
Well, there was nothing worse than those uncomfortable moments when somebody who's actually a band member, when the people doing the album have come to the conclusion that a studio musician is better than you. And so you can enjoy the road, but for us to get this down and get this done in here, we're going to have
need perfection.
We're going to have somebody else do it.
They said on the when Bon Jovi got put in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they put that bass player now that they've got that's been with them. You know, I don't know. Time flies. He wasn't in, and when they first hit, he wasn't in it, but they said he actually played on the records.
Even back then.
Even back then. That's why they went ahead and put him in.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and again, you know, we remember the famous Gene Simmons speech. There's the cut the guaranteed deals, and then there's we'll take percentage of the success of the tours, and you have to just kind of weigh out which one of those is the best deal.
Yep.
Sometimes guaranteed money looks good until the tour is like a huge success, and you realize you.
But if they flop,
yeah, it's all a decision. Now, I think now most of them are realizing because there's so much more money made on concert tours that are successful in merchandise that really that money is a pretty big piece of the pie. It's what you don't want is you don't want to go with percentage of deals on music sales that much because it doesn't amount to much. But you got to have the music out there for people to come see the concerts. Yeah. And for the consumer, there's more bands on the road right now than there has ever been.
Yeah.
Oh, from all eras.
Yeah.
I mean,
because if you remember back when there was so much money to be made on album sales and songwriting, and still songwriting still does a good job if you can get a big hit, but there would be times like a band as popular as like Steely Dan would not tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to tour. So they would just crank out albums, and that would.
They were glad to get a little money and hear them on the radio.
Let me tell you what you'll see now, though. They're out there.
Oh, yeah.
And so if you want to see a band live, I guess this is a good time to be in. And, of course, the consumption of music has never been easier.
Right.
Never been easier. I mean.
Thank you, Steve Jobs.
Well, I always say this. If you ever wonder if any technology is easy, just look to when I'm doing it. And when I'm doing it, you know it must be pretty easy.
Yeah. I'll never forget, and I can't remember which documentary it was about Steve Jobs, where he's sitting there and he's trying to get that Sony. I don't know if it was a Walkman or it was a CD that was playing in the thing. It wouldn't work right, and he was so mad about it because he couldn't hear it.
Those portable CD players were very iffy, very hit or miss.
Yeah.
You know, the CD didn't like to be jostled around.
Oh, I thought when you had a Walkman, you could put a cassette player in it. I thought that was a whole new world.
I loved it. I had one. I thought I was something.
But this is. You better believe it. 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in right now. We'll talk to you, America, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do you struggle with your confidence due to something? Let's just shoot you straight. Stank breath. Stank breath. It'll take your confidence away. I'm not confident. I'm afraid I have stank breath. Well, there's a lot of things out there you can do, but most of them, they're not very effective. They make you feel good for a couple of seconds, then you're right back to the discomfort. TheraBreath actually goes after the problem. These products are fantastic. You'll love them, and they even provide those lozenges. I carry them with me everywhere I go because you can have your breath fresh, and then all of a sudden, have something for lunch or dinner or drink a few cups of coffee, and then you're like, I think I'm back to stank breath. And so you pop that lozenge in, and there it goes. Also, it helps with dry mouth, which causes bad breath, too. So go to TheraBreath.com. All their products are there. They have things for healthy gums. Gum disease is a real problem. You want to be sure you're keeping your gums healthy. All of their products also, for our Hebrew friends, are declared and certified kosher. So you can go to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com. Or go to RickandBubba.com, and you'll find all the information you need there at the link. They are also available at retailers all over America. So look for those TheraBreath products. They actually go after the problem. Chrissy would like to try to explain something to us.
Uh-oh. Chrissy, help us out.
Chrissy says she is a left lane driver and would like to explain to us why. Okay. Chrissy, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
39 years ago, next month, I was in a horrific car crash in Center Point.
So sorry.
I wasn't but 16. And my whole spine is more crooked than a politician.
That's hilarious.
And-
Sorry to hear that, but that's a funny line.
It is.
Yeah.
I cannot be driving in the right-hand lane. I have minimal cartilage at 4, 5, and 6 in my neck. My back is just, it's just like a slinky if you pulled it out. My whole spine.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot stand the bouncing, the truck damage, and on the interstate, the bouncing up and down.
You're looking for a
travel.
smoother ride out there. You said the right lanes are bumpier.
Correct. That is exactly right.
Would you mind
And I do
Would you
drive
mind
a-
going fast and not go slow?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I do. I'm always late
that's-
for a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, that's fine as long as you'll keep the speed up.
But when you get somebody behind you that's wanting to pass,
You can
what do
move
you
over
do?
for a minute, can't you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, then you're
I
fine.
do. If somebody's go.
Yeah. Well, then you're okay. You're
And-
not a
and-
problem.
90?
Not only that, you're an outlier.
You are.
You're not the person that we're talking about.
Yeah.
There's very
Right,
few of you folks out there.
Yeah, you're a
You're an outlier.
responsible left laner. You got some reasons for left lane, but you keep the speed up and you move over if someone needs to get by. So really, Chrissy, you're not the problem.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you're in the situation you're in, but I thank you for taking on the responsibilities of a left laner.
Yeah.
And I'm really based on how you're describing your left laneness. I'm a left laner. I rarely am in the right. But I'm letting it eat, and I get over if somebody needs to get by me.
Yeah, I try to be
so-
real sensitive to somebody needing.
I'm thinking a
Yeah.
window sign might help. Bad spine. Give me a second.
Bad
But
spine.
not
bad,
only that.
something, bad spine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, something like that.
What is up with some of these highways where one lane is smooth as silk and the other feels like you're on a rocky road?
Normally the right lane should be the worst lane because more people are driving in it.
Okay.
Chip, Selma, Alabama.
Because if I'm only passing in the left lane, I'm not. The left lane should last
Good
a lot
morning.
longer than the right.
Yeah, I was going to argue with that lady, but
You shouldn't argue
That's
with
a good point.
She's handling her left lane is fine.
Yeah,
You
she's
calm
good
down.
I didn't like her story.
Eat your veggie omelet.
Yeah.
Do you think
Chip-
she really moves over or not?
I want to
sounds
believe
like
so because of her injury. She's getting some grace from me because of the injury, so I
Right.
want to believe that she handles it well. Chip, go ahead.
Good morning. May the peace of the Lord be with you all this morning.
Thank you, sir.
I need one of the Hunter Biden white privilege cards.
Yeah, the left always blames the right for not caring about white privilege. Hunter Biden may be the biggest
poster child
for white
Right,
privilege the world
exactly.
has
I mean,
ever
the
seen.
poster child.
Him and Joe's brother.
I agree.
If you've ever, and I know you have, and I have too, people who have encountered him on flights.
Oh boy,
they said he is a handle.
He thinks
and his opening card, his opening line is, "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah, he needs to get
that's the attitude.
He needs to get a shirt that says, "I'm part of the Biden mafia. Shut up and don't bother me."
Yeah.
And I better be treated like a king because I'm part of the ruling class because of my brother. We continue. Let's go to Jimmy, Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all?
Good. Great. Good.
Hey, Rick, listen, my brother in Christ, I love you,
Thank
but
you.
I am willing to die on the hill of roundabouts. Roundabouts are great.
You probably watch
The
soccer,
only
too.
thing you got to do. I hate soccer. I can't do soccer. I am American, baby. I love freedom, and I want the freedom to go. That's all you got to do in a roundabout is go. Just keep moving. If you're not going to hit somebody else, just go.
Okay, they're very confusing, and they make me apprehensive.
I don't mind them in
Yeah.
in a low volume neighborhood area.
Yeah.
Where I have a problem with them is where it's a high volume area.
Yeah.
Because and back to what you talked about before, if someone cannot merge onto a highway, they have no hope of working a roundabout.
Yeah, and have you ever tried to get the GPS to explain to you where you're supposed to be in the roundabout? I understand the design is supposed to be for the traffic to keep flowing, and I'm with you on that, brother. And I know that's what you're trying to teach me, but I don't think that because this is European trash, that American drivers, it actually causes so much apprehension, they don't flow through it. They panic. And I'm part of the problem
because I can't figure out which lane I'm supposed to be in to keep going where I'm going.
Right.
And the GPS, what it's telling me, it's major confusing. And so I'm learning. I'm getting better with them. Okay, so brother, so I probably may get in your camp.
I have to deal with several of them. I don't mind them, again, unless it's crowded.
Yeah,
now, I almost
Rick.
was hit head on by somebody going the wrong way in a roundabout
That's my
because
point.
instead of going, they wanted to exit, say, to the left.
Oh, don't go
So they
there.
had to go, the way they should have gone was go by
Around
exit 1, go by exit 2, which would be the straight line.
I know.
Exit 3.
see.
Well, they just cut and went to the third. And I'm like, and I stopped in the road and holding my hands up like, what are y'all doing?
Rick, is there an opportunity for the European trash to be at some point in your life be a European treasure?
Yes.
Okay.
But the problem
all I
is,
wanna know.
do you realize how many of us have got to learn it?
I know.
Yes.
I know.
You ever been stuck on the inside lane of a roundabout before?
It's horrible.
You're
Can't
just
get
like
out.
driving in circles. I guess I'll just drive in circles till I die or run out of gas.
I like a 4-way stop because I usually can make that work for me. Because if I see people unsure, I'm gone.
We have a roundabout in Helena just down from
I'm
the high
so
school.
sorry.
But it's a single lane one, so it works great. Everybody just keep moving.
Yeah.
And just get spit out whichever one you want to go on.
I think they're
Rick, what if you cannot merge onto the highway and you're carrying your fur babies through a roundabout?
Oh my gosh, with your soccer shorts on, headed to the park. Oh, that's perfect. Oh my goodness, when will it stop? Lord help me, I've outlived my time. Don, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, long-time listener, been listening since you were in Oxford.
Thank you,
I
buddy.
got a question for Rick and one for Bubba, and I'm going to hang up and listen.
Sounds good.
Rick, several years ago, I heard you say that one season in your life or a time in your life, you said you didn't have time or room for any more friends.
Correct.
Do you still adhere to that? And have you heard, I was on the show Strange Evidence, where they have found these nodules or small, I'm calling them nodules, at the bottom of the ocean. There's billions of them that have various metals in them. They said if they could mine them, get them up, that they could supply energy to the world for, hundreds of years. So, and I just wonder if Bubba had heard anything about that. So I'll hang up and listen.
Go ahead, Rick.
Boy, the way he processed it for a minute, I thought that question was for me too, because he never transitioned. Then Elmsy just started pointing. This is not for Bubba.
Rick.
That's for
You can
Bubba.
stop listening, Rick.
I actually still have what I've gone to now is a playoff format, and I have actually removed some old friends and I've replaced them with new ones.
Right.
So I'm keeping my number about the same.
Yeah. So if you're an old friend of Rick's, that's why he hadn't returned your
That's
call.
correct. Well, I looked and
You've
I
been
thought
replaced.
I thought you're not really a starter anymore.
Strange as this may sound, I know what that guy's talking about.
No, that is not. That doesn't surprise us.
When I was in the hospital 2 weeks ago, a week and a half, I actually got to control the remote control for a couple of days, and I caught up on the History Channel documentary.
That's funny.
By the way, have y'all seen Great Escapes that Morgan Freeman does? It is an excellent show.
I have not, but I like
Rick,
to hear
you would
him talk.
love the guys who finally got out of Alcatraz. It was great.
I'm familiar with that story, but I'd like to hear it again.
But no, I don't know. I caught the particular episode you're talking about with that. I caught the tail end of it, and I really don't have I'm kind of neutral on it. I don't have a position.
Okay.
That's strange.
But I did see it.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll come back. Do we need, I know we've got something, did we have a bad pitch we want to watch or something? There was something y'all wanting to do.
We got a first pitch being thrown out by what is anticipated to be the first pick in the NBA draft at a Yankees game.
And then I want to, I'm a little concerned about, speaking of TV shows, that tonight you're going to watch Skinwalker?
Rick and Bubba.
Time of year when bizarre Christmas albums have been released or now being released. We went through the William Hung Christmas album, and sometimes people are trying to do Christmas albums that you would actually desire to have to put you in the Christmas spirit. Then there's people that are trying to put out albums that you would get from almost I hate to say it, when you see some sort of tragedy and you can't help but look at it.
Right.
That come a little more
like
from
rubbernecking.
Yeah, a little rubbernecking. And you're telling me that William Shatner, and we have the album, released a Christmas album at the end of last month.
Captain Kirk himself, William Shatner, has a new album out. It's called Shatner Claus.
Okay.
He has collaborations on there with several artists, including Iggy Pop, Brad Paisley, Judy Collins, and Billy Gibbons. I'll say this for him. I don't know if this is where he should, a path he should have gone down, but he's 87 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And for the notoriety he, of course, got from Star Trek, of course, he was, he's a pretty well-known actor prior
Denny
to
Crane
that.
in Boston Legal.
Don't forget Boston Legal.
But that's what I'm saying. He has reinvented himself so many times in other roles. He's really, far as an actor, he's made it happen from start to finish. You got to give him props on that.
So this singing is like he did on the Priceline commercial?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
as a pitch man. He's done it all.
And then they bring in other people.
There's some talking in there too.
Yeah, that's
a lot of talking.
He's famous for his spoken word.
His spoken word. Greg, he's got one in here with Henry Rollins. I think.
From Black Flag.
Yeah, I think they do.
That ought to go well.
I think they do Jingle Bells together.
I'd like to hear that.
Do we have a sample of that?
Sure we do, Bubba.
Dashing through the snow on the one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright.
Reed and trying to stay on the beat. I think he just came in and he only would do so many takes, and they just said, "Well, that's good enough."
That's close enough.
Yeah,
because he doesn't seem to be even in the pocket with his spoken word.
He's 87.
He's not quite Johnny
87.
Mathis.
No.
I'll go there.
No,
he's not quite Johnny Mathis.
I kind of wish though he would throw in a little phrase from Star Trek every now and then,
Well, he might
like
as
"Shields
well.
up" or something.
What now?
Shields up.
Shields up.
Yeah.
Watch it. Here's Rudolph here.
Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donder and Blitzen.
Just a little bit more.
But do you recall? Oh, they used to laugh and call him names.
They just had to get together and do it like in 4th of July, and they wasn't into it.
Well, they're saying, what they're saying.
You remember Elvis had to have them decorate the studio to do that,
Right. I think
got the airway down.
This sounds like we're trying to start a fire, and somebody just throw some stuff over and see what burns.
Y'all want any Blue Christmas with Brad Paisley?
Yeah, let's hear that. Let's hear that.
Wow, this storm is never going to end. Oh, man, the snow is piling up. We're stuck here. We're stuck at... Hey, is that Brad Paisley? Yeah, that's Brad Paisley.
Brad Paisley to keep singing right there. If I could have
I'm
stayed.
like you,
See,
though,
I'd much
even
rather
the
watch
celebrities aren't singing.
old episodes of Star Trek than hear that.
Right. Yeah. Denny Crane did not deliver on the Christmas album.
I mean, it ain't nowhere close to Wrath of Khan. I'll tell
Guys,
you that.
I know.
I got a pretty. I know I'm
What
just
are you-
killing y'all
what are you
here.
doing now?
I've got a pretty upbeat one. Oh, Run Rudolph.
Oh,
Are
who's
you
with
kidding
him?
me?
Who's with him?
We got Elliot Easton with him on this one.
Adler, who's Elliot Easton? No idea.
we don't
He didn't know either.
Yeah, we don't know.
Out of all the reindeer, you know you're the mastermind.
It's now 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Working our way back. So, a couple of things. First of all, now tell me about this pitch we're about to watch here. This is some basketball person?
Yeah, this is the guy. He is going to be the first pick, probably, of the San Antonio Spurs.
Spurs. Oh,
I know.
He's so excited.
I know Adler was fired up about it.
San Antonio.
He is. I think he's from France, and Rick, he's a little on the skinny side right now, but he's like 7 foot tall and handles the ball like a point guard. And
will you say his last name for
out.
me?
No, I'm not even going to try.
Please.
I don't know how you say it.
Wembayama.
Where is it?
Wembayama.
What cut? I'll try.
5.
Oh my goodness.
Wembayama.
Wembayama.
Rick,
that's it. You nailed it.
It's French, Rick.
That was French sounding.
Oui,
was
je parle
it?
français.
Yes.
Oui, je parle bâtonnier.
If you're the marketing people that you know is gonna go with this deal too, what do you name him? Because we can't go
Wimbo.
Oh yes.
Oh,
I like that.
Wimbo.
Yeah.
How about Yama?
That's got some potential.
And they dish it to Yama.
Yeah.
Drains the 3. It's 7 foot tall.
Or just
Yamaha. What about Yamahama?
Yamahama.
Wimba.
What about
It's Wimba.
I tell you what I would call him his pitcher.
Victor Dub. What about Victor Dub?
I short arm one a little bit myself, but
know,
for a top,
I blame Skinwalker for that too.
It was just like a.
Will you please stop with the Skinwalker?
Guys, Europeans cannot throw. That's a well-known fact.
Well, they drive in roundabouts.
You know how we.
But I'm just saying, seriously, they cannot throw.
You know how we used to say somebody throws like a girl.
Yes.
And
Sorry, it really should be throw like a European.
Correct.
And what it is, they lead with their elbow. If you know what I'm talking about, the way
I know
Look how long his fingers are, Rick.
Golly.
But he really does not throw a lot of baseballs.
I guess
it got lost. In
y'all
his big
are
old
not
hand.
giving me enough.
It looks
on
like
Europeans.
gravel.
When I say Europeans can, I'm not exaggerating. Like that is a known thing.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were just being.
No, I'm not.
It's because they play soccer. They don't use their hands.
They don't use their
We
hands.
ask guys all the time, "Hey, throw me that ball or whatever," and we've asked them.
That's
it
right.
is crazy,
'Cause you
guys.
deal with
They
Europeans.
can't throw.
Yeah, they
deal with
use their
Europeans.
feet.
I've
for
seen
everything.
some of the most spectacular
soccer's
athletes. I know, and you ask them to do a simple thing like toss me that or toss me that, they can't do it.
I didn't know.
Oh no, it's a real thing.
Well, I'm about to see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, Rick, I did short arm one. I've admitted that, but it was a catchable ball. The guy did catch it. Watch this one.
Okay.
Promised you the Victor Wembanyama first pitch.
Wembanyama.
He will be the first pick on Thursday night in the NBA draft. All right, guys, here we go. 7-4.
From the rubber.
7-4.
Yeah. Let's see.
Rick, that was hard. I mean,
It wasn't
Bubba,
Fauci,
you
but
can't
it was
really.
bad. Yeah, he was from the rubber too, but it was bad.
Yours was straight.
Rick, he's 7'4".
Yikes!
And I don't know if you've seen his highlights. He's incredible.
Yeah,
They're thinking he's going to be another Tim Duncan or Admiral, in that long line of MVP Hall of Famers that San Antonio's had.
We got him in the Hall of Fame. He ain't played one game.
No, I mean they're saying he's a generational type talent.
They are.
Hey, there's another one where he
I
decides
don't know.
to
I'm
throw.
not a scout. I'm just telling you what
He decides to throw the baseball into the crowd. And you can see the Yankees dugout and their response, all the players and coaches. It's pretty funny, their reaction to it. But don't worry about it if you can't find it. But he decided to sling one into the fans.
Well, I think, what I would say if I was Yama is I would say
Rick, his highlights are on 2 right now. Just catch a few of those while you're giving your dissertation.
I would tell everybody laughing at me, look, I came here to do a promotion, but if y'all would like to come on the court, I can show you what I can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if y'all
How much money you think you'll get?
If y'all can keep me from tomahawk jamming on you,
how much money is he going to make, Addy?
I don't know.
What are they predicting?
A lot.
I don't know. I'm looking for that other pitch.
What's the rookie thing in the NBA? Can they get whatever? Is there any cap or anything?
I don't think they have a cap, do they?
I don't know.
I'm
Googling it.
I think their cap is in
the projected contract for the number 1 pick in 2023 is roughly $41 million in total value, with an estimated signing bonus at $27 million.
Well, good night.
So
he's doing pretty good.
He'll take that first pitch right to the bank.
Throw the baseball off the backstop and write 41 in the dirt, wave, and go home.
Yeah. Better known as a tip.
Hold on.
Better known as our government basically tipping Ukraine.
Hold on.
We're nowhere near the
hold
money.
on, hold on. I gave you the wrong number.
Wow. He did an interview where he said he was going to be confident about his first pitch, too. Good.
No, it's not near as much, by the way.
I'm sending you that, DM you.
It's not near as much.
Oh, really? Was that a bad number?
Yeah, that's a bad number.
Okay.
You're looking at around $10 million.
Okay.
instead of 40.
Chump change. Well, here he is. Yeah, he can move, and he doesn't even have to jump to dunk it, so that helps.
How much?
It does.
My goodness.
Yeah,
It's a
they do.
long
It looks
man.
like they do have.
Well, I
something.
understand when he's out there with that kind of height.
Still
Now,
10
sometimes people are that big and they're not athletic, and that's the difference. He's athletic as well. When you have that kind of height and that athleticism, I mean, it's like you being the best athlete in the neighborhood, and you're playing on an 8-foot goal. I mean, people can't do anything with you. I mean, it's.
I noticed the room changed when I said 10 million instead of 40.
Took that out of it.
I mean, it did, but here's the thing: it's still 10 million.
Yes.
I mean, but we give Zelensky that for lunch money.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Right.
He's got bank
Still a
charges
lot
that
of
high.
money.
Y'all seen that? Have you seen that little accounting error we had?
Yeah, that
feels good.
We messed up in our accounting. Do we have that?
Well,
do we have that clip?
Do we have time?
Do we
What
have time?
I got
Yeah,
one.
we can hurry
if you hurry.
Little accounting error
Yeah,
in
look-
our money going to Ukraine. We simply misplaced $6.2 billion.
That's a B, by the way. That is
Ba-ba,
a B.
ba-ba.
That is a B.
That's 1,000 million.
6.2 B. Here we go.
Here we go.
Following up from some announcements earlier this year, during the department's regular oversight of our execution of Presidential Drawdown Authority for Ukraine, we discovered inconsistencies in equipment valuation for Ukraine. In a significant number of cases, services used replacement costs rather than net book value, thereby overestimating the value of the equipment drawn down from U.S. stocks and provided to Ukraine. Once we discovered this misvaluation, the comptroller reissued guidance on March 31st, clarifying how to value equipment in line with the financial management regulation and DoD policy to ensure we use the most accurate of accounting methods. We have confirmed that for FY23, the final calculation is $3.6 billion, and for FY22, it is $2.6 billion for a combined total of $6.2 billion.
That's good.
These valuation errors in no way limit or restricted the size of any of our PDAs or impacted the provision of support to Ukraine.
Oh, well, thank goodness.
And while the DoD retains the authority to utilize the recaptured PDA, this has no bearing on appropriated USAI or Ukraine PDA replenishment funding approved by Congress.
Use a lot of big words so taxpayers won't lose their ever-loving mind.
I tell you, her delivery and the fact you're dealing with accounting, I don't think that could have been any more boring.
No, that's what it was like for me in that economics class. If they'd have had a more lively professor, I think I would have.
I want y'all to watch how the room changes here. So, Wimba will get around 11 million his first year, but the money's guaranteed for 4 years. He'll make nearly 50 million.
Okay.
See how your demeanor changed with that? He
Now
gets
That's about what Zelensky's making, isn't it?
Yeah,
Rick?
that accounting area. Does it bother anybody that they squandered $6.2 billion
Yes.
of your taxpayer
Yes,
monies on the
yes.
war with Zelensky?
It's a lot of money.
But they need more.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, that may be the biggest waste of time and effort I've ever heard.
I will say this: the upbeat ones are the worst.
Yeah,
because there's nowhere for him to just get in there and talk for you.
Oh boy!
See, here's what you don't get when it's something like that. You know that when he does, Priceline's fine because it's one commercial, but you got a whole CD of that. I know I'm using the term CD, whatever.
Well,
but you got a bunch of cuts that you got. You can't listen to it.
Yeah,
you do a Priceline commercial and do it, then it's funny.
Look,
that's irritating.
Well, this has kind of landed in that terrible zone. It's not good, but it's also not even funny.
Yeah.
You know that's the where you did
Yeah.
that's where you did not. As we start the hour, I played Mike Gundy coming out. That's an old one back when he was 40, when he was defending his quarterback that the press was ripping to shreds, and he was saying, "Why don't you come after me because I'm a grown man? Heck, I'm 40." But he has once again waited. Now look, he's not to the Mike Leach level. He's not quite to the frustrated Saban or the frustrated Spurrier. But from time to time, he will drop some gold.
But he's in the top 5, Rick.
And he has dropped some gold today. Mm-hmm. So this is him, and he's discussing the issue with all the different transfers. Mm-hmm. All these people want to leave. They won't stay with the team.
Yeah, just the current state of athletes. And he goes on to the snowflake. He has a lot of pretty good comments here. It's about 1:17. And Bubba, you got the story. You want to set up any more? I think that's pretty good.
Oh, I think that's it. I mean, it's Mike Gundy. What else can you say?
Right. I mean, come after him. He's a man.
We live in a world where people are non-committal.
We allow liberalism to say, hey, I can just do what I want and I don't have to really be tough and fight through it. And you see that with young people because it's an option they're given. We weren't given that option when we were growing up. We were told what to do. We did it the right way, or you go figure it out on your own. In the world today, there's a lot of entitlement. I'm a firm believer in the snowflake. I think it's setting there. And I'm not talking about Tabo. Tabo and I have had multiple good talks. I'm talking about every millennial young person, Generation Z, I think is what they call them. That's the world we live in, because if they say, well, it's a little bit hard, then we say, okay, well, let's go try something else. Versus, hey, let's bear down and let's fight through this. So you see a lot of that nowadays. And that doesn't have anything to do with Tabo or McCleskey or anybody that's been on the portal here. That's just in general in society. Even if you're working down here at Walmart, if your boss gets after you and tells you that you're not doing a good job, you may go home and cry and tell your mom, and your mom may say it's okay. It's just kind of the facts of life, the world we live in today. Don't get me on politics.
So, and
that
the
hair
thing,
does not look real.
Greg, the thing,
I love that he's
Love the hair,
rocking the
though.
mullet for a couple of years now and will not change.
the thing that makes that statement and that monologue, as y'all all have said, better is that there's a mullet being rocked the
Yes,
entire time.
absolutely. Hey, you give him a current haircut, say a Tim Tebow haircut.
Right.
That doesn't mean near what it means with that mullet.
When somebody says, I'd like to comment on the softness of Generation Z, anybody doing it is entertaining, but somebody with a mullet doing it is another level.
And I love how full it is up front.
Oh, yeah.
So when he kind of moves his head,
Look at that.
it kind
That
of
thing's
shakes.
beautiful.
He's got a full head of hair.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
What a beautiful head of hair.
It is so good.
And you know,
I'm
last
pulling
week,
for them. I kind of like Oklahoma State. I do because of him.
well, they went in overtime, and he went for 2 for the win and didn't make it. And you'll see when they questioned him about that in the press conference after the game.
What'd he say?
They didn't give a blank what they thought.
Yeah.
You know,
kind of like Saban trying to tell the media he really wasn't really going to check with them on who he should and shouldn't play this week.
Well,
and how about this? The guy's open. His quarterback, who threw for unbelievable amount of yards, just missed him.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the right call. They would have won the game. He just didn't get him the ball.
And I think, Rick, if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the games where the kicker had missed an easy kick, or they were having kicker trouble, so he didn't want to. I mean, he went for the win. He said, "We're going to get this over with."
Yeah, well,
which I like.
Yeah, I do too.
If you got a good play.
Is there any?
And they did. They just didn't execute.
Yeah, now, and I know the conferences have changed and all this, but this still is the Big 12, right?
Yeah.
Does anybody in the Big 12 play defense? Anybody?
I don't think so.
I mean,
Are there 12 teams in the Big 12?
Texas may try to every once in a while.
by the way, that's
What
the
about
reason
West
why.
Virginia? Did they play much defense?
No, they really
They got a good offense.
Yeah,
they
they do. They do. How many are they going to score in Oklahoma? By the way,
My goodness.
West Virginia.
Oh,
that
game may break a record.
That game may be 106 to 100.
Any
The
defense,
loser could score 60 in that.
Right? Yeah.
if a defense gets 1 stop, if they get 2 stops,
It's over.
It's over.
Game over.
Well, that's another reason
on
why
either side.
Another reason to go for 2 in the Big 12 is nobody stops anything.
Right.
I mean, you got a really good chance of making it. And you said it was there. He
It was
just didn't
there.
execute.
Oh,
it.
it was there.
Yeah, he just didn't get him the ball.
Threw it behind him.
And the guy had played a phenomenal game. He threw for some ridiculous amount of yards.
When they start keeping the quarterback yardage in miles, not yards, you know.
Right.
But he threw for 13.2 miles.
Yeah, that's good.
Kid had quite a night.
But the point that Amazing Mullet was making is right. And we talk about this a lot. We make the jokes about how the coaches that we played for, and we talk about our dad Greg and some of the could not coach in today's environment because they can't comprehend this mindset of you not pushing through something.
Yeah.
And it's and certainly you can get to the point. That's
He was late.
If there's anything that I mean, and I've even had the point, and we've joked around a little bit with it. Why not take it easy? Back. Feeling like this, I think it was as a child. Speedy Helmsy, Adler here, Greg out, Alapuca here,
Cam Solo here. Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue with the Revelation. We are in chapter 14 today. We'll start that today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel, archived soon after on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. Let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
Couple of items. I'm very, very concerned. I hear you, even though it aired last night, you're in pursuit of Skinwalker, and then you said something a minute ago, which I stopped. The audience will be glad of this. Yeah, I think I'm going to text Travis. I'm like, Bubba, what else does this friendship with Travis and this show have to do to you for you to say this is not a good relationship for me?
Yeah, well, you pointed out every time I text him, I end up in the hospital.
Yeah.
So
can you stop?
Really, I don't have time for that this week.
No, can you stop?
So I need to maybe let that go. But this was the discussion me and you were having. We have Skinwalker Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll catch up on it tonight. We have a spinoff show already called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and they've tied it in. They come in and they report to Travis and the other guy there at Skinwalker. And what they're doing is they are investigating phenomenon similar to Skinwalker in other places, hoping it will give them answers to bring back to Skinwalker.
Well, you and I are very straightforward. Let's get to the bottom of it. Can we just not sit down with Bigelow? Can't Bigelow catch us up and go, all right, Bigelow, you've been investing in these places for a long time. Your bunch got over here and y'all had some things happen. What is up with Bigelow? Why has he shut up? And let's get Bigelow in here and let's catch up. Bigelow, catch us up.
He ought to be witness number one.
Right.
Yeah. He owned Skinwalker, sold it to the guy that owns it now. He owned this other place. It's called Mount Wilson, I think.
Yeah, well, you gave me a bum steer.
It's closer to the Nevada test range in 51 than Skinwalker.
Well, you gave me a bum steer because you told me that
My bad.
that Skinwalker came on at 9 Central.
It's 8.
It's 8.
Right.
Yeah, and so I end up in this new show thinking I'm watching Skinwalker.
It was on me. I fooled myself, too.
Right, and so I didn't know what was going on. And I do want on this other show. Can somebody explain to me one thing on the new show?
Mm-hmm.
This place that Bigelow had, and then built that looks like an old Western town,
right?
And like they met with the guy who owns it now, and he's standing there in the saloon. Do people get to go there? Why is it still set up like an old Western town?
Yeah,
are they living in it that way?
I think you can. I'm sure they've used it in movies and things.
Right.
You know,
I don't understand that.
But they think a flying saucer
like
is buried in the meadow there.
Right. Yeah,
and everybody they found some mines, and at least they went in there and blew it up. I thought that was cool. You know, they're real careful at Skinwalker what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, episode 2, they're blowing holes in the ground.
Can I tell you something that you mentioned, and I don't mean to chase a rabbit, but we mentioned about what Travis Taylor may be doing to you in Skinwalker. I have noticed the guy called earlier kidding around about, are you taking on any new friends? Do you have time for it now?
Right.
Let me tell you, there's markers of our age. You're not the only one. And, of course, I've had my own things. You know you're older when you have something you're thinking about, like a lunch, or you're trying to spend time with the friends you have that are around your age, and you're constantly discussing, what did the doctor say? So what did the doctor say? No, you're not the only one.
Oh, I know.
I got every friend I have's got some kind of medical issue. And
we used to never have any
right. And I thought we're becoming those people. Our conversations revolve around the latest injury, the latest
what medicine you're taking, how much you take,
some organ has shut down.
Yeah. What test you get
right. So anyway, back to this. So
like 40 meters.
So I'm worried about you in this. I think you should walk away from Skinwalker.
Yeah.
I think you're hugging it a little tight, and I think it has been detrimental to you. And I'm just.
Can I tell you really what is? Of course, their investigation as a whole is interesting to me.
Sure.
But can I tell you what really interests me about that show? And Betty can tell you this. It's the equipment they're using. When they bring out some new high-tech, I go, no, wait a minute. Do I know how that works? And I'll start Googling it. LiDAR. How does LiDAR work? What kind of band does that work
Well,
on? How's that work?
When I see you doing things, it feels a little daredevil to me. And what do I always do? Give you the signal?
Well, just keeping up with the equipment. I mean, that's my
There's other
world,
ways to do that.
Could we get Bubba like a one-sheeter? I'd be okay with you getting a one-sheeter every week. Here's the latest updates.
Well,
I think you're just too involved in it.
They had a new kind of camera they were using last time to see those lines in the ground. I can't remember the name of it now, but I thought, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that in my life. How does it work?
Let's start.
What's
with,
it doing?
Yeah.
What data is it looking at?
Let's start with this.
What's reflective?
Let's start with this. Let's just stop texting Travis.
Well,
and being around him.
I haven't in a while.
Yeah, okay.
But you nearly did yesterday,
and almost did today.
I know. And so,
well, Rick,
there's a running
because,
theme there.
Because the question reached such a level. What is Bigelow? Why is he hiding out? What's his deal?
I don't understand. We reference Bigelow all the time. Let's get some.
Will Bigelow not have lunch with us and answer a few basic questions?
Has Bigelow
Probably
ran?
can't.
Can I tell you why?
Contractually,
I'm gonna raise
can't.
my hand. You know why I think Bigelow won't talk? Because he didn't want to go near this anymore either. He's like, it probably did something to him.
He owned all this and got rid of it.
It probably
so
did something to him. It'd be like like the woman who says she can't get she's traumatized by a car wreck. I think Bigelow says, I don't want to hear about Skinwalker and I don't want to hear about Mount whatever. What is it called?
Old Man Wilson.
Mount Wilson, I think.
I don't want to hear about either one of those places. I don't.
But
want
Rick, it has
It's like the
tunnels,
first
and
time
they
I
were-
went back to Panama City. There was some anxiety.
But Rick, you have to love the fact that they said, let's just blow a hole where this mine opening is. And that guy brought out a roll of dynamite that looked big as a beach ball. And I thought, oh, this will be awesome.
I have
because I have no experience in blasting.
No.
Okay.
No, that's a shame.
Most can say that.
In our
But I'd like to know more about it.
in my prayer
Wouldn't y'all
life.
like to blow up something?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Not
Isn't
like
that
a
fun?
building, just
Oh,
out
listen,
in the woods,
if-
like a beaver
If
dam.
my mother was here right now and Greg
don't
was
like
and
explosives.
Greg was here and not doing delivery service for
Y'all don't
for-
like Tananite?
for Lisa and Greg's puppy farm, if he was here, he would weigh in. Bubba, I would go out into the wooded area behind our house because where we grew up, everybody had woods. And I would find like a knocked over tree that the storm had knocked over, and the root system had all these ant beds in it.
Oh, yeah.
And I would bring firecrackers, and I would explode and destroy ant communities. And I just loved it.
Well, it's
I
not
love
as much
playing
the
with
ant
ant
community, but
Yeah.
it's just seeing the
Well, eventually.
explosion. You know,
Eventually,
Kids don't try that.
Eventually,
It
there was
starts fires.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ours did, and we nearly burned
Sure.
the woods
Yeah.
down.
Well, let's
And
not leave that
it
out.
did,
Right.
Yeah.
you got toe up.
Yeah, that
As
water.
kids are out of school that's listening today,
That-
let's
that
don't
wa-
be tearing
So,
up ant
Rick,
beds
Now,
with
can I
fireworks.
tell you one thing that was super cool though, but don't do it? When I would come back a day later, and this was so incredible, and the ants would stack the dead. Those that were destroyed by my
Rick.
explosions, they would do a pile of the dead
You
ants
studied
in
it
their
this
pieces.
much?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then at one time a war broke out between some red ants and some dark colored ants.
Rick.
And
Rick.
and of course the dark color ants, they brought me in, and I felt like I was part of that, and we defeated the red. and we would I'd come back, and they would have the dead stacked in stacks. It was incredible.
That is incredible, Rick.
It was incredible.
That is wild.
It was. And
You
I'd-
could have
I'd
just had
spend-
an ant farm.
I'd spend hours back there doing that.
But Rick,
That's
you know when
funny.
we've been at hunting camps or whatever, and somebody breaks out Tananite,
Oh.
and we can't wait for somebody to hit it, and it rocked the house. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what happened at a hunting place, and the guy told me major injuries. They overdid it. Somebody went too far, and it actually knocked out the windows of the camp house.
Good gracious.
You got to get it
And
away.
injure some
You
people.
got to get it
I
away.
like
Yeah, we
see,
come out of
stuff
concussion.
scares me.
You have to be very careful.
Have you seen people use it to blow up beaver dams?
I have.
It's awesome because you got to clear the creek.
Hey.
You can't have it stopped up.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It is.
that's right up my alley right there.
Hope there were no fish around.
Well,
Everybody clears beaver dams.
Everybody.
If you
Yeah,
use a
but I don't know
backhoe
that
to
they
do
use
it,
explosives.
if you use a backhoe to do it, fish get hurt too. It's just-
Do they?
Yep. sure
not
they
as
do.
bad.
Not as bad.
Not as bad.
They're
but-
not laying in
Probably
pieces
not.
everywhere.
They're in that
Probably not.
bucket. It
Right.
is.
Well, if you're smart, the pieces laying there, you can take them up and make them little fish bites out of it.
Or use it as fertilizer.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my.
Oh, that is cool right there.
So
You
dangerous.
see that
though.
largemouth laying on that bed next to it?
Oh man, look at that.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My wife saying, do you Burgesses have any other commentary other than, well, you just got to get it done? And she goes, have y'all ever had a speech longer than that when there was something that had
Wasn't very long.
But that's just what we were, my golly, there was a time when people making excuses about everything was a frowned on thing to do socially. And I'm not saying a legitimate excuse. I'm talking about nothing is ever just, hey, I didn't get the job done. I blew it.
Rick, I had a couple of times I had legitimate excuses growing up that
Still-
were the real deal, but I
didn't
knew
matter.
not to even bring
No,
it
you're
up.
right.
World War II vet wasn't big on excuses.
No. Well, the point,
me?
yeah,
Or having your hair very long.
No.
Yeah, some of the best. Yeah, exactly. Some of the best advice, and I've tried to do this, and I'm certainly have not done everything right in the parenting world. But I there comes a time, if your kids are ever going to be functioning adults, where you have to tell them, it might not even be something that it doesn't even have to be bad behavior on their part, or if they're learning lessons about making a decision and it ends up with some sort of, I'm not talking about major ordeals, but like your kids at college, and the other day, my kid at college called and said his car was acting up, and I said, well, use the connections you got there in town and find somebody to fix it.
Yeah,
because one day he can't just call me to get his car worked out. Hey, something's going on with my car. I said, well, find somebody to look at it and find somebody to fix it. And that's
what's it telling you?
And that's,
they got so many computers now. They'll probably tell you what's wrong.
Well, and that's what he did. He really is at 19 capable of finding somewhere in town to fix his own car.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And tell what's wrong with it. Then let me know what's going on. And this thing now where if anything's hard or anything's difficult, we now just allow the option of just quit. Or I don't like it here. Everybody's not treating me right. I'm going somewhere else. We've said this on the show so many times, is if you found yourself, there's so many categories, jumping from relationship to relationship, from job to job, from school to school, from church to church, multiple jumps, and you keep having the same experience, it might be you. You may be the problem. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you're going to have to understand that you're never going to find a place on this fallen earth where everything goes the way you want it to go. Sometimes you just have to kind of suck it up and deal with it. And then that's the reason. I'm telling you, I know people think we're drawing too big a line sometimes. I'm telling you, that's why we see so many people who can't mentally, and certainly some people have issues. I'm talking about chemical problems or anything like that. But a lot of times what we see is people can't emotionally persevere.
Yeah.
They can't do it. And you say, well, that's not a big deal because, I got mad at the coach and took my son off the field because practice was hard. Well, that's a minor deal, but what's going to be real bad is the day that he's somebody's daddy and somebody's husband and he walks off the job because it's too hard. Or he's somebody's wife and somebody's mother and she leaves the house because it's hard to be a mom. That's when it matters. It really, really matters. And so I don't think we're helping this generation by coddling them all the time about everything. And that's the point he's making. Yep. Can you imagine trying to coach a team and you don't know how many people are going to leave on any given week?
Was all of this brought on by some transfers?
His safety just announced that he's transferring in a senior wide receiver transferred in September because he didn't get enough touches.
Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Most of us are here. Greg is not, but you know what? There's some people that will get some of Greg and Lisa's puppies. Greg says by the end of the weekend he will be puppy free, and all the puppies will be in their new homes. I can't even believe what I'm saying. So as I just. I spent time with Dad yesterday, and I was like, well, You know, I won't cover this. There's so many things that are sad about Dad and where he is now, you know, with Alzheimer's. But I thought to myself today, I can't tell him what Greg's doing. You know, at least I don't have to say, "What's your brother doing?" And I said, "Well, Dad, I remember it reminded me of when I played football for Dad." And I had to go to the restroom during the game.
Ooh, that's a good story.
And they were there were certain things you did not want to approach Dad with. This would have been one of them, you know, that I'm not working today because I'm delivering puppies. But
Rick, I can't even believe you're verbalizing
I
that.
know. And so I remember not wanting to say in the middle of a very intense game, I need to go potty. You know, which is really what it felt like. I've told y'all that story before, but I don't remember if you remember this. In the entire time that I played for my dad, which was 3 seasons in football, I only called him Dad one time, and that was it.
Yeah.
I just wanted him I wanted him to forget the coach-player relationship and understand the situation I was in.
Dad.
And I said, "Hey, Dad." And he even looked at me like, "What?" And I said, "I've got to go to the bathroom."
Like straight
And he
up.
goes, "Right now?" I said, "I have to." And it was not a good response. The things he said I should do were not possible.
Well, if you mentally could control cramps, you ought to be able to control that,
Yeah.
right?
And I remember as the trainer was taking me out the gate, and everybody thought I was hurt. And he looked at me. The last thing he said, "If this defense goes back on the field and you aren't back," he said, "just don't come back." You ever sat on a toilet in the middle of a visiting dressing room with your helmet on and chin strap buckled and mouthpiece in, ready to run on the field if needed? It's a very, very terrible place to be.
Thank you for the visual, Rick.
Yep, but you got to be ready.
Didn't that happen to a major league? Didn't Soto? I think he got caught in the bathroom in a Major League Baseball game last night in a similar situation. He had to go.
It's awful.
In the middle of the game.
It's terrible. I will say, after it was over, I did get a quarterback sack, and I said, "I'll try to tell y'all."
That was the problem.
Boy, here's some ladies in a bind. Good night. So we've got women try to scramble up steer. Like we got.
Is this the rodeo championship?
So
what's happening here?
They didn't vote. They volunteered to get out here.
Oh,
and do
I
this.
see. Okay. So this is a promotion. You just get out of the stands.
I don't know if
steer scramble.
Oh, wait a minute. These steer. I thought they were going to be little calves.
Right.
No.
I was going to say, growing up in Texas, we have like
Here
the
we
calf
go.
scramble.
Here we
the
go.
calf scramble, and that's when there's like 8 calves just let out in the middle of the rodeo, and then there's like 50 kids, and if you can pull your calf, your small cow, into the center circle, you actually get to keep that calf and raise it on your family farm. That's something I've always seen growing up in the San Antonio.
But you never
rodeos.
seen this.
San Antonio.
This is crazy. This is a full-grown steer, and if the women get the ribbon off the top of the steer, they get $200, which seems like a smaller prize than it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Not as easy as they think it is
no,
either.
No, it's not. Yeah,
Some women are going to get clocked.
I've also seen little kids ride those sheep, and that's hilarious.
Mutton
Don't miss
busted.
it.
Yes,
Don't miss
I'm
the
used to
first
that
one.
too.
Oh my goodness! Oh my!
Yeah.
Y'all.
People are just getting clocked.
Is that?
That's not the worst one, though.
No, it's
That's
really
not the worst one.
No.
So
Why
you got-
would we do this?
Let's count the ladies. What do you think?
Why
30,
would we
maybe?
do-
There's 25, 30, easy.
Yeah.
Don't
Easy.
take your eye off the steer.
$200 is $200 though, guys.
I know
You
ladies can't work
Yeah, I could
together,
use it
but I'd
today.
split the money with somebody and go, "Hey, look, if you'll distract it, I'll grab the ribbon."
Yeah, but you see what happened
Don't
to the
take your hat
distractor?
off. Don't take your eye off the hat there.
All right, so
and
hat-
the blue jean shorts. Blue
All right,
jean
so
shorts.
she's
right there.
she's
right
about
there.
to get it.
Yes. Bad.
Oh my god. Oh.
Clock.
Oh.
Clock City.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all.
Okay.
Just women are just getting.
Ooh. Y'all, that one was pretty bad.
And you feel-
Oh,
Is that a
big
woman?
big girl.
I thought
would
that was
bust
a
an
dude.
implant.
That may be a transgender
Yes.
woman.
That
All right.
could easily happen, Speedy.
All right, so the second video had. Ooh, guys, that's a pretty
Now,
good one.
and you'll see her probably about 30, 40 seconds into it. She's still staggering around.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'll tell you, and I'll do this for Greg since he's not here. When he hit Peggy, I think he felt that.
Look at her. She's still staggering.
Yes.
You know what? That's
I can't breathe.
Rick, that's some tough women out there.
That is. I'm talking about Texas tough.
Where is this at?
It's
Do we
tough
know?
to run on dirt.
Where is this
All right,
at?
so Adler, does Hat get it in the second video?
No, I don't think so.
Just the steer.
I just wanted
the
you to
steer
do. That's
wins.
what it was happening right here. Here we go.
Okay.
Blue jean shorts.
Oh,
I think she's on to something.
Jean shorts rocking.
Oh, my goodness.
She thought
That was Ray Lewis.
Yeah, that one got under the chin.
Yeah.
There.
she
it did.
thought that it was going to go forward and she was going to grab it as it went by and it turned.
Does
on.
that not hurt?
No, it hurts
I
a
would
lot.
think there's
Yes, it
concussions
hurts.
involved.
Y'all, this
Can
is
we
true.
do this?
Great
To me, the only thing I've seen that it was even more than this because it's a bigger bull is when they do that poker thing. Where they sit out there on those tables and they turn loose a bull.
Yeah,
but the bull they turn loose on that's even bigger than this one.
So we got another clip.
Yeah, this is in Cleburne, Texas. Another women's scramble here. I can't play the video or the audio, but here's the video. Boom!
Oh my goodness!
Women are just flying around.
This is not good.
Yeah, wow. Some of them
That
barefoot.
one got carried
she's
to
down.
another
She's
county.
not moving.
She's not moving. Guys, I don't know how we're allowed to do this.
Go back and watch that.
Oh,
my
Rock City.
Oh my gracious!
Again!
They're getting knocked down everywhere.
Why won't they work together?
Why is this? How do we think
you ever
this
try to
is
get women to work
okay?
together?
Don't miss this. Don't miss this.
Oh, she got hurt.
Gracious, y'all.
We're gonna put
She's
links to
laying
that.
there.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's hurt.
not.
You know,
she's not getting up.
In this day,
I got to tell you something though. I'm surprised at how tiny the crowd is. Hear me?
There's nobody even there.
How can there be such a small crowd for such a great event?
I drive 60 miles to see this live. You know, easy on any night.
Driving them back.
Good night.
That girl got some dirt up her cheeks.
Rick, this is what I don't understand. In this day,
By the way,
and
one's
time,
hurt bad.
with CTE.
Oh yeah.
With click it or ticket.
Right.
With all the snowflakes out there, how is this allowed to happen?
Guys,
It's in Cleburne, Texas.
I've never seen such bigger steps than this going backward for the plight of women. I mean, I thought we were out to protect women. We hate people who abuse women, and we should. I thought we hate, but as long as it's a cow doing it, he gets away with it.
Right.
I mean, this steer is treating women with such disregard. I mean, why would we put women in front of a wild steer?
Do you think
that just feels wrong?
Do you think that cow's a little big for this?
Yes. Why would we have women out there? Let's at least put men out there. Why would we do this to women? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, we watched it.
That's some good entertainment, right
Did
there.
it entertain me?
I'm telling you.
Did it entertain me? Sadly, yes.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't. I
tell
don't
you.
feel. I don't feel good about it.
No.
I may never watch American Gladiator again now
My
after that.
gracious.
No.
I mean, that's not exciting at all.
Here's that mutton busting I was talking about.
By the way, that's always on me when these
it's
kids grab hold of these.
fantastic.
I'd like to do that.
These sheep, and they just and they'll come out of the chute flying too.
Yeah.
I've seen that live.
Oh, it's a great time. I wanted to do that so bad when I was
Did you never ever get to do
I
it?
never got to do the
I bet a
bust.
mutton wouldn't even know you were on it when you were a kid.
I know. And then that could have led into my professional jockey career that you guys like to talk about all the time.
Oh,
You'd be a big
I think
jockey.
you could take a horse to the front.
You'd be a bully
Yes.
jockey, you know, kind of
Absolutely.
looking down at him. But I think
Yeah.
you'd,
Now
be
you'd have to
perfect.
go to the veggie omelet, not what you normally get.
Sure. And then I would have never met you jerk. You guys.
Adler, what do they call this event?
Mutton busted.
Yeah.
Look, the kids
Come on,
are just
hang on.
strapped on it.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Hey!
Look like me riding that bull.
Get up, little
rough
fella.
one.
But that's still not as bad as what we just saw with the steer.
no. Those women were just being. It's like putting them in a
Somebody
football
could be
game.
killed in that.
Yes.
What's their method? It's like they wanted to be hit.
Yeah.
You ever tried
Run over me.
You ever try to get women on the same page? We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was telling everybody before we move on the last topic because I knew yesterday because one of the folks I love reading on Twitter a lot his quotes is Steve Gaines out of Bellevue there in Memphis. If you're not following him on Twitter, it is always worth it. But anyway, and just the very topic we were talking about is he actually put out yesterday. Listen to this: if you think everyone else is the problem, then you are the problem. And I thought, well, that's it in a nutshell right there.
Yeah.
So we do need to talk a little
What's
bit.
that other one? Greg Follis always liked the quotes. 3-year Letterman.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And that's another great follow. By
That
the way.
one and Drunk Albie. I suggest
Drunk
all
Albie.
three.
Rick,
All
I
those are good.
love when Pastor Chris always says, "If you don't think you have an issue, that is your issue."
Well, let me go back to this we were talking about yesterday because we got to laughing, and of course we should all be following Babylon B. Guys, they are on fire right now.
That picture, Rick, when you sent
Golly.
that, I thought I was going to lose a lung.
Did you see that they said they're calling in emergency help to count the votes, and the count from Sesame Street?
He was in the middle of the room where they were counting.
1,
Oh, that's so good.
Greg, give me a 3-year Letterman quote.
Greg, he's looking for one right now. Garrett, give us one.
Here's one. I'll be honest. I didn't think World War I was real until this week because I've never seen a movie about it. Must not have been a very exciting war.
Goodness. He's brutal, ain't he?
One.
All right, he didn't know it because he'd never seen a movie on it.
Greg, let's go back to...
You don't see that many.
Well, he also said if you use the term Friendsgiving in his presence, he's going to set you on fire.
Very Ron Swanson.
He is. I love that when he said he was the best downfield blocker in Georgia high school.
Rick, he keeps showing clips of people blocking downfield. He'll go, he's pretty good, but he's nothing as devastating as I was in the 90s on downfield blocking. He loves that.
All right, so McDonald's is in the news twice today. You want to start with cheesy?
Well,
first?
when I saw cheesy bacon fries, I just circled that, Rick, and I thought, well, there's not a lot of need to go much further. McDonald's says that they are going to be testing cheesy bacon fries, and that immediately got me excited.
Thank you, Ronald McDonald. But here's the thing, and I heard Speedy mention it in the kickoff hour today. How in the world do you come up with gooey, real cheddar cheese sauce and smoked bacon bits on the greatest fast food French fries ever created, and you're going to test them in Northern California, Hawaii, and then Nevada's got a few spots? How do you not bring that snack and that food down south, man?
Rick, why not bring it right to the buckle of the bacon belt?
Thank you.
Right here in the Great South. The only thing I can imagine is they know it'll work here, and they were testing it on some vegetarian outpost.
Yeah, you and Hams are right on that. That does make sense. They're saying if it'll work.
If they'll eat that in between slices of pineapple in Hawaii, it'll sell anyway.
You're right. Good point. They're saying we get California on board and Hawaii on board, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida Panhandle's a given.
Yeah, but you know what I'm mad about is they tried something else. It's at the end of the story. They tried at their international store in Chicago where they have their international menu. An Australian favorite, which is the loaded potatoes. What is it? And that never came down here last year. Hey, that was something with the cheese on the fries as well.
Can I wave one flag of caution?
Why not bring it here?
I know I'm about to be unpopular with this statement, but only a true food connoisseur can think like this. And Bubba's mind may even be drifting there. When it comes to French fries, each unique fry has its own personality.
Yes.
For instance, I do not put ketchup on McDonald's fries, but I do put ketchup on crinkle or steak fries or fries from other places. The way the McDonald's fry is made, it is so wonderful on its own, it needs no help.
It doesn't.
My concern is usually when you see cheese and bacon on gooey fries, it's not this type of fry. There it is. I said
I think this fry will make it better.
Now, Rick, I step outside. I step outside your world a little bit. You know, I have ketchup on fries all the time.
You have ketchup on everything
because I use fries as a delivery system for the nectar of the gods. Right. A little G.
Yeah, you're just Bubba. You're just eating ketchup.
Yeah,
you're not eating fries.
I admit that. I admit that.
Right,
that's a good point.
But what I'm saying is, this fry, does it lend itself to cheesy, gooey fries?
I think it'll be better because they're crispy, and a lot of times everybody goes gooey fry. We go with the old crinkle cut, which is my least.
I think
favorite
they do that so it'll hold on there. I think that.
But imagine this though, Rick, with them little crispies. Now, don't let them see it. If you let them see it, you better eat them. You better order them there.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls lined up and ready to go. We'll take more of those if you want to join us. I see about half the lines are still available. But here is an email from one of our listeners, and strangely enough, his name is Greg, but it's not our Greg. It's a different Greg. He said, "Thanks for turning me on to Field of Greens. I've been taking the product, and the results have been great. This is the second time that my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood work. And how about this? Credit is due to you guys for introducing me to Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable they used was medically selected for a specific health benefit, meaning there's certain fruits that help this, or certain vegetables that help this, and they're not just randomly saying, here's a bunch of fruits and vegetables. They're picking them for the reasons of the research that's readily out there and how the body loves them as fuel. So if you're busy, and a lot of us are, you don't feel like you get enough exercise and it's hard to do it, or maybe you're eating too much fast food and you're like, man, I know I need to eat better, but it's just hard to do that. Well, Field of Greens would really benefit you. Now, we can't promise you that your doctor is going to dance into the room like Greg was talking about, but we can tell you that if you don't have improved health, you don't see results, you get your money back. Okay? So that's how confident they are it is going to benefit you in some way and hopefully in a big way. So get started today. We'll save you 15%. I take this every day. It's one of my favorite products that we've come across in a long time. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba, and we'll save you 15%. And if I can help you at all, let me know. A lot of you have sent me emails asking some more questions, and I'll help you any way I can. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let's go to Northport. No, let's go to Mississippi. Someone says they've seen this same thing we just watched at a Northport rodeo. Is that in Alabama?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So somebody's bound to have a video of this because it was local about 2 months ago. So there's about 7 people go out there for money the hard way. About 6 20-something-year-old guys, and then this one woman who had zero business getting out there. She was not going to be swift on her feet at all.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. And they opened the gate to this zebu, who's a miniature bull, and it's just like he looks out and goes, no, not number 1, not number 2.
Oh, no.
And he makes a beeline and said, that's it. That's the one right there. And he full speed beelines Peggy and knocks her out, shuts the whole rodeo down for about 15 minutes while she's laying in the arena. But you have to wonder, you're like, God, why?
Why is this allowed? Of all the things we won't let people do that we think are ridiculous, I thought our world had become this safety police, and this is going on. Can you imagine the release you signed? Because your lawyer could never say, because this is how they try to beat those releases by saying, well, my client should not have thought the possibility of A happening. Well, yeah, once you say, so what, your client didn't think a bull could knock them out?
Yeah.
I mean, where are you going to go with that? Sipping on gin and juice, getting out there?
Gotta be.
Let's go to John in Decatur, 100.3 The River. John, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Long-time listener. I've called in a few times, but I gave him a break because I didn't have anything to add to the show, but I have a serious question.
That was
for
wise.
Rick and Bubba.
That was wise.
My wife and I have got a 9-month-old son. God has blessed us with a 9-month-old son. I am 53. My wife is 42. This is our only child.
Congratulations.
And we're trying to raise him up in a Christian home, which I'm new to. But this woke nation, we're trying to show the example that we don't back this and we don't promote this. But everything, literally everything that we buy is in some way sponsoring this stuff anymore. Yep. T-Mobile came out with a thing yesterday where they're giving out cuts and every time you push the button, they're going to give money to it. And how do we raise our child and know that we don't promote this? What do we do?
You know, one of the things, too, we've had this conversation in different groups that I run around with, and I know you have too, Rick. A lot of us talk about it, but few of us ever actually complain to the business that's doing that. I would urge you to write a letter to them.
Yeah.
And tell them that you think that this is inappropriate and it really has no business in dealing with cell phones. And if enough people do that, look, there is a point where if people get motivated to act, they can make a difference. Ask Budweiser.
Yep.
Okay, and we've got the numbers. I'm going to give you still plummeting each week to week. So the biggest problem, I think, we've always had the term the silent majority, is that we're also a passive majority.
Yeah.
And we don't get involved. And we don't, we know the few make the most noise and, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But I think that if enough people make a difference in their business, they will change.
Right.
We saw that with Bud.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, and it's also, and that's absolutely right, Bubba. And I would add to that, you're going to live in a world that you can almost get to the point where you can't eat, drink, or watch anything.
Yeah.
Because whatever you're doing, and you look for those places, like in the T-Mobile situation. I know Patriot Mobile's out there, and I would be honest, I just haven't made the effort to switch. But there are sometimes there are alternatives, and I would look for those. Now, not because you're guilted into do it; they need to be able to do a good job too, and it seems that they do. And they say if they don't, they'll just switch you back. So but in the world that we're living in, first of all, you must instill in that child. I mean, I'm talking about right now. You start instilling in that child what you believe as parents and why you believe it. And they're still going to have to decide, but at least don't have them deciding when they have not been completely, fully shown why you believe what you believe. And, of course, we have to know why we believe what we believe. That's crucial. It's impossible for me to teach somebody something that I don't know. And that's why you see a lot of what we're doing with themanchurch.com is we're dreaming of a generation of godly men, I use quotes around it, that have finally stopped saying, I don't know, go ask your mama. When it comes to these kind of things, when it comes to Scripture, when it comes to who Christ is, when it comes to why we believe what we believe. And then you've got to do a good job. And look, good parenting, and I've done it well and I've done it poorly. It requires work. Don't put I would not allow a small child to have access to the internet. No way, no how. I would not have them on social media. I would not have them anywhere near any of that garbage until they were old enough to buy their own phone and do what they want to do. When you have children, you got to know what they're watching. You got to know what they're exposed to. You got to pay attention to who their friends are, and it's a lot of work, but it pays. What I would do when their friends come around, most of them are on social media, go follow them on social media. See the stuff they're posting. See the stuff they're putting up. And but you can't just send them out in the world without a sure foundation on what you believe and why you believe it, because they won't make it. Because the bottom line is this: when we go out into this world, does the culture impact our children more than our children's faith impacts the culture? And I've got some wins and losses on that, and I'm telling you, it's real. So it's a lot of work, but you got to be, as Scripture tells us, be aware of the times you live in and the world you live in. And Bubba, I know you hate this analogy, even though it came from your Lord and Savior, and that is you got to be as gentle as a dove, but you got to be as wise as a serpent. Sorry, you have to know how it all works, and don't be passive about it. And I know
what about as wise as the lion?
There you go. But yeah, I got you. I don't like that analogy either. But there's a reason he used it, because you saw that's what Satan decided to use in the beginning. But the evil and the devil is crafty, and the devil's number one weapon he's been using it since the beginning is deception. And if our children and we don't know the genuine article, we will absolutely be deceived. Yeah. And it's the subtle things, this other stuff that you go, this looks outrageous, the sisters of perpetual indulgence. And then over here, there's just a little bit of, is that what God really said? Mm-hmm. And you get over here looking how you used to do your kids, get them look at the right hand, pop them with the left hand.
Yeah, do the helicopter.
So it's a lot of work. It is. And it starts with we as parents knowing what we're talking about. There's no way that we can be disciples and make disciples, and that would include our children, if we are not a disciple ourselves. I can't teach you, as Jesus said, everything that he commanded if I don't know what he commanded. And I don't know why this happened. I don't know what we believe and why we believe it. We got to know. Now more than ever, because false teachers, false prophets are everywhere. And we've been warned about them from the beginning of the church age. We were warned about them in the Old Testament. Jeremiah lamented about false preachers and false prophets. But they get you if you don't know the difference. And then all these movements get you under but hey, what's the big deal? And how do you maneuver through all this? And you got to do it. And if not, I promise you, it'll haunt you. And every little thing they're exposed to and every little thing that they go to matters. Sometimes you got to be the bad guy when your kid's sitting at home and he's not at the party or she's not at the party, and they're over there pouting saying everybody's there, and you have to tell them why they're not there. And then, of course, the next day when they find out about people getting DUIs and the police coming to the party and hauling everybody away, you'll go, see? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
there.
Well, the reason
time
why
you drive home, it's going to be a man.
You're right. The reason why people eat McDonald's fries on the way home if they go the drive-through is because if you don't, they're not any good.
Well, any fry. You're right.
Yeah. Now McDonald's fry, you let a McDonald's fry get cold, you got problems.
Yeah. Why do you like McDonald's fry over other types of fry?
It's perfect.
I don't know. It's just a wonderful. I'm talking about fast food fries, and they're just so much better.
And it's never wrong. Some fries
never miss.
They never miss.
They're
just
perfect.
So what other kind do you have? You have what I call steak fries that have the. Is that the ones with the ridge, or is that the one that looks like Lincoln Logs?
You're talking about crinkle cut. And then
steak fries is fat and almost
it
like
looks like a board.
It looks like a board.
Yeah, I got it.
And then you
got waffle fries.
Hate them.
Over
I like
Chick-fil-A.
what's the curly fries? I like
Curly fries.
Don't like curly fries.
I do like curly fries.
Curly fry. I got to be in that mode.
But you need-
I
you
should
gotta
say, but I
admit,
like it.
We've done a lot to the potato. You know what?
Now the only way I'll eat a curly fry is if you make them gooey fries.
You realize McDonald's actually offers curly fries on their international menu that Speedy was talking about earlier. And if y'all have never seen some of the things that are on the international menu at McDonald's, I kind of wish they'd bring it here.
Easy.
Yeah, that's
now why
ridiculous.
why is curly fries considered international? What is that, like
Various
a delicacy from
evidently
Germany
various
or
countries.
something?
They have a McShrimp sandwich at this. They have a chicken curry breakfast burger. This stuff looks really good. Do you know that they actually have a chicken McDo with mac spaghetti?
Really?
Say that again.
Adler, that's one thing you didn't do in Chicago, buddy.
Say that one more time. What that is, Ham?
I've already passed it.
Chicken McDo.
Make chocolate potatoes, which is chocolate over the fries.
I don't
regular
like
fries.
that. I don't like
That's
that.
a Japan deal.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, I wonder now more. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. We have that at noon, just about every Wednesday, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. If I'm not on vacation or have something beyond my control, we're here. And we have gone through nearly 10 years worth of Bible studies. We started archiving probably 2 years in. And if you've ever wondered about all the past Bible studies, you can find every one of them. They're archived by going to themanchurch.com, click on the media button. It'll drop down and say you want to listen to archives or watch them.
And you can go back through years of different books of the Bible and commentaries that we've taught. We're in the Revelation right now, and today we'll be in Revelation 14, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then it'll be archived soon after to the YouTube and podcast channel. Bubba, some interesting stories kind of coming off the caller about the state of things. Boy, the Bud Light debacle just continues.
Well, Rick, more numbers are in, and these are weeks ending sales numbers, okay? So follow this trend here. April 22nd, Bud Light was down 21.4%. April 29th, down 23.4%. This is week-to-week sales. May the 6th, down 23.6% in sales. May 13th, down 24.6%. June 3rd, down 24.4%. And the latest data, June the 10th, down 26.8%. So not only is it continuing to fall, it is ramping up as we go. We started at 21%, now we're at 26%.
And, Bubba, with this other story today, now they're in that crossfire that you now there's a no-win for them. Now, as they try to fix it, guess who's mad now? The gay community.
Yes.
So now a Minneapolis gay bar is also going to dump Anheuser-Busch products because of their integrity that they haven't defended. Dylan Mulvaney, they've crumbled, and this was their opportunity to show that they'll stand with marginalized people. I'm still trying to figure out the rights. Where do we see that the LGBTQ plus community is marginalized in this country and in this society?
They have a month celebration.
They seem to be treated quite well. And I'm not for the mistreatment. So, I mean, but is there anything they're being denied? They now can get married. They now can do whatever they want to do. And whenever they want to do it, as Bubba just said, how about a whole month to celebrate and affirm and jump up and down and do all sorts of promotions and logos everywhere?
Sparklers?
I don't
parade this, parade that.
I would say that if you're a devout follower of Christ, you're marginalized in today's society. Not if you're part of all that's going on.
Now, Rick, in market value, based on stock price today, the company has lost over $27 billion. Now, how does that affect the company, you think?
I don't really know. I'm sure some of that for them is monopoly money, but it's got to hurt.
Well,
it's helping other companies. I know that.
Yeah, there's some people getting some big bonuses for doing absolutely nothing in their sales department because it fell in their lap.
Yep.
But when a company loses that kind of value, it affects everything they do because it affects how they get loans, how their money is moved around. Their credit rating, all this kind of stuff, not to mention stockholders who have lost real money in this, are going to be very, very unhappy when they come to the stockholders meeting. So heads will roll, no doubt.
Yeah, and it was a horrible, horrible marketing campaign. And because, you heard Mr. Wonderful saying the same thing from Shark Tank, disagreeing with Mark Cuban, we've said it, and you know how we feel, and we know how other people feel. But if I'm trying to move product, my product is available and everybody live their life the way they want to. I'm talking about if I'm just sitting there running a business, why I go down this road? Because now you've ended up in the road where the LGBTQ community that you were trying to appease, they're now mad because when you took heat from the rest of the world, you're now crumbling, and now they're mad at you, we're mad at you, everybody's mad at you, nobody wants your beer.
So the guy who is in charge, we did the story like 2 weeks after this thing started. He came in, they changed the way they were doing some stuff. They got Zach Brown on their commercial. We went back to the Clydesdales.
Oh, yeah.
All of that ain't working.
Yep.
What do you do? What do you do now with this dumpster fire you got?
If only they had gone with the campaign we had designed. And look, we're Baptists. That's how funny this is. But we still can do a good campaign. This should have been the campaign in a world that is constantly changing. So you throw a little bone there. One thing remains the same. Budweiser, the king of beers. That's all you had to do.
Do you think they'll try to?
Yeah.
Do what?
I've got chills.
Yeah.
Do you think they will try to? They'll just lose this brand altogether and relabel it something else and come back?
Change the color of the can.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can.
You got to lose the name.
You
You
could
got to
go.
lose the can. But I mean,
Americans are
you've got a
unique.
lot of this stuff in the pipelines out here. You know what I mean?
Americans are unique. We all choose different paths, but there's one thing that all Americans can agree on: Budweiser, the king of beers. You talk
So
about
what is
you
the
talk about a
name?
stupid marketing plan that y'all came up for a fake world that was a disaster in the real world.
So let's say you have to go as far as lose the name Budweiser and Bud Light.
Right.
What do you do? What do you call it?
I think I just mix it the way it was mixed and just relabel it and call it something else. and then they can start the stories of that new beer they've come up with. It's just Bud Light. No, it's a new beer. It's
What
out
if
there.
you call it America? I'll have an America.
Well, you can't do that because sometimes people
America
they think
Light.
that means you like capitalism.
You call it an Am Light.
What about a Dud Light? or a Transheiser Bush?
You know what they're betting on? They're betting on Americans are fired up about this, and over time they'll fade back
Ride
and
it
forget
out,
about
yeah.
it.
Call
They're
it
like,
some-
just hey, let's
yeah.
ride it out. They'll settle down.
Introducing Eagle and Eagle Light.
Eagle.
there are just things though that from here on out, and to y'all's point, if it doesn't change, this is one of those you're not gonna.
Yeah,
Because
there's
that's what everybody
there's some
sees
things
now.
that never recover.
They-
I mean, we have a long list of things that, for one reason or another, fell out of favor with the American people, and they never recovered, and they had to just basically kill it and start over.
Guys, I never used to know. This is just honest truth. I never used to notice really what beer people had in their hands if they were drinking beer.
Right.
And the minute I see somebody holding a Bud Light
know.
or a Bud Light on a shelf or whatever, I immediately want in my mind go, don't get that one. You'll be made fun of.
I know.
No, that's true.
Let me get that one.
I
and-
found
I mean,
myself
it's
noticing
business.
more
I mean,
too.
Well, I told you
You going back to your red solo draft?
I walked out to go put my number on the table, to eat by myself, which is my new thing. And I walked past. I told y'all this about 2 weeks ago. And there was a couple of women sitting around drinking a Bud Light, and I mumbled to myself, "Yeah, that looks about right." And they had short haircuts.
Hey,
they did.
Well, they may have been
Oh.
dudes.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Read you loud and clear.
One had a flannel on.
Got it.
I don't think they come back from this one.
They were into woodworking a little
Yes. Yeah.
bit.
Meanwhile,
Heck of a softball team.
Right. The other had the Indigo Girls concert T-shirt.
all right.
Okay.
Do you like that little ad?
Yeah.
I think I was already there, but I thought that was kind of
I got it. I got it now.
top of the hour. Now, that's Speedy guy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Than ever, if Bill and Hillary Clinton are rethinking going on tour together, when you have been through so much like the Clintons, you would just think that they would want to find a place in their life where everyone would leave them alone. They wouldn't have to take on all the things they've been part of, things that are factually true, things that may or may not be true. You would think at their age, they would almost be going, whew. We're not in jail. We're still in one piece here. We tried one little last run at president there. It didn't work out. You would think of all people, they would want to come out of the limelight and move on with this last
It has
quarter
to
of
be
their life.
a strange,
right.
psychological. I would almost say defect.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse for the Clintons with their big tour coming up, now A&E is going to do a docu-series called The Clinton Affair, and the main character providing the interviews in the docu-series, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome back Monica Lewinsky.
Hey, how is that big stadium tour going? Are they selling any tickets? To that
I don't know.
or
Has
what?
it started or is it just
What's that?
on
The big stadium tour
The
thing
Clinton.
they're gonna do.
It looks like November 27th, about to start.
Yeah.
About
In
to
Toronto.
start. About to start. Well, you might as well leaving the country for their first one. That's pretty smart. But there's nothing. You think about it because Bill Clinton has been, I guess, got in trouble for this with his wife. I don't know, that marriage sometimes doesn't seem as normal as others, but
I don't know what really went on, but I know she probably didn't like the bad publicity. It brought them, even if their marriage was not as
Rick
romantic
potentially
as
cost her a presidency.
because it won't go away. Now Monica Lewinsky, for some reason, said that her grief has now led her to take part in a new docuseries. Nothing worse than for you to be a Bill Clinton and all these different women. As there's another one that was kind of at the center of our country for a while, a very embarrassing time in our country's past, and now she's decided that she wants closure. And that's and some things I think the Clintons just don't make good decisions. When he was asked about when the Me Too movement started, do you think you should apologize? And he took offense to that and acted all prideful about that. I think that might have been
wasn't long. That wasn't but a few months ago.
I'm only speculating, but he handled that moment right. You might have Monica Lewinsky go, well, you know what, that was kind of kind what he said. I think I'm going to back off. But they
might have invited her on the big stadium tour.
Well, and so here we go. And this is Speedy, I don't want to play what you just said a minute ago.
No, I've pulled past that. It premieres, I think y'all said on November 18th, A&E, the Clinton Affair, but I pulled past that. A minute 22 in. Okay.
You're going to have to be careful because this whole thing is a minefield.
You just saying pulled past that based off what we eliminated is funny to me.
I pulled past that.
Just stop saying
part.
it. Just stop saying it. Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you say I edited past that? I moved past it.
Edited.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Right. So
I
just know out there,
all
of you out there, just like all of us when we had kids when this came out, you couldn't even watch the news. Keep in mind this is going to be a docuseries. A&E. Everything we heard on the news when it happened will be nothing compared to what you'll probably hear in this series.
Right. And it's a 3-minute sneak peek.
And it was pretty bad what we heard.
Yeah. And this is kind of getting to the part where things are coming apart for old Clinton.
The great story here is this vast right-wing conspiracy.
He knows they're out there to get him. He knows he was being hunted, and yet he could be so reckless.
Bill Clinton handed the sword to his enemies.
As I passed George Stephanopoulos' office, I kind of looked into the open doorway, and Bill happened to be standing there, and he motioned me in. I don't think my heart had ever beat as fast. Unbeknownst to me, I was on the precipice of the rabbit hole.
Did anyone see you go in there alone? Any day, any time. I don't think so. Monica, someone has told them something.
What does this information about an affair with the President of the United States have to do with Whitewater? Nothing.
I was going to the White House in the dark of night to take a blood sample from the sitting President of the United States to compare with a semen stain on a dress of a 22-year-old.
And it keeps going.
Thank you for editing past.
Yeah. Oh, I did. I should have heard what was in there.
I wish you'd have pulled on past a little bit more.
Well, that's history. Everybody knows that.
Well, yeah, we had to hear about that. And it, by the way, it affected a whole generation, too, trying to redefine what was and what wasn't. Well, I can't even say it. But anyway,
that's the promo. And, Rick, if I could, before you jump in.
Yeah, I want to hear the part where he's told you realize you're under oath and all that. Didn't you say
but Monica gets emotional. This is actually in one of the series here. Right. Take a listen.
Terrible. I was scared, and I was mortified and afraid of what this was going to do to my family, and I still was in love with Bill at the time. So I felt really responsible.
Don't forget that A&E's going to count down to when this comes on. Some of the things that you get, because we have to be, as you show, very careful about
when does this come out, Speedy?
Sunday. Sunday. Yeah.
Yep.
So about a week before the Clintons kick off their stadium tour. Huh?
But Bubba, what I was about to say, also right before Thanksgiving, there's. 6 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. And I need you. Come on with it. So I need you.
The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is out. Helmsy's here. Adler's here. Rick and Bubba interns, Cam Solo and Alapuca are here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and letting us do what we do.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. So we have
3 bags full.
Sylvester Stallone is selling his home, and the report was that pop singer Adele was going to buy it.
Yeah, well, he did sell his home, and he's just come forward with a story about the deal.
Okay.
He sold his home to the 35-year-old hitmaker. It's 8-bedroom, 12 bathrooms. It was in January of last year for $58 million.
Hello.
She put about $20 million down on it and is carrying about $37 million in a mortgage and some change.
Dave Ramsey just had a heart attack.
Well, the deal almost didn't happen, though. Sylvester Stallone has a life-size statue of Rocky on one end of the swimming pool.
Of course he does.
You see it here in the video.
Mhm.
He was planning on carrying that with him. Adele said, "Wait just a minute.
Hold on, Rocky.
Hold on, Rocky.
Yo,
that
Adrian.
goes with the house. And if it doesn't, the deal is off."
Hey.
Like it.
So Sylvester Stallone said, "Your house, your statue. I'll take my 58. I'm out."
You know, Adrian wanted it.
Adrian wanted it.
Do you think he has another one?
Oh, I'm sure
he's got more than one.
He's
doesn't
probably
he?
got a dozen, and he can afford now to get another one if he would like.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a sure enough good one, though.
Does it say?
Yeah, it is a good one. I'll give you that.
I like. If I was not paying attention when you covered that in the story because I was trying to see the statue, forgive me. So if I'm doing hey, we just said that, Bird, you missed it. Yeah. And then you'll become every teacher I've ever had and half the coaches. Let me say this. Did they say how much Sylvester Stallone originally bought it for? I want to know what he walked away with.
No. The money he made.
The house or the house?
The house. I want to know how he did on that house. Because usually these people do really well on these because the price goes up substantially from when they bought it.
Yeah.
Also, there's another statue in this photo, by the way.
The horse?
What is that,
It's
Bubs?
a person on a horse?
Oh, that's Apollo Creed riding a horse.
Oh.
That's funny.
I'm kidding.
That owned me.
I would like to have
Okay,
a
there
Rocky
is a statue of a polo player
That's
on a
it.
horse on the opposite side of the garden.
Okay.
I don't get it.
And it has not survived Adele's remodel. So
No.
it was removed.
Well, I wouldn't want a polo.
Interesting.
Nobody wants a polo player at the end.
Right.
So anyway, I bet Sly got out of that pretty good.
Too.
Let's see. So initially, they say the house was on the market for $110 million, then really reduced to $85.
Got a little greedy.
Before he accepted a price which was about half of where it started.
Wow. Oh well, he may not have done that well.
I'll tell you what, he's really taking a
came on.
bath here.
He may have taken a bath on this one.
I don't see in this story what he paid for it, but that is a good question. I'd like to know too.
It says here in the story, it says the outlet reported that Stallone built the home in 1994. So I guess it's whatever.
Well, then he probably did. But I don't know.
He purchased the land, 3.5 acres in 1994. So
I'd like to know what he paid for it.
For the land, and then he built the home.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I'd like to know what he paid for it. Can nobody tell us? Where's the real estate people? So
you could probably a quick find on Zillow.
Adele's 30-year mortgage payments will be reportedly about $227,000 per month.
Wow,
including property taxes and a 5% interest rate.
Hello, look at the view, though, guys.
5% interest rate really hits you here when you're talking about a $37 million mortgage.
Adele's net worth is about $183 million.
Yeah, plus she's got that rich boyfriend.
Yeah, she's doing all right.
Rich Paul, I think's his name.
They said that one of the things that
no pun.
As opposed to poor Paul.
Yeah.
Did you hear what they said dropped the value of it?
What?
They went down. Most of these places have kind of downstairs. They have a bar area,
right?
And they found there was similar Bud Light cooler down.
Cost $50 million off the
and
price.
It was permanent, and it was a walk-in. So there was not much they could do about it.
Yeah,
Bud Light logo.
I mean,
It is.
The view is
look
incredible.
Look at that right there.
I know. I know the question is going
Look
to be
with the statue too. I mean, that is set up. You can't get it much better than that, right? I mean, come on.
When you start doing statues though on the property, are we walking down that gaudy road just a little bit?
Weirdo.
Rick, it's Hollywood.
I know. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
after
after
talking about rolling in the deep, good night.
yeah, good. Yeah.
Y'all, if you
I
listen
got
to
it.
Adele
I got
music,
it.
y'all,
Yeah.
We got it.
She said the
Apparently
statue was easy on me.
Said hello.
Rick,
It's a $37
apparently
million mortgage.
you have not seen the giant statue I have of a microphone at the end of my post.
I have not. I have not. And sadly, your neighbors weren't quite sure what you were doing when you first put it up.
Yeah.
What is he saying? Oh, it's a microphone.
All right, so
But the deal,
have y'all seen the reality?
It's actually a bush cut like a microphone.
Right.
Have y'all seen the reality show on his family and all his daughters and all that? Have y'all seen that? There's
Stallone?
there's a reality show.
I know
out.
there is one, and I've seen
Never
promos.
seen it.
I've never seen an episode.
I've seen the promos too. I haven't seen it either. After selling the house, he did run out and buy an $18 million hidden estate. It looks like he turned around and bought something with it.
have you ever been in somebody's house before and you were a little surprised by something that was decorative in there, and you were kind of like, "Wow."
Rick, I'll be honest. I don't pay that much attention to it.
You would have
know,
this one.
But
What was it, Rick?
The ladies usually will notice. Is this decor or that decor or. My wife has
Decor?
a preference
decor.
for-
Yeah.
What did I say?
Decor.
Decor.
Yeah, we all know
It's
what
the
I mean.
same thing.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we were on a deck or not.
No, he does that. Yeah, so you decorate the deck. That's actually decor.
There's some things that I know my wife is going to want in something, and that is as much white inside as you can get, so it looks like it's an operating room. And she knows that I'm going to want earth tones, which
course.
apparently are not in fashion, but they're coming back.
They'll come back. Everything comes back.
Right.
But
I love earth tones.
We were somewhere one time, and I'm going to be very vague.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we were invited, and it was very kind to be invited. And we were walking, and I stepped into an area of the house looking for the bathroom. And the couple had a painting of themselves nude. And,
What?
Yeah.
What?
And now they had laid by each other to where areas were covered, that would have been, well, basically soft porn. Okay.
Right.
But
Good night.
they were nude.
I think that's hard, technically hard.
Did they have?
Yeah.
Porn.
Thank you, buddy. Just finished.
Did they have? Did they have children?
They did not.
Okay, so
Oh,
it's not
that
like their
explains
kids
it.
were
No.
walking around having
because
to
I got
look
you,
at this
okay,
picture
I'll
the
tell
whole
you
time.
that. How about if your parents do that and you're a kid, you just go ahead and start picking out your counselor because you're gonna need one
And your
But-
suitcase.
yeah,
Let me-
right.
I have to. Did you ever bring it to
Well,
anybody's attention or to their attention?
I immediately went to Sherry and said, "Go down the hall, you go in the bathroom and hug her right." I said, "And come back and let's." And I can't wait to see your face. And you ever seen Sherry when something happens that she can't, and she does that where she opens her mouth like that, and she comes down the hall going. And I said, "How about that?" I said, "I know we're about to do some remodeling. You want me to put that on the list?"
Yeah. That'd be great.
Does anybody want to see that?
No.
Now, were they people who kept themselves in shape? They did, but still,
Yeah.
I just
Weird.
That is weird.
It felt.
Hey.
It didn't feel right.
I wouldn't think it would. All right,
No.
so
Set fire to the rain.
I mean,
I found some numbers inside New York Post.
was it classy
article.
and done? With
Elegance.
elegance. Yes.
Looks like he bought the land and built the house for $2.35 million
Oh yeah.
at the time in
that'd way to go.
1994.
That'd way to go, Sly.
I thought that was weird that Greg had this picture of Bill Clinton in a blue dress in his house.
Phone calls are next.
Bubba.
I will say this docuseries will be something the Clintons are not thankful for on Thursday.
Yeah.
1 week from Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, it'll give us all something to watch and talk about over Thanksgiving, other than the lines.
Right. She said that they've asked about her not getting an apology. She says, as for ever getting an apology from the ex-president himself, what feels more important to me than whether I am owed or deserving of a personal apology is my belief that Bill Clinton should want to apologize. I'm less disappointed by him and more disappointed for him. he would be a better man, and we, in turn, a better society. So, see, she's almost letting you know, if I'd just seen a little bit of brokenness and a little bit of, and she said, I'm not feeling sorry for myself on that. That just shows how sad he is as a person. Anyway, she says that she is very, very sorry to Hillary for what she did. She said this is part of the healing process, I guess. And I know the Clintons wish the healing would really. Here we are.
Yeah.
To move on.
Docu-series is back and ready to go.
Yeah, we appear to be picking a scab here. So.
Right. On that question that was asked to him, you wanted that, and I kind of want you to watch the little smirk he gives after his answer.
All right.
He is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand that, sir?
I do.
Look at that little face.
Did you see that? Did you see that little?
Well, Bubba has
smirk?
said it 1,000 times over the years, and he's 100% right. The arrogance and defiance that he showed, kind of what Monica's saying about the lack of personal apology, tells you more about him than the fact that he might have been somebody that was distracted by skirts that walked by. He's also letting you know that he always held himself in a place, and really to a degree still does, of being above reproach, and how dare anyone question anything about him. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Alapuca is ready to go. We will start with Keith out of Huntsville, Alabama. Keith has got us on 100.3 The River. Thank you for your patience, Keith. You're on. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just wanted to tell you, and I don't mean this to be an insult in any kind of way, but
fine.
during Gridiron, man, there was a lot of fine men there speaking, and I got to tell you, man, I really wasn't that excited about seeing Rick Burgess. I was thinking it was going to be kind of mediocre, and there again, no offense, because sometimes, when I listen to the show, my opinion is sometimes you could be a little bit of a bully, but man, you actually changed the way I think listening to your message. I just want you to know, when God calls you and it's your time to answer, I have no doubt that you will hear, "Well done, my good and faithful servant."
Well, you're kind to say that.
Message you brought, message you brought was amazing. And I got to tell you, brother, out of all those fine men there, I would rather pay to hear you again than any of the rest of them.
Well, that's kind of you to say that. And first of all, your first thought was actually correct.
Bully.
I should have been the probably least excited speaker on that lineup. No doubt about that. That was accurate. We've made a living off low expectations. Bubba and I have always tried to say, let's underpromise and let's overdeliver. Yeah. And the other thing, the show's got a long, long history. And Jesus Christ has been changing me over that process, sometimes in little steps and sometimes, through big steps that change everything. And sometimes I think because, and this is the reason why sin always matters, which is kind of what we talked about, is some of these things you do, people will say, well, that's you for the rest of your life, even though you are making changes and you hope people see those changes. But sometimes the things you've done in your past are so ingrained in people's minds, they still think that's who you are. And that's why and sometimes there's not much you can do about that other than moments like this where you can kind of say, and then some of the stuff we do on the show is because the show is real. There's no doubt there's a huge amount of reality to it, but we're also exaggerated characters of that reality. Like, Greg knows what his minions want. Bubba knows what the people that come in here that he brings to the table, Speedy, me, Helms, Adler. And, some of this stuff you do for humor and for response. And I'm not saying we're actors because we're not, but it's real, but there's some entertaining going on there too. And I'm not making an excuse for myself. There's certain things I did in the past that I won't do now that were wrong. And some of the ways I handled callers and the way I handled people was wrong. But I hope you also seen some changes in those areas. There's been some phone calls in the last 5 years that Bubba said, that right there shows me that God's changed you. I can't believe how you handled that call based on how you would have handled it 5 years ago. So we're all in the process of changing, but it's kind of you to call and encourage and say, hey, God's working through you and changing you, and I'm glad you saw that. So thanks. That's kind of you to call. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Todd, Dallas, Texas, checking in. Todd, go ahead.
Oh, shoot. I forgot I was on hold because I'm listening to you. Been listening to first of all, though, the thing about the ladies in Cleveland.
Yes.
I worked in the Cleveland School District when I first moved to Dallas. That's not surprising.
Oh, Cleveland,
That's
Texas.
not surprising. I'm chasing child around.
Oh, so you're saying that we shouldn't have been surprised by that?
Oh, no, not at all. But I got a story real quick. My wife and I went on a cruise a few weeks back, and we left out of New Orleans. We left Caviezel, headed to Progresso, and I put my Common Sense is a Superpower T-shirt on.
Great.
And I'm walking across the Lido deck with people all around me, and a little ways back, I hear a meh, meh, meh. And I said it back to him. This guy is from Gadsden. And I heard we connected on a cruise ship because I had my shirt on.
And I love that the people in the Rick and Bubba family knew how to signal each other. I mean, he saw the shirt. He knew what signal to send out. You knew how to respond. That just makes our day today. Todd, thanks a lot. We go to New Mexico. Cody is standing by. Cody, welcome to the program.
How's it going, guys?
We're good, brother.
Good. Hey, I called for a different reason, but I did want to comment on that man that called about raising his kid. Rick, amen to everything you said about a parent being proactive. I'm afraid that you said it's a lot of work, and I've got a almost 2-year-old myself. A lot of work.
Right.
But what's happening is a lot of our parents are tired from work. They're getting all, and they don't want to be proactive and do their job. And our country is suffering because of that. We just had a young man here about a month back. He was 18 years old, just walked down a subdivision and was shooting people.
Yeah.
And he did have some emotional problems, but I guarantee you, if you did a little bit of research, there was some parents that just, it was too much work for them to do their job.
Are you familiar with Corey Ten Boom? Are you familiar with her?
Yes.
She told a story, and I think we've forgotten this in parenting, and it's our job to make sure other people don't do it. She told a story about one time she'd heard something involving intimacy between, men and women, and she was young. She was a little girl. And she said, we were on a train, and they were traveling somewhere, and she said, I asked my dad a question that would have made all of us uncomfortable, And he said to her, he said, you know what? He said, let me ask you a question. He said, when we get off the train, he said, you see the trunk over there that I'm carrying with their stuff in it? She said, yes, sir. He said, why don't you carry that off the train for us when we stop? And she looked at her daddy, and she says, well, I can't carry that. He said, so you need me to carry that for you right now, don't you? And she said, yes, sir. And he said, but one day, he said, you might be strong enough to carry that, then I'll let you. That's the same way with this question. I need to carry that for you right now. And there's going to come a time when I'm going to answer that question when you can actually carry it, not before. And she said she never forgot that analogy.
That's good.
And I think
good.
That's very good.
Yeah, I think one of the problems that we have is we're letting children be exposed to things before they can carry the trunk off the train. And they're getting all kinds of corrupted versions of things that we need to be sure that we are protecting them from, but at the same time making sure they know when it's right and make sure they know it correctly.
I needed that today.
Yeah, and that was a great analogy, I thought. Let's go to Lawton was at the rodeo in Northport where Peg got hit by the bull.
Wow.
All right, what happened, buddy?
Hey.
Hello, Lawton?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are we doing?
Good. Go ahead.
Unbelievable that I was at Northport at the same rodeo. Northport is just on the other side of the Black Warrior River from Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
My son-in-law tried to convince me to get into the bull wrangling because I could read cattle. Well, I went down and introduced myself to that little Bramer bull that had a purse on his head, and I can tell you he was already unhappy.
Oh, really?
When they turned him out, that old big gal got out, and she kicked her flip-flops off, and that little bull smoked her just like the gentleman described, and the first lick just aggravated her. He jumped up and went right back at him. Well, the second lick, he knocked her out.
Somebody's got video of it. So it was the second lick that got... Oh, Peg! All right, we're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To ride my bicycle, I want to ride
To Portland we go.
Cyclist was injured as a result of a booby trap on Friday evening, according to the Portland police. Officers responded to a report around 10:53 p.m. You're out riding kind of late, too.
Yep.
That a bicyclist was injured as a result of a booby trap that was erected across the Interstate 205 multi-use path near the Southeastern Division Street. Officers arrived and found an injured woman on the scene. They said that the victim was traveling north while riding her bicycle on the path when she became entangled and injured by material strung across the path. During the investigation, they learned that the victim had actually got tangled up in some type of string that was woven together across the path. 3 suspects were rounded up and have been taken into custody. They've been charged with 4th-degree assault, 3 counts of reckless endangering. And they have pictures of them here, Rick, and granted they are from Oregon, and I would say they all look a little woodsy.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought these are the current members of Leonard Skinner, but it looks like, they got a woodsy look. You told me,
and everybody knows what a woodsy look is.
Oh yeah, but
like they need to wash.
Two of them look like they might be brothers. One picture just looks like one guy with glasses on, one guy without glasses.
Yeah.
You know,
And y'all know they were in the bushes watching. You know that.
That's
you set that
see,
up, you
the
gotta
story
watch.
doesn't say how they found the suspect.
They had to be.
And that's exactly what I thought. I thought they must be close by.
Well, you wouldn't do that, not watch
you
it.
should.
Now they're a
shouldn't
little
do it.
old to be pulling pranks across the old bicycle path. 23, 27, and 21.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't do this at all because she's injured. I mean, I didn't. Oh, they got up there where it hits them across the face.
That's pretty bad.
Oh my goodness! They're showing her right now on.
So what did they just tie a string across the path?
I thought it would like to make the bike crash. I know it was to behead somebody.
I know.
Goodness.
Gosh.
Imagine riding along and you don't even have a clue.
Oh, whammy. And you're already out there at almost 11 o'clock at night.
Don't know why
which
you're riding at
I know.
10:53.
That's
Not recommended.
Not wise.
Not while we're riding, but no excuse for this. You should be able to get on a bike path and not worry about somebody setting up a booby trap to cut your head off.
You would.
Now, Rick, they remind everybody any hazardous conditions that they run into there on the old multi-use path. They call the Portland Park Rangers or the Police Bureau.
So. Also, I know that this was discussed much earlier today on the kickoff hour, but we haven't talked about it as the entire team, that lottery officials in South Carolina said the winner of the $1.5 billion Mega Millions jackpot has still not stepped forward, even though the drawing was nearly 3 weeks ago.
They got to April 21st.
So they got time.
It's a long time.
But I'm going to tell you, if I had that ticket in my possession, I'd be wanting to go ahead and get
We
that
had an
wrapped
emailer
up.
say that it possibly could be one of these office pool type deals, and because of it, they're currently with attorneys structuring how this is going to work, and once that is finalized, they'll come forward.
That makes sense.
And somebody may just have lost it.
Boy, if you bought your ticket, because they can tell you what store and where it was at, and you
As we work our way back, I do want to point you to Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. There's no better protection from termites. I mean, it doesn't exist. It's a fortress, baby. Termites can't get to the property. If you got them locked out, you don't have to get them out. They never come in. So talk to Cooks about this. Also, just any pest control you need. And look, we're in that time right now. I tried to do a little riding around the farm this week, and you know, I don't have my window on the front of the vehicle because it's hot. And buddy, as you're riding, I mean, bugs are just hitting you right in the chest of every kind.
Hello.
And so Cook's Pest Control is the best. I mean, let them come, evaluate your property. New home construction contractors, they do that. There's no obligation to use them, but I wish you'd go ahead and just save yourself the trouble and get the best on the project. So whatever you need involving pest control, they're available. So why not let them evaluate your property, and they'll tell you what they can do, and you can make that decision like we did and put Cook's Pest Control to work for you or your company, and then you can sing like us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken
He has returned from China, and we've had this story the last few days, and we just haven't gotten to it. But, he's trying to say, look, let me give you no gray area on where he says the United States of America stands when it comes to Taiwan's independence. So here we go.
On Taiwan, I reiterated the long-standing U.S. One China policy. That policy has not changed. It's guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, the 6 assurances. We do not support Taiwan independence. We remain opposed to any unilateral changes to the status quo by either side. We continue to expect the peaceful resolution of cross-strait differences.
So we are not for independence.
No, and we haven't been. That's been the U.S. policy. One China, but 2 rules, 2 ways to do it. And it's the history of this whole thing is kind of odd, and I'm not expert on it by any stretch. But
well, you play one on the show, though.
If Taiwan, think of it like this, Rick. It was a state in China. It was the capital of China. And it is an island off of the mainland of China. When the communists took over China, they never took Taiwan. So Taiwan has remained free China, if you would, not red China. And it is simply known as Taiwan.
Is it independent or not?
It is independent. It has, but they also share some things with the Chi-Coms. The Chi-Coms wants it back. They want full control of it.
They want it red.
The U.S. has said it is China, but it's separate, and they don't want any change in that policy. Now, Taiwan wants to be totally free. China wants them totally back. We're kind of playing both sides of the aisle.
So if they want to be totally free, what do they want they don't have now?
China not barreling down on them all the time and, causing them problems and buzzing their airplanes and surrounding them with warships and all that kind of stuff.
But if they're part of China, doesn't China have the right to do what they want to do?
Well, it never fell to the communists.
Right. But I mean, so
it would be like if the communists took over the United States. Let's just say, for example, and Florida never fell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it stayed independent, and it happened to be the capital at the time.
But when it's independent, this is the word that we seem to be playing with and giving it a new definition.
We're trying to appease the Chi-Coms and saying, yeah, it's yours.
Exactly.
But leave them alone, let them do their own thing.
But aren't we also telling Taiwan, well, you are independent?
Well, we have promised Taiwan we will defend them if they are attacked militarily.
Doesn't that make them independent? I feel like we're playing with a word here.
We are.
And it's
and the microchips manufacturing that occurs in Taiwan is a big part of this friction, because Taiwan and the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, they make 60% of the world's semiconductors, the world's microchips, and over 90% of the more advanced microchips. So Taiwan wants to keep making those and sell them to the world, whereas China's like, hey, we want to decide who you can sell those to.
Because
and
you're China.
We want them for our tanks and our missiles and our cars and our computers. And so that's a big sticking point, because these semiconductors are so difficult to make.
Right, I got it. China's saying if you're China, then we have a say in it. If you're saying we don't have a say in it, you're saying you're independent. We don't recognize you as independent, but yet you seem to be independent. And then the United States says, we're not going to call you independent, but if China tries to take you over, we'll defend you and keep you independent. I don't understand this. This
ambiguity on purpose.
Right.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a roundabout.
So many other things.
It's like a roundabout.
I'm at a roundabout. What this lane right here?
Yeah.
I just followed all around. Yeah,
so the Chi-Coms, what year did they actually fall? Do you know? It was around 48, 49, 50, right in there somewhere.
Right, yeah.
Because we had the Korean War right after that, and they were Chi-Coms then. So it's a problem. China also has a lot of chip manufacturing, not to the level of Taiwan. But
right.
The problem is if an armed conflict does break out, and probably will at some point, we're probably going to be looking at a massive chip shortage because that supply chain will be interrupted at the very least, possibly destroyed in an armed conflict.
And that's when we can get involved?
we have basically a treaty with Taiwan about like what we have with NATO that says if you're attacked, we're attacked. We have to respond.
But
the way I understand,
I have to ask this again because I'm back to playing words, and I know what we all agree.
But
on.
until
I'm just
that
making-
happens,
I'm just making
we
points.
can't really do anything.
So let me ask you this: do we have a relationship? Do we call China an ally?
No.
But Taiwan is, but it's
Yes.
still China. Do you see where I am?
No.
Do you see how confused I am?
I got you.
So Taiwan is an ally, but yet we say they're China, but China isn't an ally, but Taiwan is, and they're both called China.
But they've been
But they're not
separate-
independent.
They've been separate since 49.
Right, which makes them independent.
Right. For now.
Unofficially.
And it depends on what news source you look at. If you go to the Taiwan Wikipedia page, they list it as the Republic of China, as just
Of
part
course.
of the Republic of China.
Of course.
Yet they have their own flag.
Right. And by the way, China calling themselves a republic is funny.
The
Yeah.
people, they're the
but,
People's Republic, right?
But we go back to this again.
yeah.
Taiwan.
It's even worse.
Taiwan feels like that China keeps claiming that Taiwan is married to them, but Taiwan has all kinds of men in their life. And they're out seeing men, they're dating other men, and they're
That's one way to look at
hey,
it.
she's not acting like your wife. Oh yeah, she's my
Well,
wife. Well,
when
she seems to be sleeping with anybody she wants to.
When a
I mean-
U.S. official,
Right.
when a
Put it
U.S.
like that.
official goes to Taiwan,
right,
it really ticks
Oh,
the
it does.
Chicoms.
Yeah,
off.
we've been through that. Yeah.
And then they'll stir up the warships and the planes and all that. So it's not a good situation. It
No.
needs diffusing, but how do you do it?
Yeah, ask the people of Hong Kong how it goes.
Not well, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, and if you're Taiwan right now and you're looking at the bunch that's in the US of A running it, you have to be going, I don't feel good about this.
To Adler's point about the whole conductors.
Could we take Zelensky's money and give it to Taiwan if they get in the bind? What do we do here?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Babylon B had a
about
good one
the
on the
chips
bombs in Taiwan.
Is this one of those? Is this the sticking point, the true sticking point, to where it comes down to those dollars? Because if they didn't have this industry, we wouldn't really care what Taiwan's doing. Is that what this is about, or is there something bigger
No,
than that?
I think there's a principle there because we basically were at war with China and Korea. Them being in it is what kept North Korea propped up. And again, when we've had these North Korea things, and I've told y'all, China's behind it. China's behind it. They can shut this down because North Korea relies on them for 90% of everything they've got. They like them giving us the business, so to speak.
When I look at how our worldview has changed, where the left has gone so far to the left, I think, Bubba, and all of you are right. At one time, we took care of them and said we would because we were freedom-loving people. I don't think that's our motivation anymore. At one time, it was. I think now probably the semiconductors are probably a big motivator than our love of freedom.
Well, I would like to think that we still have principle. I think that's our Ukrainian situation too, although the price tag for that is beginning
It just continues to
pile up.
rise.
Yep.
But it seems
But
like
what do you do? We were talking about
know.
that in the break. Do you just let Russia roll them, and then they start the new Soviet Union, or then you have to fight them in? Let's see, what would be the next
country over?
Moldova will probably fall anyway.
they'll
I
just
don't think
surrender.
they're going. Yeah, they're
the
not.
people
gonna
of
put up-
Moldova they couldn't care less about
Who's
if they're
next?
Russian or not.
Who's next after that? I can't remember the
Belarus?
next big-
this is
well,
where we need
Belarus
my
is
map.
already
They're
in
already
with
back
them.
in, yeah.
They're already in.
Well,
with
we
them.
go back to this. I agree with you, but like I look at the way it seems that our current government treats Russia one way and treats China completely different. It's they coddle China, but they don't coddle Russia.
Well, that's, you're talking about the Biden administration.
Biden administration, yeah. So
Trump didn't coddle.
We don't. No. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the ones that are in charge right now.
Right.
Yeah, that's such a joke. They accused Trump of Russia collusion, yet all the land grabs that have happened from Russia here recently happened during Obama's administration and during Biden's, none during Trump's.
Well, because he picks the right time to do it. He wouldn't do it during Trump because he knew there might be consequences. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Find it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
The best
goodness.
one though, and that was one idea. The best one was that they're in a divorce and trying to finalize.
Well,
everything.
that's possible.
Look, don't be greedy. Get it over with.
It was sold at KC Mart. The odds of all six numbers matching, 1 in 302.5 million.
And they got it.
and they hit it. So
how about them apples?
How about them apples? It says the winner would only become an actual billionaire by taking the prize in annual installments over 3 decades and hanging on to the bulk of the money. They can also take $877.8 million lump sum payment, which most winners choose to receive.
Yeah, and then you're going to pay taxes on that. So
You're going to be all right, though.
Yeah.
It's just going to come out to a mere $400 million.
Yeah, I hope you can get by on that.
Well,
but that's a far cry from 1.5
We know
billion.
people that will squander that kind of money. I mean, they do, Greg. We've seen it. I know it
Well-
seems impossible, but we've seen it.
Well, but okay, let's say me, for example, because if I'm going to pick a winner, I'd pick me. I'm 52 years old. There's no way I can squander $400 million.
Oh, there
According to what
is,
you buy.
Greg. Yeah.
What am I going to? I mean, I'm
What if
not,
you bought
I'm
an
not going to
airplane?
buy a ball team or anything.
What if you
like
bought
that.
an airplane?
Well, I'm saying don't be. That's stupid.
Well, I know, but you're saying
I could buy an airplane with that and still be fine.
Greg,
by the way,
you know what?
I could buy
You
a nice
could.
plane with that and still be fine.
But then something would happen to it. Then you
Well, I'm
got to
not
keep it in
saying I
repair.
What if your money
then
management?
You bought 5 cars.
Yeah, what was
bought
your
3 houses?
What if your money management team was Mike Tyson and MC Hammer?
But again, Mike didn't get his money all in one lump sum. He took him. He blew through it as he got it in little increments.
I'm just telling you that a lot of times people.
I tell you this. Well, if you do, then right, the hell with you. How about that? You're an idiot. Interesting. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
There you go. Bottom line.
Bottom line.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
So, but they're saying this person may be trying to work out, how it's going to be, how they're going to receive it, but if they lost it, guys. If they,
To me, the only delay would be getting your accountant together, your trust put together, getting your lawyer together, and getting up there and making an appointment to show up.
I don't know. I like.
And you don't have to. I may have already said this. A lot of people. The publicity, but you don't have to reveal your identity in South Carolina. So that's not it. You can actually get it without having everybody attacking you.
Well, I told y'all this was back PJ. This is pre-Jesus, but I was at a horse track one time, and I was not keeping up with my stuff like I should have, and all the 1, 2, and those horses came 1, 2, and 3, baby, for $17,000, and I couldn't find my ticket.
Really? Oh, boy.
I was crawling.
Boy, then
around.
you could really.
But on the
Where did you think you put it?
On the ground, there's just tickets everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Where did you think you had it? In your shirt pocket?
Right here in my shirt pocket.
And you reached to get it and it wasn't there.
And when they came across, I was screaming and hollering and jumping up and down, spilling stuff on everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they
just for giggles.
And I went just like this, and I didn't have it. I lost it.
Just for giggles. Imagine this person if they have lost a ticket.
Guys, I can't imagine that.
That'd be my luck.
You know what? That would be the ultimate, the forever standing.
Oh yeah.
You can't have nothing. That would be.
You can't even win the lottery.
Hey, you can't even have the $1 billion. You can't have nothing.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and get that tattooed on right there.
Yeah, right across your forehead.
Yep.
And don't ever get it, and get your hair cut always where we can see it.
And no bangs.
I mean, would you ever? I mean, how would that haunt you for a long time? I mean, if you thought,
Rick, you would think you were over it, and then you would think about it again.
1 in 302 million .8 that you would ever even win it, and it happened, and you lost it. But I'm with y'all. I think this is a person trying to be wise about how they're going to receive it. They're trying to look at all the options, maybe trying to get some advice so they don't become a good one.
My luck, I'd have the ticket. I have a car wreck on the way there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That number is 866 We Be Big.
A couple of stories we haven't hit. Bubba, let's run them. You were saying there's been...
Rick, we start in Arkansas.
Yep.
Arkansas had the very first law in the country banning transgender procedures for minors. A judge in Arkansas has declared that law unconstitutional. U.S. District Judge Jay Moody said that the first-in-the-nation law violated the due process, equal protection rights for transgender youth and their families, and it violated First Amendment rights of healthcare workers by prohibiting them from referring patients elsewhere. This will be appealed. The Attorney General there said he was disappointed, and it will be appealed. This will end up at the Supreme Court before it's all said and done, and we will cover this. I don't, for the life of me, though, I can't understand. Maybe there's some details in the law about how it was implemented or something,
Probably
that there's
so.
a hang-up. But I don't know how we can say, or a federal judge can say, you can't pass a law that will allow minors who are too young to make this decision for themselves from having these type of surgeries, which are a form of mutilation or sex change. But the same, you can use the same age measuring stick to tell someone they can't drive, they can't have a beer, and they can't buy a cigarette.
Yeah.
I don't. Again, I think you've got to have some across the board common sense on some of this stuff. So we'll see how that plays out. But that was the first law and the first strike down to that.
Yeah.
Dolphins' Tyreek Hill involved in police investigation of assault and battery. You know, he is such an exciting player. I hope that he has not got into something that's going to take him off the field, but I have no idea.
So he's in hot water. So we'll see how that goes. I'm with you. That's disappointing.
He is an incredible player to watch. Now, again, I don't know about his personality. I don't know his character, and I don't know what he's done on or off the field, but he is very, very exciting to watch.
On the field, he's worth the price of admission.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Elon Musk continues to use the Twitter platform. You know, that's where Tucker Carlson is now. He has recommended, because he thinks it is so important, that Jim Caviezel's movie on child trafficking now be streamed on Twitter. Now, that means I guess he's not a dictator. He's recommending to those that he's placed in position. He thinks that, just like he did on the Matt Walsh thing, where he put it out there for free he'll see things and say, I think what they've done here is so important.
Yeah.
I want our platform to give people access to it in case they're denied access to it by other platforms.
Yeah, and he's referring to the movie Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be released July the 4th, and based on the life of Tim Ballard, a former CIA agent who founded Operation Underground Railroad to root out trafficking across the globe.
Well, you remember when the interview we did with the guy that goes in there and does all that on our podcast.
It's amazing.
The things that you hear and the things this man has seen, you really, and you just almost can't believe that the world is that depraved.
I know,
but it is. So unfortunately, so we'll follow that and see how that goes. But it's interesting to watch Elon, how he's using that platform.
Caviezel is saying that there are multiple Epstein Islands run by intelligence agencies and governments. He calls out the Rothschilds again, and he talks about adrenochrome, which we've talked about before. It's I thought it was a fake drug, but he's saying it's real. It's a chemical compound. It's an elite drug that they've used for many years, more potent than heroin. It has some mystical qualities that make you look younger.
Oh my!
And it's made from body parts.
Wow!
And Epstein Island isn't the only sex island out there. And this movie supposedly blows it all open, and that's from Caviezel. And this is the first I've heard of it. Did you guys know about this documentary?
No.
I didn't know about it.
No, I didn't.
And Caviezel's running the whole thing. He was talking on what's this guy's name again? He was a Trump guy, and then they fell apart.
Oh yeah, he's.
I can't believe I'm spacing on his name.
He reminds me of that comedian.
Bohannon. I know who you're talking about.
Yes,
Blaney?
everybody's yelling it right now that's listening.
Blank. No, gosh.
He's
I
on.
have no idea.
The War Room.
He
With,
reminds me of Ron White, by the way.
Does he really?
He looks exactly like Ron
Does
White.
he really?
For some reason, he does.
Always a little unkempt.
No, I can see
Steve
that.
Bannon.
Bannon,
Thank you, Bubba.
Come up with Steve.
Yeah, that boy, Bubba.
You did it, Bubba.
Kid.
So when is it coming out, Adler?
The Sound of Freedom is in theaters July 4th, and it looks like they're trying to get it on Twitter too, like you guys said.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So-
I'd like to look younger, so I'll check it out.
All right.
Just kidding.
No.
I really don't care what I look like. Okay.
Do you?
That's obvious.
All right. So
I'll tell you this: it gives it more clout with the fact that Caviezel's involved.
It does.
Yes.
Yeah. It makes me really turn my
I
head.
like
and look.
him as an actor. Of course, he did The Passion of the Christ, which was huge. But I liked him in the TV shows he was in before that and the things he's done. I just like him as an actor.
Yeah, me too.
Caviezel of Nazareth.
We met him. He was on the show. Crystal out of Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Crystal, go ahead.
Hey, I was just saying, okay, it's Steve Bannon, number one.
Yeah,
y'all were talking
we
about.
got it. Yeah.
We were hung up.
Ron White's cousin. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That the guy that's doing this movie or whatever, we went and seen Nefarious, and they are trying so hard to keep these movies out of the theaters that it's not even funny. Mm-hmm. But the adrenochrome, a lot, y'all are talking about it's made of body parts and stuff. 90% of it, I've done research, and it is made from foreskin of Korean babies.
Good night.
I didn't know I'd hear that.
There was so little time left in this hour, too.
I
And
know.
I didn't think I was going to. And that's not what it says.
I've got about 3 lines
glad-
I want to use.
so glad
I'm not
Greg
gonna
is
do
not
it.
here.
Look, there's fish in the barrel. Let's don't shoot.
Yeah.
Does it have to be?
No.
You don't have to
No.
repeat it.
There you go. Not coming down.
There it goes.
There you go.
There he goes.
There he goes. Because
Yep.
I could
He's
tell.
out of control
I
in there.
could tell that you were ready to go.
Ever since you've got that van.
This is that thing where you're trying to get Greg to hang out with you more. You want
Sometimes I think
him
in that little room he thinks he's protected.
I do too. You know that when y'all pot this up, you now become part of the main show.
Right.
People can hear you.
I thought this was just a talkback mic this whole time. I was talking to you guys. I got to apologize to some people.
Yeah. So anyway, and we didn't get to this. I see now we're not going to have time, but I understand that this new Jeopardy host got really mad because she thought that the Jeopardy deal people should have known the answers and they couldn't get the answers. She got frustrated with them and like began to wonder how they even made it on Jeopardy, and she like lost it with them. And people have been.
You mean
commenting.
Amy Farrah Fowler?
Is that her name in?
No, that's she played in the Big Bang.
That's what I mean. Is that her
Theory,
character in
yeah.
the Big Bang? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway,
funny.
is she going to be the full-time host now? Is that?
No, I think she's still in that rotation.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Are they
so.
still in rotation mode?
Yeah.
I did see where it was Our Father who art in heaven, blank be thy name, and none of the.
Yeah, we had that story.
Did
Like
y'all-
a couple,
okay.
well, I don't know if we ever talked about it, but we were talking about
What
it off
is
there.
hallowed?
Yeah, they were talking about how
Oh, I
far
got a
we have
question now.
fallen that nobody knew that answer.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Crickets.
Yeah. I mean, people used to know that answer even if church wasn't a big deal to them. They still knew it. All right, thanks for being with us. If we are wrapping up our time together, and as far as the live show is concerned, that is the case. But if you have more of the Rick and Bubba show today, there's still content to come for you that you haven't heard yet. Enjoy it. And if you're leaving us, have a great day. And Lord willing, we'll chat again right here tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.